Here, is it better now? Okay, for some reason OBS wasn't detecting my microphone. I think that was what was going on. I'm not sure what happened there. I wasn't muted, but it wasn't picking up either. Well, looks like I'm gonna have to restart what I was saying before. Anyway, welcome to the stream! As I was trying to explain, today is going to be a stream about Girls Frontline 2 Exilium because the Zucchero Cafe story is continuing. But yeah, it was a little strange that it wasn't being picked up. Considering that usually the settings don't change very much. I don't really mess with them. Maybe OBS just decided to forget that it was connected to a mic today. But yeah, thank you very much for helping me with that. It was better that you told me because I didn't really have any idea since I don't mess with it. But yeah, hi and welcome Dragon, Ace, and Onyx, and Arm too. Did you see MD's bringing back the 2004 Time Wizard format for Dual Trial? Yeah, I did! Although, I don't really take Dual Trials that seriously because they're too short. You pretty much just play a loner 3 times and then it's over. Which I honestly kind of find disappointing. They're not very interesting events at all. But yeah, I messaged my Yugi Boomer friend and I'm like, hey, there's finally an event you can play. Because you don't know anything past the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! So that was pretty neat. If it were a longer one, I would be more interested in that, but to be honest, it's probably not worth making a deck I'm gonna use 3 times in total. I already did that kind of before and with a longer event, and now I don't use it for anything, so that kind of sucked. I blew a lot of UR and SR dust to make a no extra deck, and now I don't even use it. Thank you so much for subbing, Ace Vinegars. You're awesome. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the stream so far, and your support means a lot. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much for resubbing Onyx for 2 months! 2-month streak, let's go! And it started a hype train, choo choo choo! Polka sweep! Sweep! But yeah, I am sorry that I was muted before. I had no idea. Or can it really be called muted if it didn't show up muted on OBS or anything? It's more like it wasn't connected. It was strange. You're a lurker, but you do enjoy the streams. That's okay. You don't have to talk all the time. I don't even want to talk all the time. Sometimes when I'm in a chat, I just want to hang out and not be noticed and not get nosy at. But yeah, before I do jump into the event, I gotta take care of a couple things since usually these streams run past the daily reset. So I'm gonna, for example, grab 3 attachments that I'm getting for my build. I'm trying to get them from Macchiato, but it's been hard. Just some scuff, nothing to worry about. I'm still kind of surprised that even happened. I didn't touch it or anything, so I didn't expect it to. You finally finished your Mosin. I still have yet to get good attachments for freeze. Like, I've been kind of getting disappointed this whole time. Yeah, that's already like half of them done. I have been trying to build Diam. I've also gotten more neural nodes filled out. The event should help with that too, because events always give you neural node things that activate them. I always forget what they're called. Neural node activators. You can see I'm kind of trying to level her up and then level her gun up. It's been a little bit of a slow process though. Everybody takes really long for me to level up now. You think you need one more good freeze attachment for Macchiato and muzzle? I'm probably not going to change Macchiato's muzzle, but I really need a freeze set. It isn't crap. Alright, and then I do believe I had a bunch of things in my storeroom to open. Oh yeah, I do. I always go for analysis blueprint because I have a hard time actually getting them. I don't know what it is, but they're hard. I'm also so glad they made this openable in bulk. I hated opening them one by one. That was too annoying. How about those from the weekly store? I'm not even completely sure why they didn't make them openable in bulk in the first place when other boxes could be. I'm gonna guess it's something to do with the randomization, but I'm glad they fixed it. Yeah. I'm thinking that if I don't oaf anyone else, I'll probably oaf Kyungju because I really like using her on the battlefield. Yeah, I'll use the green ones too. Oh, you can just press and hold. Nice. Alright, let's give her the tickets too. You got a long wait for the Molson oath. Is she even oathable right now? I'm not sure if they ever got her that. Maybe later on though. Don't ask me why I pick one person to gacha game and make them my number one. Doesn't the gacha game kind of want you to do that in the first place though? That's a really helpful system for them. It gets you to cough up more for your waifu to be happy. So I feel like that's something that directly benefits the game itself if you do it. I doubt they feel all bad about the process. Real quick, I'm gonna check what they want in Elmo's wishing well. you wanna see if I can try to read this in Colfin's voice? I think it'd be fun to give it a shot. If we could improve upon the medical supplies, that would be just amazing. Oh, Commander, you know, Colvin has been super busy these past couple days, going through all our medical records and injury cases. And guess what? I found a teeny tiny problem. The medical equipment and meds we got on the ammo can only handle the most basic boo-boos and sniffles. Now, most of our cases have been pretty simple so far, but in some of the more serious ouchies we've had, using just the basic stuff hasn't been working out so great. The healing's been slow and not super effective. You know? Now, Commander, don't you go saying, oh, it's fine if it takes a bit longer to heal. Colvin went all sneaky and got Captain Groza to show me the reports on those times. And what do you know? Everything was still finished on time with no delays at all, which means you've been working while you're hurt, haven't you? That's a big no-no, mister. But Colvin understands what you're thinking. You're just super dedicated to your work, aren't you? So let's upgrade our medical stuff instead. I already made a list of all the goodies we need to buy, and I jotted down how much moolah we'll need for the upgrade too. If you give the okay, Colvin will work super duper hard to help you gather all the funds. After all, I'm thinking about your health with all my heart and soul, Commander. Commander, the super duper upgraded medical goodies have all arrived today. It makes Colvin so happy that you took my wishes seriously. Ooh, there's just one more itty-bitty thing. Looking at all our new fancy equipment and meds, Colvin thinks we should totally set up a special medical bay to keep everything nice and tidy. Don't you worry your pretty little head about the details, Commander. Leave it all to your professional medical doll. That's me! Tinky, just thinking about having a fully stocked medical bay makes Golfin feel super safe and cozy. It's like there's an extra special shield protecting you and me now. But even so, Commander mustn't go doing anything too risky or push yourself too hard, okay? The medical room is just a safety net, not some magical fix-everything solution. Your Commander starts being all reckless on missions just because we have this new setup. Well, that go against everything Colvin wanted in the first place. So Colvin's next wish is this. Commander, pretty please don't put yourself in danger, okay? Promise? Hi, Darklings. Also, hey, Dr. Steam. You said you saw me in a compilation? Is that a thing? I didn't know I was added to something like that. She's channeling her inner Golfin. How about Perrytail? Commander, I'm curious about what's over there. Commander, wishing well? Does that mean any wish I write will come true? For instance, fast-forwarding time by 3,500 years, would humans and androids still exist then? Oh, I'm just joking. I wonder what expression you'd have on your face reading this, Commander. It must be quite amusing. However, simply wishing to know the Commander's expression seems a bit wasteful, doesn't it? Let me think carefully. I have an idea. Recently, while clearing excess information from my mind, I discovered a strange set of geographical coordinates. What those coordinates are or why they were left there, I can't recall. But I can't deny their existence in my neural cloud, and they were flagged for deletion. Perhaps if we go there, I might naturally remember the reason for their existence. Those coordinates are just ahead on our current route, deviating from our course. Would you be willing to accompany me there, Commander? Regarding potential dangers along the way, I don't think you need to worry about that. I won't let such things hinder our progress. Is that a little bit more suave? Suave? Beso suave? Suavemente. It turns out there was nothing there but the night sky and yellow sand. No surprises, no revelations, no memories. But your reactions along the way, Commander, were quite fascinating. I recorded them all, you know. Just for that alone, I'd say this journey was rather worthwhile. I don't understand the meaning of those coordinates. Perhaps this was merely an excuse for me to embark on a private excursion with you, Commander. You're welcome to treat that as another joke if you'd like. Here you go. Nanagan is the all-serious one. I want to fight alongside the Commander. Commander, are you aware of the dire situation in a nearby settlement? Just a few days ago, thieves brazenly struck, absconding with the residents' hard-earned supplies in a single night. What's more infuriating is that these miscreants vandalized numerous facilities in the settlement. The residents aren't without their wits, mind you, but these thieves are remarkably cunning, always managing to slip away even when spotted. I simply cannot stand idly by while those rogues run amok. Commander, would you consider joining forces with me to assist them? With your intellect and my wealth of experience, we undoubtedly form the optimal team to resolve this security conundrum. Come now, Commander, let's stand together in this endeavor. It was actually the first stream when we were talking about Tanuki balls. Wait, the Mistiest Izakaya stream where I was yapping about Tanuki lore ended up in a compilation? Why did that happen? And that was 3 to 4 months ago and no one told me. Oh, they want me to do this, huh? I guess I could challenge it for today. 2 times. Man, I missed out on this. I had no idea. Thanks for the hydrate. Get a drink. If you can, I'd be interested to see it. If you are in a Discord, you could link it to me there. But yeah, let's see. They want me to blow these people. They want me to blow all these people up. I could probably bring you support to make that a little easier. Yeah, explosions! I feel like Diane might be pretty good, but I don't really have her leveled properly.
Yo.
Actually, they have like fire weakness, don't they? Also, hi, Hio Sleeps. Ayo. It seems like an interesting game. I think it's pretty interesting. And it's also good for those who like strategy games. Something that makes you think a little. I'm thinking if I want to drop a cheetah on here or not. You know what? Let's bring cheetah. Let's bring this fancily dressed cheetah in her saucy fit. Oh, I can bring all 5. That's cool. Alright. I probably won't really need healing that much. Although she does do AoE, so... Surprised you have yet to see who the next banner is. It's Klukai. I have no idea how you didn't know that, but they already gave away who it is. Klukai is the next banner. Klukai? Yeah, which however you pronounce it. That's the banner. That's it. Everybody already knew, yeah. Yeah, they teased it in one of those new dev videos they're making. I guess I can drop this here and it'll get most of them. I'm pretty sure Tanuki Balls is part of the stream. But I don't think I don't really post clips. I just post the VODs on my YouTube right now. Mainly because I'm kind of a bad clipper. I've never really been known for being particularly good at editing. Like, I'm just not that good at it. But I guess if someone really wanted to, they could go ahead and get it from there. Considering that all the I don't think I have all of them, because sometimes I like miss a day. Since I try to wait until when they're nearly expired on Twitch to upload them. But I'm pretty sure that one is on YouTube, but just part of the VOD. I guess you could probably clip it from there if you really want to. Misty's Humi Soup Kitchen. That was a pretty goated stream, I will say. I just had no idea it got put in a compilation. What is the compilation about anyway? Weirdest moments? I forgot that like none of them actually like shoot or anything. Oh, I'm gonna have to try and take out as many as I can. Hey! Hey! I like how they're just being delivered here. For me? Tuber random moment? I mean, I will agree it was pretty random. Yo, nice. Look at her doing that spin. I like Perikia's design, but I feel like she's a very boring doll in particular, so it sucks a little bit for me. Because I really, really, really wanted to like her. Oh, they really don't want me going over there. She's the only one I'm missing out of the standard banner. You can technically buy her from boss mode if you want. Everyone thinks that those pieces are only the ones that you can acquire via when you already have the doll. Like, those pieces don't actually add up to a doll, but they do. Look at him go! Hehe. Oh ho! Oh yeah, I actually think you're right. It was Sabrina. For a minute there, I thought it was Perikia. I think I'm just tired. I also think it's because Sabrina took me the last to get, and I kind of got it through that. And then I forgot. But yeah, Perikia might just be elusive. Which is kind of a shame, because she's really, really good with Kukai. If you really want to get her on your team, to kind of make the corrosion team work. But now that they have the selector for standard, maybe it won't be so annoying. By a little. Retails from the dispatch coins. Oh, but you can still get her through that? That's nice. Oh yeah, you're right. It's like another secondary gacha almost. If he thinks that's gonna save him, he's very dumb. He really just drove himself right into a shotgun. You know, I'll give it a try. I'll give this one a shot. It's all fire again. E! It's just pure E! Oh, I see how it is. Look at that. I don't know why, but that's very satisfying. probably gonna be fine like this, right? You know, I thought it was too fast, but I'm gonna put it on ×3 because this isn't really super important stuff, so I'm gonna explode them all. Wait. I think I knew what I was doing here. Yes. Whee! We're here. I like how they're just like super big and menacing looking, but they're really just there as punching bags for money. It's so funny. By the way, what does everyone think of the racing outfit on Cheetah anyway? It's kind of interesting to me. Because I've never seen her really show any interest in racing. So it feels like they just came up with their most random concept and put it as an outfit. It looks nice, but you're not gonna use her much. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people like that. Where'd he going? Also, was it skin she had in the first GFL? I actually don't know if it was or not. I don't see anything about it, so I'm assuming no. I only see promotional material from this game.
避けないんですか。怪我しますよ。
I actually hope I'm gonna be able to take them all out. I'm on turn 4. Oh no! They're running. Why are you running?
Yo.
Why are they making everything into a live action movie now? Also, thank you for the pets and the hydration. I feel like it was fine to leave them as animation. Now it feels like Disney just wants to be known for making live action movies instead of animation, even though that was their whole thing. Which I think is pretty stupid, but I guess I'm not really their target audience anymore. Maybe the kids these days don't want cartoons. Who knows? I actually put her there because I thought I would take her there, but oh well. They're making the live actions to keep the rights to the IP. Wait, do they really have the rights to the IP of things like Greek myth, though? Because lots of other people do things based off of Greek myth. Through maybe their versions. I feel like that would be kind of closer to it. Peter boom! Let's smoke his ass. Actually, I feel like I can do better than this. Let me retry it. He's the last one. Now that I know what the level's about, I feel like I can do it more. I got this, I got this. Just believe in me. Please. You know, these kinds of stages are kind of fun because they're more about being a puzzle than they are about strategy combat, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I like the puzzle aspect of it. True, I went auto on a lot of the easier content. Oh, but that's not fun though. The fun is to figure out the puzzle. It's all about the puzzle. You understand? Like, yeah, shooting them is easy. But why would I want the bot to do it for me? When I could use my brain to figure out what was the intent. Whee! Look at them go! They're so fun. Full bot. The maps where you kill everything and you're over leveled. Yeah, that makes sense. Hello, Kuna. No real strategy needed. I like doing those manually too, though. A, because I don't really trust the auto very much, and B, because then I might as well not really be playing the game, right? It's like, hello, motherfucker. Alright, this should be good, I think. I feel like this is more efficient than last time. I'm the Tanuki with the waifu strategy. That's right. I'm the big brain strategizing. Yeah, got him. So, shoot, did you ever decide to pick up this game for Sabrina? A certain some lady? Look at him go, it's so funny. Is she on banner right now? She's part of the standard banner. You can get her whenever you want. You don't need to wait for a specific one. She's there all the time. In fact, you can just get her for free by doing a couple weekly bosses and then buying fragments, and then you just unlock her instantly. And you get a couple of them. It's actually pretty easy. She's easier to get than some of the other standard banners. She's one of the ones you can max for free. Exactly. Hello, machine girl. You. Hello. Merry Christmas. This is a very, very merry holiday Christmas indeed. Extra water. Oh, Swami so fast? Look at her go. I live for speed. Thank you for patting. Oh, let's see. All right, I forgot about this because she killed a bunch of them. Oh no, I want to do this. Yes. Nice. I think that's the highest score. Perf. It's all perfect. And let's get her reward too. You, Commander, how utterly remarkable. You demonstrated an almost supernatural awareness to those thieves' movements, as if you had a surveillance device at your disposal. I must inquire, Commander, how did you manage such a feat? Perhaps when time allows, you could enlighten me on your methods. You, for someone of my considerable experience, to fall behind after all. Oh, and before I forget, the residents have graciously offered some local specialties as a token of their gratitude for our assistance in apprehending the thieves. I shall bring them to you shortly. A fitting reward for our collaborative efforts, wouldn't you agree? Naggin. Alrighty. Also, this is the brand new outfit that they got. Once again, with their kind of interesting sports themed clothes that came out of left field. They got Loda in this kind of sportswear. What do you all feel about it? What does it say on the back there? Lota Benelli M1 Super 90. That's our gun, I think. Sheesh, those jiggles mechanic. They know what they're doing, Jeremy. They know exactly what they're doing. The dork. What a dork. They know what the players want. Speaking of Jiggle, I don't think it's available anymore, but there was one for Sabrina where she was in a swimsuit. I wonder if they still show it, but it's just locked. Let's see. Damn, they don't show it anymore. They rotate them out of the store, you know. You can't get all of them unless you actually try. Yeah, eat. A black hole. They know exactly what they're doing. Also, it's funny how if you click on her from behind, you can see her just grabbing the pizza out of nowhere and just destroying it. Wait, what are you doing? Oh man, it was showing me peeping. We peeping? The cracker! Wiggle. Hi, MKR! They're pretty slow on adding the bond stuff, right? No, I want a piece too, WTF! No cookie for you, only cookie for Sabrina. Cool. Alrighty. Next up, for quick event stuff, we can see a trials for how to use Centaurace and how to use Ulrid. Now, Centaurace is a support. Seems like the enemies are damaged, so I mean these people are damaged. Apparently the T also kills enemies, which is interesting. You probably won't build a fire team, so you'll skip. I'm probably just gonna try because I'm close to Pity, but I'm not gonna pull seriously for her because Klukai is soon. I feel like I should probably be staying behind these guys. Yeah, how many pulls do you have saved? A lot. I mean, maybe not a lot, but I kind of skipped Dushevnaya. Let's see her animation for afternoon tea break. I think I like did 3 temples on Dushevnaya and then I gave up and I never pulled for her again. Cause I'm like, Suomi, she's probably better at it than most of everything Dushevnaya could do. And of course it's Ulrid again, but I already skipped Allred once. I'm probably gonna do it again, even though I like her. Because Blades suck in this game. She's good in some specific instances and against certain bosses, but otherwise she's not very good. I think I'm gonna get her killed. Because I don't know how to play her at all. Not even relatively. Wait, I get it now. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. Oh, it only takes out one enemy, okay. This one is always the hardest one of the trials for me. Because she can't attack multiple enemies at once, but they want her to take out all these guys by herself. I don't get it. Her second skill can hit 3 enemies if she has enough index. Ah, okay. But yeah, I think he was like maybe here. Wait, is it this one? This is the second skill, right? Or do you mean... Blade Whirlwind, where it's like the third on the set. Does she just keep doing it again? Oh, okay. You know, when I did this the first time around, I did it without doing that, and I just used health management to survive it, which is kind of funny to think about. Hello, hi. Oh, is she invisible? Okay, cool. She's invisible. I have learned Big Brain. I have learned Big Brain of Orid. I didn't know. Yes, hello. We're testing out some characters that are on the banners right now in Girls Frontline. And I learned something about Orid I didn't know about because I don't have her, so that's pretty neat. She's definitely harder to play with than pretty much almost anyone else, though. Alright, Centaurace, Orid rate up. You're here waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds to download? Is there anything that you're especially looking forward to in this particular Monster Hunter game? I'm not the most experienced with them, so the more you tell me about them, the more I might learn about the series and maybe about what's so good about each installment. So what's cool about it is you get to hunt monsters every well yeah, but that's something you get to do in a lot of games. What makes it particularly good here? Let me see. Alright. This should be good. Yeah, hello Tsuki. Usi Tsuki. I have to say Usi Tsuki now that there's another Tsuki that comes by sometimes. You're not alone anymore. You've been copied. Everyone else thought it was your alt at first. Yeah. Blip 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 blip. Blip blip blip. What I love is that grants variety in which you hunt them with such setting traps, secretly hurting them in various areas till they become exhausted or just straight up anime battle them to the death. Also, the cat helpers help with it too. The palicos, right? I think they're called palicos. I've seen them a bit. They're pretty cool looking. Yo, Palicos. They cook you food. They're very silly.
了解逃がしません
And Kyungju is just kind of goated.
従ってくれ今だこれがあなたの今だ逃がしません
I also like you can just make clans in the game with your friends too. I just want to know what what you're looking forward to as a maybe new feature in the newest game, since you're getting it. Unless it's not a new release, I thought it might be a new one though. Wait, or is it just the one that they released recently and they just updated it? It is a new release? Is there anything that's gonna be different in it that you like? You heard there's new features, you're going to go in blind. Oh, that's understandable. That way you might get to be more surprised and it will stand out to you. You have a lot of faith in them, you have enough faith it'll be good changes. Honestly, that's always pretty nice. I can't really say the same for every single game series that I like.
了解 それが守る進歩は必須よ
Surely Capcom won't steal from me, right? Right?
ターゲット確認
They won't steal your joy and happiness away. For real, no cap.
墓地隕石のように
They're also the ones in charge of the Resident Evil games, right? I know not everyone likes the new direction of Resident Evil, so... I'm wondering if you think their other series have the kind of track record that you're looking at here in Monster Hunter. They've also done Devil May Cry. I heard there's going to be a new Devil May Cry show off of Twitter. I hope it's going to be enjoyable and not one of those Netflix adaptations. Or at least similar in style to them, because that would be pretty bad. I think that anime is done by the same dudes that did the Castlevania shows. The Castlevania show's a bit weird. Or did I get the wrong impression? So I remember thinking that they looked a bit funny. At least that show did. But I'm sure there are people out there that really enjoy them, so I don't know enough about it to comment.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
They are a bit weird, but surprisingly good. Well, I think that even if there are a lot of changes, if the writing matches up to it, then that's what matters. You can change a lot of things if you're good at writing. I've noticed that. Alright, conductor things. I need more. I need more of them. More. How's Frontline with the girls? I think I just finally finished all my daily stuff. Now, let's see. What does time-limited events look like? I think this one only has a store open now. Well, I'm gonna check it. I farmed this one pretty well because the missions are open early, so I pretty much got everything. And now, just because, for the fun of it, it's because I only need 25 more accesses, I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna pull for the maid. Oh. I'm gonna pull for the maid and it's instantly gold. Okay. I guess we're not, maybe not pitting. Okay, gang. I was not aware how much Centaur Racing might want to be here. Okay, that wasn't hard. Well, it looks like all those leftover automatic rifle parts I have are gonna come in handy. So I think she uses an AR gun. Oh, and there's Krolik. It's Bunoi. That was actually kind of easy. I didn't think it would be that easy. Huh? That's a maid. Yeah, she's a battle maid. Oh, she's doing something. You can drink it! Nice! Stop! No, she's staring into my soul! Can I pet your head? I wonder if that was a veiled threat, that maybe I shouldn't be poking back there. Alright, dang! Ah, that was fast. I'm gonna bring her up to 15 minimum for dispatch. Why does she come with handles? I'm not complaining, I just find it interesting. She's got these little things on her outfit that make it look like you can pull on her. Who's your favorite girl? I don't have any super strong feelings for a lot of them, but I would say my favorite one is Litara, actually. But sadly, I don't get to use her a lot because she kind of sucks. So I don't have much space on the team for her right now. Maybe I can level her up later for fun. That'll probably be pretty far down the line, though. I'd also would probably get her an outfit if one appeared that I liked, but I have a feeling she might not get an outfit for a while. Wonder if she already has story stuff. I don't think she does, because she doesn't have Covenant available. Hello! We're just watching a girl sleep. It's not lewd at all. Also, hi, CBs. Let's see. Sanctuary Racy joined. Ooh. I wish a girl watched me sleep. That's a very interesting thing you just said there. Yandere like or non-Yandere like, more platonically? Actually, do I even have anything that I could just throw on her? I should probably wait until she's a little higher level though. Maybe I'll have even better ones by then. It's not the girl sleeping, but the angle. What were you doing? That's a default angle. That's how you look at her by default. Blame the commander. I blame the commander here. They're a little sus. Also, I forgot about this. Let's throw a couple bombs real fast. Who do we kill? Let's kill level 1 Nagant. Are you sure about that, Hype? Are you sure it was an accident? Sure that was an accident? It's a joke. I wouldn't say the commander is that much of a self-insert, to be honest. Considering that you don't get to have any options in how the story plays out, and the commander has a very distinct personality, that would be more true in Girls Frontline 1, but they developed Commander as a character. So it's not exactly that true anymore. And well, Commander is known as a doll fucker, so... Let's just have that sit with you. Isn't that the same way in Nikkei for the MC as well? I'm pretty sure Nikkei is directly inspired by this series. I see way too many things similar in Nikkei for it not to be like that. Literally let me do whatever I want with that info. Alright, I think that should be it. Is it bad that I haven't done a single military assault since the season started? Because I know I'm just gonna get bodied by everyone. You get some participation rewards, I guess, but... Dude, my friend just sent me a snapshot of a dude in a bird mask and shorts using twin blades and was like, this will be you and Monon. But, is it true though? Is it true? Do you think I can just, like, get away with joining and leaving? Oh, 1,000%. I will throw all my stats at luck 1,000,000,000%. Oh, did you not like the message you got on Throne? I'm sorry if that was the case. I wanted to send a nice message for it. Well, maybe it wasn't a good one. Okay. To be honest, I just want the participation gems. I never try in this. This one maybe might be doable, but... I feel like it's probably not worth trying it.
Yo.
How do you guys feel about military simulations? For those who play this game? Do you also just kind of like skip through them for the most part? Because I feel like the only way to win is if you're a whale. Especially if you actually start putting in real effort and then you hit the whale wall. Maybe there's some free-to-play strats that require effort or luck. Does anyone like doing them, or are they more of a chore? play it, so no idea what it's about. It's about playing against other people's combat teams when AI plays it, and then the other person is busy destroying your defense team at the same time. Honestly, you just ignore it for the majority. Apparently, this is a big hole, so there's no cover. It's PvP.
それがしが守る。
今度は私の新発明味わって配置中の射撃禁止。
Alright, how many of these two can I hit? Can I hit both of them? Cool. Apparently he's gonna set them off though. Oh, maybe not. I think I was just misreading it. Okay, this is actually a decent angle. They're doing the water freeze? Nah. It's not so bad though. I've only really got the healers and bulkers left. The bulk! Look at that bulk.
従ってくれ。
わかりました。これが
よい。了解。今だ。
了解。はい。
That really put Suomi. Probably here.
配置中の射撃禁止。今だ。どこを見てるんですか？どこを見てるんですか？配置中の射撃禁止。
I feel like it'd probably be better to bring Macchiato instead of Lota at this point for this stage. I'm gonna do this in the future more seriously, but at least it's kind of working out right now. I want to take her out before she does her thing where she heals everybody again and puts the freeze on. The freeze!
ぼちこれで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
Let's see, how did I put it out?
ターゲット確認。はいないわね。
I don't really know how to make a defensive formation. I'm just gonna act like that's good enough. This one feels try hard. I'm leaving. Oh, and this one is royally annoying. Okay, I'm good. I'm perfectly good. I think we have like the exact same teams, but the other one's strength is just way better than mine. There's something like that in the game. We need a finger shoving down throat emote. Every single gacha game seems to want to add some shit like this in. And it's completely unenjoyable every single time it's implemented. It really just exists to make you feel bad for not wailing. That's the only reason it's there. But sadly for them, that's not gonna convince me to start wailing, so... Let's get to the real meat of this. Welcome to Zucchero Cafe. Creativity, logistics, and management. You can only run a business after taking all these aspects into consideration. Come take on the challenge with the staff. Thankfully, it's not that common games that are always trash or pointless. Thrashing. Yeah, I guess it's something you need to avoid. I really don't like gacha having PvP at all. Can't see them not being pay to win. It's literally just pay to win and trying to make you feel bad for not paying to win. So I don't let them convince me of anything. Yeah, I miss out on resources, but they're basically bonuses to people who pay. They're not resources that are available to me. Commander, thank you for taking the time out to come down to Zucchero and help with our cafe event. I'll explain the nature of the work to you. I like how I just got here and it just straight up put me into the cafe part. Right away. Cafe management is done through beverage sales and a feedback wall. Selling drinks can increase various stats of the shop and award feedback notes. Reaching relevant benchmarks and crafting select numbers of feedback notes will lead to completing the cafe appraisals. Enhancing the shop rating expands the drink list and makes more Zucchero merch available. Required ingredients for drinks can acquired via supply mode stages. After you have the ingredients, you may create and sell the drinks via the drinks menu. Also, supply stages are actually doing something different this time. That's interesting. Welcome back from the ends, I think. I'm still reading over the drinks menu and stuff. Acquire decal stickers by completing cafe appraisals and selling drinks. They can exchange for reward in Zucchero merch. They really didn't bother proofreading this one, did they? I'm hoping that's not going to be reflected in the story mode. Because I will be reading out every single typo. When running the cafe, we need to ensure we have ample provisions for drink sales. Please open the drink menu and make a drink. Select the drink recipe you wish to make and click the button. This will consume ingredients and make a drink. Click to make. To obtain more ingredients, you can complete supply mode stages. We'll be counting on you to handle that side of the work for us. Click the opinion box to stick the note on the feedback wall. Wait, am I supposed to be color matching these? What? Is this a merge game? This is merging? We're merging up in here? Hello? This is the merch. Restock. Commander, this is a Zucchero assistant. It will help you monitor the cafe's operations in real time. On the Zucchero Assistant's homepage, you can see the current store rating and assessment missions. Completing the assessment missions will improve the shop rating. Oh, I can't click on it. In the Feedback Wall tab, you can view customer notes and implement their suggestions, which is one of the cafe assessment missions. Merge game and cafe idle game. I know, right? Merge for prizes, too. Also, welcome back for real this time. It's actually welcome back from Edge. In the Zucchero merch tab, you can exchange decal stickers for the desired supplies. The higher the level of Zucchero merch, the better the rewards you can get. Hey, do you have a gift for me? That's pretty nice. You can tap on them. Oh, does clicking on the machines all do the same thing, even if they're different machines? I guess they do. Can I mess with anything in here? Merging, this is the opposite of exiling. 0 out of 10, thumbs down. Game report for misleading title, blah blah blah. I see you're just having a normal one over there, Jeremy. How do I sell these? I guess that's a doll too. She definitely looks like a doll. I don't know who she is though. Where do you even go for? Oh, story and supplies. Okay. Man, you actually have to work for this stuff now. Yeah, there's a reason to do these besides just automatically converting into more things. More event currency for you. For buying. Well, I mean, I guess this is a different kind of event currency. It's event currency with layers, guys. Layers in this event currency. That's so deep. You know what's got Chinese gachas loving their cafe games? Well, I love cafes and I like management, so I don't mind it too much, but this one doesn't really seem very involved. So it's just kind of alright. Just checking something real quick. There you go. Wait, I have to prevent these from getting destroyed. That shouldn't be too bad. It's gonna be easy. Easy clap. Now, do I give somebody some support money? Yeah, why not? Why not?
みんなを守れるようになりたいです。
You know you're under-leveled when Suomi is actually just killing enemies straight up with the debuffing skill. That's how you know you're in the low-level mines. It's time to bully. Alright, this is just very easy clapper. Yay! Bye-bye, Vic. You had no chance against me. Oh, hey, they're somehow still alive. That's not gonna be a problem. Alright, and then there's another one. All allied Aegis survive. That makes me think that I'm gonna have to protect something again. I guess robots. Protecting robots, maybe? Look at them! Oh, they're so cute. They're like, oh, they're level 33. That's adorable. Oh, who's a good little level 33 Bobot? Oh, you are. Yes, you are. I gotta make sure you don't die. That's so freaking cute. Cute. Does anyone have a leveled Centaur or AC on my friends list? I'm not too surprised to see that. That isn't really a thing yet, so I'm gonna use Diane. Oh, they're so cute. Oh. If I stay in the areas, they're probably not going to be able to run into them, right? Then again, having cover is good too.
ように逃がしません。はっ、来年でございます。了解。
I think I forgot to bring Suomi. You know what? That's okay. I'm not really expecting them to kill me. They're not exactly all that scary right now. In fact, most of them are gonna be focused on running. Oh, look how cute they are. They did nothing. They're so wholesome. I forgot how far those guys run.
Yo.
了解。止まって。
I don't think there's any more of them that spawned in.
ターゲット確認。
よい。
了解。
I feel more scared about this one running. Also, because I can do this.
それだけは守る。
耳を澄まして。横たわれば楽器。
了解。
開演でございます。
There's just a bear left, actually. That shouldn't be too bad. They're very, very slow, so they're not good at running towards those places.
リスクはすべて排除されました。指揮官の役に立ててよかったです。
Alright, not too bad, not too bad. I think they... Are they gonna give me extra supplies? I guess it just means that I had something I could pick up. Is it just coffee and cloudberries for all of them? They're all the same amounts too. I guess it's just mostly for the first clear rewards and then you just farm the same any of them again. I thought that there might be different kinds of ingredients and that you might have to put in a lot of management to farm a specific stage, but nah. It's all the same amount. You're back in cyberspace! Oh, what's here? Collect all supply boxes. Win within 7 turns. Lose no more than 1 unit. Honestly, Diane sounds like she'd be pretty good at this too.
任 みんなを守れるようになりたいです。はい。みんなのために逃がしません。ごめんね。
Alright, she can't quite reach there. That's okay though. I'll just have her take care of something else.
ごめんね。ぼちいいぞ。今だ。神経を研ぎ澄まして。
I'm back. Monhunt is fun. So you're satisfied with what you got in the game? That sounds really good.
合わせて。
Can I actually climb up there? I guess I can't, interestingly. I hit both of them. Cool. I can indeed hit both of them.
今度は今だ。準備万端。
I want to play it, but PC not good enough. Bad.
どこを見てるんですか？
Time to use some of that pizza money on an upgrade.
ごめんね。ターゲット確認。ごめんね。ターゲット確認。今だ。
Okay, so how do I pick this up? It's not letting me pick it up. Man, they're almost all dead. That was pretty fast. There's just that one left. Oops. I didn't mean to use Tololo on that. Alright, and over here. Let's grab it. Yay! Can I like take this guy out? I can inflict freeze debuff on him.
みんなのために。 ごめんね。うん。みんな済まして。
Alright, dying's fast. Go get it. I wonder if Lota's gonna be able to reach it. She's a shotgunner. Ah, not quite.
ここです。
You can go do it again, Diane.
今だ。 こ
Alright, I'm well on my way to completing it in enough turns. Let's go connect it.
これで好きなことをする時間ができましたね。
Okay, I got more supplies for today, cafe supplies, so oh, that's good. I'm pretty glad they made supply easier to farm than before. You used to have to do all the story before you could get it, and sometimes it was really frustrating. Feedback sticky. I sold 30 of those lattes. That's why. I got orange stickies. Merging! I probably need more of them. How many of these? I can make more, but do I need to? I could maybe level it up. And then wait. At least I could get some of this stuff, though. I'm gonna save up for this one first. Alright, what else is here? What else? Wonder what happens. You get more missions after your grade increases? That would be kind of interesting. This look is very, very much like the Girls Frontline 1 chibi style. I didn't play that game, but I do remember seeing screenshots of it, and it looked very similar to that. What are you even doing all the way out here, Diane? Alright, what are we looking at here? No branching paths or anything, just fast story. Let's see what it's about then. It's kind of like the same length as Dushevnaya's in terms of stages. I don't know how to feel about that. Dushevnaya's felt kind of short too. The first rays of daybreak stream in through the trees that line the pavement, shining into a perfectly ordinary little cafe by the side of the street. A girl dressed like a shop attendant is hard at work. She's cleaning up the planters, making snacks, and changing out the coffee beans. She systematically works through the tasks that have to be completed before the cafe can open for business. Perhaps it's because her neural cloud is occupied by these routine tasks, but she doesn't seem to notice the footsteps approaching her. Good morning. Springfield circles around to the other side of the counter and watches the look of surprise on the other girl's face with interest. Ah, manager. It's not often that I find you so distracted, Centauracy. My apologies. Why must you apologize? The point of this cafe is to help everyone live a relaxed life, after all. Centauracy and Springfield look up at the same time. This cafe, decorated in a retro style, has a signboard reading Zucchero at its door. The Zucchero Cafe is not only a popular hangout for the local residents, but also a secret clearinghouse run by ex-Griffin dolls to help their colleagues obtain information and seek help. After many years, the cafe has gradually put down roots and flourished, and is entirely due to the efforts of the dolls who run it. Springfield nods to Centauracy and smiles. Well, being able to see you this relaxed proves that my hard work hasn't gone to waste. Of course. I'll continue doing my best with you from here on out, manager. I'll be counting on you. That said, they are here today. But in that case, we won't need to worry anymore about the security situation. Indeed, right now Zucchero is probably the safest place in the entire city. This also means I'll be able to put all my focus onto the day's tasks. After all, the preparations for today must be handled with the utmost rigor. You have a point. Let me help you too. Centaurace nods. Springfield steps behind a nearby cabinet and quickly dons an apron before helping to portion out the desserts Centaurace has made before placing them into the cold case. Seemingly spotting something of note, Springfield pauses as she tops off the milk in the coffee machine. Then she leans in close and takes a sniff of the grinder hopper. Oh my, are the beans in the machine from your private reserve of black ivory coffee? These things are too precious for most merchants to sell, even in a satellite city. As I recall, you saved up many collapsed pieces to buy them. Are you going to use them all today? Upon hearing Springfield speak, Centaurace's face flushes a faint pink. Yes, I would like to make the best possible coffee I can today. Centaurace turns the calendar on the counter to a new page with a thoughtful look on her face. Each box on the calendar is filled with entries for events in different styles of handwriting, such as meet with coffee bean supplier, trim the lawn, 100th Zucchero Live heart, and so on. Meanwhile, today's box has only one word on it. Reserved. For Commander. Obvious. About that. Have you wrapped the gift for a customer yet? Of course. I've modified and cared for it in special ways, just so our customer will feel the full extent of the surprise you've prepared. Well done, Centaurace. You've covered all the bases. I honestly don't know how the cafe would manage without you. You flatter me. All this is just standard procedure. Oh yes, the cookies are almost done. Would you like to try them, manager? I think not. I have some other work I need to wrap up. The rest is up to you. I'll take care of it for you. Centaurace doesn't say anything else before turning aside to let Springfield through, as though they've rehearsed this movement countless times before. Springfield opens the door to the kitchen and pushes the cake flour on the shelf to one side before moving the syrup on the topmost shelf into another cabinet. After tidying the place up, she moves the cabinet aside, revealing a patch of wall whose colors are brighter on account of not being exposed to the sun as much as its surroundings. Finally, she knocks twice on the wall. The wall section creaks and then it suddenly splits open along a hidden seam, revealing a secret passage just large enough for a single person to pass through. In the darkness, Springfield expertly feels her way along the wall and finds a switch on it. A light comes on and illuminates the interior. A huge display monitor dominates the cramped room and turns on with the lights displaying several locations being monitored by security cameras. Springfield scans the images on the screen, then presses the intercom button below it. Right on time, Manager Springfield. We've managed to hire several very capable staffers recently, so I'm much less busy now. So have you gotten any new stock in lately? Of course I have. What kind do you want? I'll go with coffee beans. I'd like the sweeter kind. One of our regulars has developed a taste for them. Also, have you received the special blend that Macchiato sent over last time? Oh yes, I have. It was delicious. If you have more next time, I want it all. My, aren't we greedy? Can you blame me when your menu items are all excellent? Now then, back to business. That special guest I mentioned earlier will be visiting us today. I would like to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this meeting. As a supplier, can you provide the coffee beans today? Oh, looks like this guest of yours is quite the VIP. Oh yes, she's our most valuable client after all. I see, and here I thought you were joking when you mentioned it last time. You really are a kidder. I have always taken my work seriously. Sorry, that wasn't what I meant. If you insist, I do have some extra coffee beans that I can supply today, Manager. However, there will be an extra charge for a rush order like this one. Of course, we will settle our bill with your standard procedure. Springfield soon receives a message. After she reads it, it automatically deletes itself. My, this does help a lot. Beep, 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 beep. Just as she's about to continue, an internal call suddenly comes over her communicator. Pardon me, but it seems we have a bit of a situation in the cafe. Well, I'll continue this later then. The other party hangs up and Springfield answers the call. She immediately hears a familiar voice. Manager, we spotted several suspicious individuals approaching Zucchero. Did I deal with them? Springfield looks at the screen. The security camera shows several thugs swaggering down the street. It seems they're just troublesome guests, so we'll let Sharkry handle them. Did you hear that, Sharkry? Is it time for Sharkry's debut at last? It seems there are some troublesome guests to the northwest of the cafe. Please take care of them. Will do. Sharkry will give each and every one of them a perfect show. On a building roughly 1 kilometer away from the Zucchero Cafe, Macchiato is lying prone behind a set of guardrails on a balcony, concealed by a camouflage cape. After hearing the voice through her communicator, she finally shifts her gaze away from the optical scope for a moment. As she watches a doll in the distance sauntering off with exaggerated dance-like steps, Macchiato grumbles to herself. Honestly, can you really count on her? While she's a civilian doll primarily intended for the entertainment industry, this young miss has been fitted with a really advanced fire control component. Usually she's the one who handles troublesome guests like these when you're not around. There is doubt written all over Macchiato's face as she continues studying Sharkry through her scope. Clearly she is not convinced by Springfield's words. However, the suspicious individuals each fade from Macchiato's view over the course of the next few minutes. Looks like they were simply layabouts. Fortunately, they didn't pose a real threat. Sharkry, how are things now? One moment, manager. This is the last of them. Sharkry's voice comes over the transmission. Hey, aren't you from that bar on the underground shopping street? Have you paid your protection money for the month? Welcome back from the ads. Sharkry is about to beat up some guy who is kind of sus, so we're about to hear how much she roughs him up. If not, y'all. Wait a minute, are you a doll? Oh! Oh, stay back! Run away! Run away! The sounds of flesh being bludgeoned fills the channel. See? She's good at this. I guess tricking the enemy for deceptive appearance must be part of how she gets the job done. What's this? Is that jealousy I hear, Macchiato? Oh no. Who would be jealous of a spoiled little brat anyway? Besides, all I need is a gun in my hand. And that's a wrap. Sharkry suddenly cuts into the transmission, striking a pose before proudly declaring her work is done. Manager, I finished my mission without a hitch. In the video feed, an arm slowly reaches up from a dumpster behind Sharkry. Sharkry, what's that behind you? Sharkry glances back and delivers a lightning-fast kick that sends the arm back into the dumpster. It's nothing at all. So you just threw them into the trash? You could have at least dumped them in front of the nearest police box. Oh no, my makeup's running. I need to go touch myself up. You have the stage now, Miss Macchiato. But hey, wait! I can't believe it. She was spouting a bunch of crap and then walked off just like that. I called her back. You should come back too, Macchiato. She's not here yet, is she? Maybe you should keep watching till she sets foot into the cafe. The police will keep an eye on things for today, and besides, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck alone on a roof when she shows up, right? Fine, I got it. I'm coming back now, okay? Although she has an annoyed scowl on her face, Macchiato is already getting to work on her final task. First, she opens her terminal and refreshes her data links. Scenes from the cameras monitoring the streets around Zucchero flash through her mind. Macchiato's neural cloud carefully parses and filters every single suspicious individual and sound, as well as windows and vehicles that could be used to spy on them. The 14th check reveals no suspicious conditions. The surrounding streets are safe. Having reached that conclusion, Macchiato stands up and looks down from the highest ground in the city. As a professional sniper, she knows the layout of this place like the back of her hand. While this is a satellite city in the green zone, she can have a bullet in the opposition's skull within half a second of any threat exposing themselves should the situation call for it. Considering what kind of occasion this day is, she does not want any unexpected interruptions. After verifying the situation, Macchiato disconnects the data cable that's plugged into a floor port before returning her exquisite rifle into its violin case and leaping off the side of the building. 20 minutes later, after Zucchero's door chime rings for the last time today, the 4 members of the cafe staff are finally gathered inside the cafe. Thank you, Miss Macchiato. Your coffee is ready. Okay, thanks! Macchiato accepts the cup and gets a whiff. The rich scent of roasted caramel wafts into her nose. She takes a sip and her tense nerves promptly relax. The bitterness is just right and the foam feels really dense. In any case, at least you didn't try to mess with me and treat me like a kid. You know, you can just praise Centaurace directly if you really want to. Were you expressing praise just now, Miss Macchiato? You see, the person in question had no idea you were doing it at all. Oh, what a pain. I'll be more careful next time. You're really good at catering to everyone's taste, Centaurace. This hot cocoa tastes super yummy, too. As I thought, rather than icky bitter coffee, sweet cocoa really does suit this super cute Chakri best. Kids really are easy to fool. Are you praising Miss Chakri for being cute? What? Of course not. Looks like apart from lessons on cafe work, Centaurace will also need to study up on speaking Macchiato's language too. I will do my best. Why are you acting so serious about this anyway? Oh, look, Miss Macchiato's ears are red again. Perhaps she's trying to change the subject, or perhaps she really is bothered by something. Annoyed, Macchiato turns to look outside the window, drumming her fingers on the table. Speaking of which, isn't our guest here yet? The dolls all look outside. Crowds of people mill back and forth on the street, but the person they're all hoping to see hasn't shown up yet. The cookies will get cold if she doesn't arrive soon. Time ticks by, and as the sun rises, the anticipation in the girls' heart soon becomes worry. Did something happen to her on her way here? They don't want to speculate on the reasons for it, however, their guest has always been a very punctual person. Ring, 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 ring. The cafe telephone rings in the silence. Springfield heads over to the counter and picks it up immediately, as though she's been waiting for it all this time. As she raises it to her ear, she mimes a shushing gesture to the other members of the cafe. Hello, this is the Zucchero Cafe. Would you like a reservation or a home delivery order? Oh, is this a password system you arranged with her? However, the voice on the other end of the line is not the voice they have longed for. Springfield immediately turns to put her back to the counter and gives the other 3 dolls meaningful looks. It's been a while, Miss Springfield. Alright then, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Does the fact that you have this comm code mean that you are with her? A wise deduction, and yes, I need you to help us out right now. You won't refuse us, will you? Please get to the point. Simply put, things have gone wrong as usual and the threat level is code red. I've sent you the coordinates and a route. Whether or not she'll still be alive depends on how quickly you get there. See you later then, ladies of the Zucchero. After some silence, Dandelion hangs up. What? It seems our guest has encountered some difficulty on her way here. I believe we will need to make a delivery. Manager, will we be using the emergency action plan? One moment, please. While she has rehearsed this scenario in her neural cloud countless times, Springfield still wants to ensure that the plan goes off without a hitch. Macchiato, go with loadout number 1 and bring as much ammo as possible. After that, you will drive everyone to the objective location. Got it. Sharkray, can you ensure that our order is delivered? I believe you've installed the relevant software already. No problem. Sharkray has gone through tons of sim training. And as for you, Centaur Racy, I fear we will have to open that gift we were saving for our guest ahead of time. I apologize for that. I know you spent a lot of time preparing that surprise. That's fine. The gift exists because she needs it. Its value will be maximized if we send it right when it is required. Thank you. Just in case, I will stay in the cafe and provide remote support. If the worst should come to pass, I will activate our emergency measures. If that happens, do not return to the Zucchero. Proceed immediately to the backup safe house and meet there. Understood. Please be careful too. I will. Centaur Racy, please take care of everyone while you're outside. I'll make sure I keep everyone safe. So in return, please wait at home for our return. The Venetian blinds slowly close, hedging the sunlight outside the cafe, and the sound of the cafe door closing is drowned out by the clack 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 of rounds being chambered. A place which provides delicious food in times of leisure, and one which protects that which is important in times of danger. That is what the Zucchero is. Ah, sad diner gate killing. This guy is new, right? I have a feeling this thing is not gonna survive very long. Okay, dokie. Um,
配信開始。
了解。
It's not like I have to take this too seriously, though. I don't even think... There's only 4 enemies. They're not that bad. Sabrina did a lot, by the way.
索敵するよ。
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
Okie dokie. That was, of course, pretty easy. I guess it's just Commander's destiny to get in trouble every single moment. Thank you for the hydrate and the Pax corner. It's just Commander's special ability to get in trouble. So we're gonna be saving myself. Technically, because I am Commander. And I'm getting saved. Wonder how it's doing over here in the cafe stickers. There's some more. Although right now I don't have enough to match with again. What's the universal key got? Crit rate and attack boost is sick. Hold on. Let's slap that shit on right away, baby!
公園をなすことあたわず。
Got the Z for Zucchero. Nice.
私の指揮官って今まで会ってにゃん
You can tell I favor people. Anyway, I'm gonna be using Diane kind of soon, so I guess she can get it. She can get a key for herself too. Coffee Hunter. Ah, cause I raised the shop by a little bit. I got shop score, guys. Does this story actually ever tell you who this doll is? Cause I'm kinda interested in her. But I feel like I haven't seen anything about her at all. It's just dying. I wonder if you just have to wait for it to unlock. Alright. Actually, there should be some information about these new enemies, right? They seem to be from a group called Mandy. Oh, they're gonna have the Mecha Hounds. That's interesting. Kind of like the new doll has. I want to see that. Too bad they're gonna be, well, easy to stomp over. It's not like they have much of a chance at level 16. 2 kilometers due west of the Intercontinental Railway Transfer Station. Black-covered IFVs drive out of the mist, the autocannons in their turn sweeping left and right, searching for enemies. There is a large pit in front of these IFVs. One of them comes to a halt about 50 meters away from the pit. After ensuring the situation is safe, its rear hatch slams to the ground. Black armored troopers cautiously dismount, turning on the powerful flashlights mounted on their weapons and illuminating the vast, seemingly bottomless pit before them. The sky starts to drizzle and the soldiers' bracelets start to turn yellow. However, the troopers ignore the rising particle density. After the squad disperses and takes formation, a red-haired woman emerges from the vehicle. She walks past the troopers and up to the pit. The troopers act like they don't see her, their guns raised as they continue watching their surroundings for danger. She raises a cigarette to her mouth and lights it before looking disdainfully into the pit and taking a puff. The rain unfortunately puts the cigarette out. The woman scowls, then tosses the cigarette to the ground before forcefully stomping it out. Oh, she mad. Bad sign, my ass! It's just the same shit, different day. Behind her, several more IFVs drive up to the pit. Black armored troopers quickly dismount and spread out to scan their surroundings. Soon they fill up the space in front of the pit. The badges on the black armored troopers proclaim them to be from Manji Security, but their equipment and attitudes are markedly different from the average PMC grunt. Now, what is supposed to be Manji, Manji, or Mangi? Because Manji sounds kind of like an evil name, due to it being a descriptor. The woman changes the channel on her radio and begins giving orders. Everyone, listen up. This is a Hazard Level 3 assignment. Charlie, Delta, and Foxtrot teams, head underground and carry out Plan C2-7. Bravo and Echo teams, watch the perimeter. Alpha teams, stand by. Now as for ROE, she takes out another cigarette and lights it. After taking a puff, she pauses for a moment. Damn, not only is she giving herself extra cancer, but she's wasting cigarettes too. What a woman. Then the woman slowly exhales a cloud of smoke before giving her orders. Kill everything that moves. The black armored troopers are silent. The woman gestures and the 3 teams of men immediately pivot and head into the pit, while the other 2 begin establishing a defense line around them. The woman continues smoking her cigarette. The soldier behind her waits until she's done before walking up and asking her a question. Adjutant Lin Team, why are we deploying 6 combat teams on a single level 3 assignment? Because the brass paid to deploy 6 combat teams. Even so, don't you think 6 teams is a little much? Does the blackout this time round really bother the brass that much? Just look. Lentine points at the terminal in her hand, which shows the view from the trooper's helmet camera system. She grimaces in disgust as she looks at the insignia on the wall, and she covers it up by lighting another cigarette. Is that her 3rd one in the span of 5 minutes? This woman is crazy. She wants to die of lung cancer right now. Paradise again. The squad leader shakes his head. They've been way too active recently. It's been making us look bad, too. You mean our nickname? Thanks to all this goddamn black op, even the rest of mangy security forces would rather die than let us help them. I mean, have you even heard the nickname they gave us? Oh, man. Yeah. You don't like it? We're the best of mangy security. We should be something like the Shining Edge, not Omen or whatever. Shining Edge. The woman suddenly laughs out loud, then cuts off her laughter by sticking a cigarette into her mouth. Her 4th one, bro! After taking a puff and getting her breathing under control again, she begins to speak. Frankly speaking, I actually like that name. Nobody who hears it is going to have any illusions about what we're going to do next. She points at the squad leader's head. Say, Kenny, when you became a security contractor, did you actually think you'd be keeping anything safe? Of course not. Did you know? I really hate it when people go expecting something of me and then end up depressed when their expectations fall short. I keep hearing crap during missions like, aren't you here to save us? Or, how can you do this? And whatever I do, it makes me think that I'm just a parrot in a cage. A parrot? Because everyone thinks you should be saying what they expect you to say. Nothing else registers as proper words to them. It's just noise, like a rooster going, or something. You will poke up. It's my edgy arc. My edgy character arc. Penny is momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just then, a voice comes in over the radio and the 2 of them end their chit-chat to check their terminals. Andrew 19, we're closing on the target area. Preparing to enter. Switch off all the security cameras, but leave one patched directly into our comm channel. Do not record any imagery from this mission. Roger. Have Delta block off the entrance. Foxtrot will cover you. Use up all your explosives. Roger. Time for work. Lentine tosses the cigarette butt aside and heads for her IFV with Kenny trailing after her. Once they get inside, the monitors inside the vehicle show the positions of the combat team members who have entered the tunnels and the view from their body cameras. On the screen, the black armored troopers are moving from the elevator platform toward a huge smashed gate. They enter the room beyond, covering each other in a leapfrog fashion. The room inside contains several dozen huge culture tanks of human body parts enmeshed with plant tendrils floating in the culture solutions. The power source in their middle glows dimly. We found multiple samples. The power has been shut off. There might be contact risk.
Stay away from those tanks. Inform all teams that the assignment's hazard level has been upgraded to 2.
Understood. I'll let them know right away.
Looks like their ritual site is down there. It's not often that there's one so close to a green zone.
These lunatics are getting wilder and wilder.
Don't let your ethics cloud your judgment. We take money to solve problems. We're just gophers for a small independent BMC. Take Bravo off sentry duty. Have them go down there to support the others.
Got it. I'll contact them.
Kenny keys his radio and gives orders to the combat team on the perimeter. Lentine's eyes are focused on the screen. The images from the camera continue moving as the troopers take plastic explosives out of their backpacks, which they plant in various corners of the room.
No life forms detected nearby. Charges have been set, awaiting further instructions.
Proceed for.
There is a shout from behind and the image shakes violently. The viewpoint quickly turns to the rear where a trooper in the back has been impaled through the forearm by a thorny plant stem from one of the culture tanks. The trooper tries to escape, but the stem burrows deeper into his flesh. Purple liquid oozes out of the stabbed area and the trooper's arm immediately swells up. The man beside him draws a knife from his waist and promptly chops off the wounded man's forearm. The stabbed soldier wails in agony, staggering back from the pain and shock. His teammate pulls out a medkit and administers a styptic and painkillers. The camera view shifts to the plant that is still burrowing deeper into the severed arm. A white-colored mist sprays in from off-camera. Abnormal contact has occurred. One man has been injured, suppressing the liquid nitrogen. The vegetation soon freezes over. Unable to bear the weight of the forearm, it falls to the ground and splinters into many pieces.
How many times do I have to tell you not to approach those tanks?
Lentine sighs and rubs her temples.
Send him up.
Will do.
Lentine leans back into her chair and addresses Kenny in a mocking tone. Oh, lucky him! For the low price of half an arm, he gets to collect a big fat compensation paycheck.
That guy who was wounded was probably Maceo. He's been with us for close to 10 years.
Close to 10 years? It's been that long already? No, when I get sick of being adjutant, you should take over. I'll go join a combat squad and get some random little injury. When the time comes, make sure you give me a nice little bonus, enough to retire with.
Yeah, adjutant. Who else would be kind enough to share their compensation with someone else?
You mean you wouldn't share yours with me?
Hell no.
Wow, petty much?
Lentine pouts to express her displeasure, but they've been through this routine so many times before that Kenny doesn't bother following up on the old gag with her.
How many more rooms are there which need blowing?
Intel indicates there are 2 more.
Looks like there's a whole mess of black op for us today.
Suddenly, Lentine pulls off her earpiece. Kenny's about to speak, but she signals for him to stop.
Did you hear something? I think it sounded like a helicopter.
A helicopter? The squad leader removes his earpiece, listens carefully, then shakes his head. Not a thing. What happened?
Our intel didn't mention anything about an aircraft passing nearby, right?
I mean, it's perfectly normal for people to use aircraft without filing for permission in an ungoverned region like this. Lentine frowns and puts her earpiece back on, but she continues speaking in an unhappy tone.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Adjutant Lentine, we just got a transmission from Bravo. They found an elevator that wasn't mentioned in the intel, and there's a large thermal signature coming from a chamber below the elevator. I'll patch in a video feed from over there. Two of them turn back to the screen. It flashes and then its perspective changes. This time the viewer is looking into the pit with a thermal imager. You know, this event is taking place right at the same time as Die-Ins, I think. Because I remember Manji Security or whatever being down there. And then the team that was sent there to rescue... I forgot her name. The pink-haired girl. I'll remember it later. But yeah, this happened with Commander before. And Commander got stuck out here, and they found the big plant monster underground. The Bujum Elid. Pretty sure this is the same time exact. Give me the size and composition of the thermal signature. One moment, please. Scan complete. I'm picking up at least 40 life forms in a massive thermal source, massing at least 5 units or more.
5 units? So, it's a Bujum then. So they summoned us even before the ritual was complete. That doesn't happen often.
The sound of gunshots comes over the transmission, seemingly from a long distance away. I hear gunshots. All teams stay alert.
Who are you engaging?
Hang on, there's nobody. None of the teams have engaged anyone.
Then something must have happened underground. Delta, finish planting the explosives. The rest of you head deeper into the pit. This assignment's hazard level is not 1. All personnel prepared to engage a Bujum.
Understood. Well, the answer was simple enough. There was an added hint of nervousness in the man's voice. They're calling this a hazard level 3 mission even though there's a Bujum prison?
Wondering why they shelled out so much, right? Looks like you got your answer. Still, even the Fabin group is in charge of things. A Bujum so close to the green zone is going too far.
Hi, welcome back from the event. I'm acting as Evil Lentine, the evil Polka Arc. And we're currently about to see the other part of the story, complement the Die-Ins event. Also, her design kind of goes hard.
Forget it, this isn't any of our business. How Alpha prepare themselves will be...
Suddenly they hear bullets strike the exterior armor plate of the vehicles, followed by an emergency transmission over the radio. This is Echo. We've engaged unknown dolls. They're attempting to enter the underground chamber.
Dolls? How many?
Unable to estimate. They have a sniper. 2 of our guys have been hit. We're pinned down.
God damn it! Can he get the IFV over and give them fire support? Why now of all times?
Rhino 2, Rhino 3, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you returning fire? What, your optics were destroyed? You shower of useless assholes. Must I do everything myself? Kenny comes into the gunner's seat and prepares to manually control the autocannon for the attack. However, there's a sound of a crisp impact from outside the vehicle and the gunner's monitor in front of him promptly bursts into a sea of static.
What? Don't waste your time. We are going up against ordinary dolls. Alpha and Phantom. We're moving into assist.
Why is he just floating?
I'm approaching the coordinates Miss Dandelion sent us. I see some IFBs here. They might end up being a big threat to us. I destroyed their optics. They shouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. Got it. Ready to break in? Yeah, give me 30 seconds and I'll be at your position ASAP. Sharkry, stay inside and keep the engines running. Prepare to head out at any time. So I don't get a chance to shine. Not unless you want some 25mm ventilation in your frame. Okay then, but don't take your time. Donkey. Guess they're weak to ice, right?
Oh no, they're doing some... Oh, it's called Elite Flyer because it's literally flying. Oh, that means they can't get bonuses from cover, right? Look at this goofy ass. Does it have like a hover pack or something? I don't see any fire coming out of it. Maybe it uses compressed air somehow. Sad dog noises. Yeah. We can't hold them, Adjutant. Those dolls made it underground.
That fighting style and such capable T-dolls.
This is Bravo. We made contact of unknown T-dolls. They got a lot of firepower on their side, requesting backup.
Oh, there are T-dolls underground as well. Like things are becoming more and more interesting.
Interesting.
3 people behind to tend to the wounded. Everyone else, follow me. We're going after those dolls.
Got it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pit. How many more enemies are there?
There should be at least 50 according to the scans, right?
Is there any other way? Is there another way?
As you can see right now, I am just a diner.
Look, I'm being serious here.
In that case, we should be able to solve the problem handling once our reinforcements arrive, right?
Reinforcements? What's up? What's up, Tuki? Where are we getting reinforcements from? Just then, I hear a familiar yet unfamiliar voice in my earpiece. The moment I do, I know that we've been tossed a lifeline. Master, do you read me? Loud and clear. We received Miss Dandelion's distress signal and are now approaching your location. Macchiato's come too.
Wait for us, Commander! Don't you dare die down there!
Looks like my number's not just up yet. Dandelion, give me Centaur AC's location.
Already sent!
The enemy's weight of fire is massive. The sooner we're out of here, the better, considering we don't know if more enemy reinforcements will show up. I quickly glance through the signal icons on my terminal. Centaur AC and the others are approaching fast. From their position, I can count on them to help me pincer the enemy. However, we'll need to take Helena back from the blue jump first. There you go. Her name's Helena. I look around. Diane is hitting the enemy with everything she's got. Colfin and Helena, she's protecting her, looking at me with frightened eyes. We don't have much room for error, but I am certain that even after all this time, the dolls can still work well together. There's no more time to hesitate. I quickly decide on my next move and give my orders. Diane!
Commander?
I need suppressive fire from you and Jiangyu in that direction to draw their attention. Our reinforcements will flank them from behind and will break out through their location.
Ah, yes.
Dandelion, help compute the ideal attack route for Diane and Centaur AC and send it to them. Ponpon susumu iro iro nakoto. Already done and sent. Centaur Racy, give me a sit rep once you get in position, then wait for my go. Yes, Master. ETA is 1 minute. Diane, keep laying down fire. When I give the word, we'll make a break for a more open area and draw the enemy's attention. Jiangyu, can you and your big sis put on a good show to distract them?
No problem. Just leave it to me.
That's all I needed to hear. And who might this be?
Her name is Xiaohui. She's a new friend of ours.
Got it. How about this? You look pretty agile, so you can help bring Helena back. But can you help bring Helena back to us? I'll have Dandelion disable Helena's defense systems. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Pom pom susumu, iro iro nakoto. Every day pom, every time is pom. Do 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 do. Every day pom, every time is pom. Too bad I don't really know the whole song. I kind of only know a couple bits of it. Probably because I would need to read the lyrics. True everyday fall. That's Diane and Jiangyu's commander for you, already giving orders without hesitation, even though this is the first time we've met.
Hey, if you can't handle it, I can do it instead.
Of course I can. Should I head out now? I'm glad you're willing to help out. Wait for my signal. I look up at the Helena, who's still floating in the air. She's watching us struggle with a look of amusement on her face. I pay her no further attention and look down at the Helena in front of me. You're Helena too, right? Huh. Do you want to live?
I can't die yet.
I see the determination in her eyes, and then I turn to Colfin. Protect her. She's also Helena.
Okay.
Colfin reaches down to support the Helena beside her and looks up at the airborne Helena.
So our Helena.
Relax, she'll be fine. Saying so, I turn to look at the hovering Dandegate. You can do it, right, Dandelion? As you wish. After I give my orders, the dolls all look at me. I take a deep breath and wait for the transmission to come in. Master, we've reached our attack position, waiting for your command. Got it, everyone, go! Centaur Racy and Macchiato silently drop down onto the elevator platform at the bottom of the shaft while their black armored enemies are focusing on firing in the other direction. They suddenly open fire, cutting the black armored troopers down before they even know what's going on. The dolls soon take the position that the enemy once occupied and begin providing us with cover fire. The Dandegate flies up to Helena, who seems unhappy. The spherical defense systems begin to glow, but Dandelion seizes control of them before they can finish charging up. Nap time for our bad kids! Ew! Before she can finish, his 3 spheres glow and then revert to their box form, which encloses Helena. Xiaohui, go now! Got it. Xiaohui throws out a grappling line and immediately springs toward high ground while Diane and Jiangyu rush toward Centaur Racy. Run! Everyone breaks into a mad dash, with Centaur Racy and Macchiato pinning them down. The enemy's volume of fire is significantly reduced. I'm running at the group's head while Colfin and Helena follow close behind me. Diane and Jiangyu bring up our rear. As we approach Centaur Racy, I notice the flickering of flashlights in the tunnel off to our side. Master, incoming enemy reinforcements. It's in my blind spot. I can't hit them. Cover the commander. Diane and Jiangyu immediately rush to the head of the group and turn to face the enemy reinforcements. Jiangyu presses on my shoulder to get my head down while she and Diane block the bullets from the side. The 2 dolls mount a fighting retreat away from the enemy. Dazzling flashes of light erupt as bullets splinter and fragment against their frames, but they grit their teeth and continue returning fire. Looking up, I see that Xiaohui has taken the Helena box out of the air and is using her grappling line to rake the enemy of fire one-handed as she swings through the air, briefly throwing them back. Go, now! As the enemy fire falters, we begin another sprint towards Centaur Racy's location. Xiaohui makes a hard landing beside us and the Dandegate follows closely behind her. Centaur Racy, use this! Macchiato picks up a smoke grenade from one of the black armored corpses and tosses it to Centaur Racy. The two of them prime their smoke grenades and throw them out. The two smoke grenades hit the ground and clouds of white smoke obscure us. Everyone gets behind cover. Perhaps it's because they can't see us anymore, but the enemy gunfire suddenly stops. Centaur AC, WoW 2000, thank you for your support. I'm called Macchiato now. It was an honor. Miss 95 and 97, are you alright? We're fine. Our frames are still functional, but we should leave ASAP. Thank you for the fat shoe. Isn't it so dramatic? It's such a big drama reunion, right? Happy family reunion for dolls! I look up at the dolls. Diane's shoulder and head are damaged while Jiangyu has two big holes in her thigh. Centaur Risi and Macchiato help them onto the platform elevator. Wolfen holds a panting Helena as they make their way forward while Xiaohui struggles with dragging the heavy box on her back. I run onto the elevator too. It groans and rumbles before slowly grinding into movement. The dolls keep their weapons pointed the way we came, but no enemies follow us. The thunderous gunfire that surrounded us just now has suddenly vanished. The surroundings are quiet except for the noise of the elevator. For some reason, I don't feel the joy of narrowly escaping death. On the contrary, a sense of foreboding fills my mind. Sharkry, are there any enemies at the position we entered from? Not right now. Are you sure? This is important. Sharkry's been watching through a telescope all this time. Alright then, start the ignition. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Do you have a vehicle outside? Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise present. A present? But... Macchiato, bad news! I'm seeing tons of IVS headed toward your location. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Isn't that all the IVS we saw just now? What should Sharkry do? Prepare to engage. Commander, there are IFBs trying to intercept us. Make sure for the water. I should have known they wouldn't let us go so easily. Master, I have a plan. I wonder what the boss is gonna be like. I can actually look whenever I want and spoil it, but I'm not gonna avoid doing that because then it won't be as fun. Alright. Let's see. So he's an omen. And then this is just Vex. Have I been more well-behaved in chat now, Pawn? I'm not unlimiting hydrates if that's what you're implying. They're staying limited forever, pretty much. Oh yeah, I've been forgetting to do this, but now that I'm thinking about rewards. Here we go. I have TITS on again. I had it on this whole time actually, but I kind of forgot to turn the reward back on, so anytime anyone would like to use it to jump scare me, it's perfectly fine now. Adjutant Lentin, look out! The red-haired woman is caught off guard by the green-clad doll suddenly jumping across her path and forgets to duck. Penny tackles Lentine to the ground and the bullets that would have hit her square in the chest instead slam into the man's back plates. The other troopers immediately stop shooting and drag the two of them into safety. The woman gets to her feet and immediately checks on the squad leader's wounds. Penny, are you alright? Hell if I know. She quickly inspects the place where he was struck and finds a bullet stuck between two of his ballistic plates. Get
up already. It's not going to get you pregnant.
The woman kicks the squad leader. After realizing he wasn't injured after all, Kenny scrambles to his feet. Lentine pays him no further heed. Instead, she peers out from behind her cover. Smoke cloud is fully spread out. She can't see anything. Adjutant, we've lost sight of the target. Should we pursue?
Give me a casualty report.
We've got 12 KIA and 25 WIA. Losses are serious.
Goddamn motherfuckers! After them. I want them all to burn in hell.
Calm down, Adjutant. We're at a huge disadvantage fighting dolls at this range. Lentine trembles with rage. She pulls out a cigarette and takes a deep drag from it to calm herself down. After a brief period of contemplation, her reason wins out over her emotions.
Bravo! Evacuate the wounded. Everyone else from the other teams who can still move, form up into a squad and follow me. We're heading up to the surface to wipe them out. Once we get out of the underground levels, blow all the charges.
Yes, ma'am.
Kenny, have everyone from Echo who's still alive drive the IVFs over to block off the exit those dolls are using. Stop them no matter what, even if it means having to physically hit them if you're carrying barrels.
I'll contact them right away. The attack and losses sustained have far exceeded anything she has expected. Meanwhile, it's very hard for her not to imagine what has happened here after looking at the corpse of the Bujam in the deep pit and that of the woman in black outside it.
What the hell am I even fighting for?
Lentine mutters to herself, a mix of emotions in her heart. Then she casts aside her cigarette butt and vanishes into the darkness of the tunnels with the rest of her men. Man, she just sucked up another ciggy. That's like the 5th one, right? How she'll be able to breathe after all this? This is Rhino 4 hailing Rhino 1. We picked up Echo and are heading for the tunnel entrance. The few remaining black armored troopers file into the IFVs. Their rear hatches close up and their engines roar loudly.
1 copies. We're falling behind you, ready to cover you anytime.
The 2 IFVs stop at the entrance of the tunnel. It is wide enough that they can drive into it side by side. The remaining 3 IVFs are parked outside the entrance, flanking it with their autocannons pointing into the opening. I like how you can tell that one was specifically a woman because she had huge boob armor. All their targeting optics are riddled with bullet holes, forcing the crew to pop their hatches and physically view their surroundings. The vehicle's headlights turn on. One of the vehicle commanders signals in advance and the 2 lead IFVs drive into the tunnel. There you go, see?
Rhino 4, let the infantry scout the surroundings. Don't let yourselves get flanked and ambushed.
4 copies. They're on high alert. The black armored men emerge from the vehicle, guns held at the ready as they eye the area around them.
This is Lentine. The enemy is taking the elevator out. Head to the elevator landing and intercept them. Smash them to bits.
4 copies, Adjutant. You heard her. Pick up the pace. Copy. Accelerating now. The IFV picks up speed, crushing crates and corpses underfoot. The black armored troopers notice that the crushed corpses have Manji security written under gear, but their rapid movement soon carries them out of sight. Stopping at the end of the tunnel, the IFV's headlights cast a clear glow ahead while the elevator platform noisily makes its way up the shaft. The spinning yellow lights and alarm klaxons are a constant reminder to the IFV's crew and compliment that the elevator is about to arrive. The elevator platform is stacked high with various crates. The IFVs turn their turrets cover as it comes into everyone's view.
Open fire! Open fire!
Roger, commencing attack. While they can't see the enemy's positions, the IFV gunners pull the triggers on their hand stations without hesitation. The IFV's autocannons and coaxial machine guns open up in unison, the tremendous power of their large caliber rounds shredding the boxes and crates on the platform to pieces. The autocannon rounds even pierce the platform itself and turn its center into Swiss cheese. The plumes of smoke from the gunfire cover the entire platform, and it is only after 10 odd seconds of this withering barrage that the IFVs finally cease their attack. Cease fire! Cease fire! Do you have visual contact? Unable to determine, but there's no way anyone could survive. A sharp blade slashes through the neck of the speaking trooper. He stares incredulously at the maid-attired doll who has appeared behind him. Blood spurts from his severed carotid and jugular. He tries with all his might to stop the bleeding but fails and collapses limply through the turret hatch and into the vehicle's interior. I wonder what that armor is for if a knife can cut it open just like that. I guess they really have those budget plates going on. Ambush! Ambush! Drop off your troops hard! Another doll descends from the ceiling, landing heavily on the turret. The crewman nearest to her tries to pull out a pistol and shoot, but she kicks his head so hard it spins a full 359 degrees around his neck. What the hell's going on? Report. We've been ambushed. Disembark and form up now. Don't shoot! We'll capture one of the IFVs and wipe out the rest of the enemies. Roger that. Commencing operation. Alright, and where's the little boss here? I think there was a boss. There it is. Sad Captain Noise is gonna be bullied. Oh, bullied. Does anyone have a borrowable parry? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I'm gonna have to use my own then. At least there's a lot of defensive structures here. Eliminate all the enemy units. All of them. Yeah, I'll put Macchiato on Overwatch. Oh, he's just like Ulrid. It's not gonna last very long if he's just Ulrid. Centaur AC, those autocannons would have shot us to bits if it wasn't for your warning.
Climbing up a tiny platform was a piece of cake. Those people were totally underestimating us.
Alright, I think the ads are finished. Welcome back. I just finished the stage, and now we're gonna have even more big fight between the dolls story and the story of the dolls with the commander trying to break out of the cult mine shaft, I would call it. Cult cave. We're breaking out of the cult cave for this one. Meanwhile, Manji security really doesn't like us. Just before the IFBs arrived, the dolls had already carried me and jumped up to the elevator landing, where we hid in a side tunnel. Meanwhile, Jiangyu and Centaur AC lay in ambush on the ceiling, waiting for the enemy to deliver themselves into our net. There was no way those enemies would have given up so easily. Macchiato engaged our IFBs when we arrived here, so my guess was that they would have used them to head us off. You can thank yours truly for destroying their optical systems. Otherwise, they would have never exposed themselves like they did. Good point. We would have had a much harder time if they had buttoned up in their vehicles. Those metal boxes are a real pain. Seeing how proud Macchiato looks, I nodded in a direction to show my approval. Still, staying here is too dangerous. I gestured for the dolls to gather up so we can begin planning our next move. Thank you, everyone. You are a godsend. Come on, let's mount up. I'll handle the driving. Miss Dandelion, would you mind helping me download some driving software? On it! Centaur AC climbs into the driver's seat while the other dolls chuck the corpses out of the vehicle before filling up on the passenger compartment. Centaur AC finishes downloading the IFB driving software just as everyone finishes taking their places. Alright, welcome back from the answer reel, sorry. Right now, they're just kind of gloating about how well they took out the Manji guys, and now they're putting the box away and getting into the vehicle. Just as she begins to reverse, however, a massive explosion comes from deep within the underground complex. I also think we got our own IFB. Damn it, they must be trying to blow up the place. Hurry, we need to get out of here. Yes, Master. Centaur AC floors the accelerator on the IFV and it lurches forward. The tunnel behind the IFV begins to disintegrate in its wake, and chunks of debris fall from the ceiling like stone rain. Rhino 4! Come in! Rhino 4! Echo Team! Do you copy? I think they're all dead. Son of a bitch! All remaining Rhino units, listen up! Seal off this tunnel exit! The tunnel's collapsing faster and faster, but Centaur AC is already driving as fast as the IFB can go. From our perch inside the turret, Macchiato spots more IFBs waiting to ambush us, but there's no way we can slow down now. Shakri, get over to the tunnel exit right now! We need backup! Go with plan 1, weapons free! Weapons free! Is it time for Sharky's exciting performance at last? Yay! We slam into a wall of lead from the IFVs outside the tunnel, forcing Macchiato to duck back inside the turret. In front, bullets, cannon shells, and all manner of ordnance throw up an endless rain of sparks as they ricochet off the IFV's armor. Behind us, the collapsing tunnel surges forward to consume us all. Suddenly, a tremor and whirling blade shakes the air from behind the IFVs that are outside the tunnel. A helicopter armed with rocket pods has just arrived in attack position. It's a chopper! There's an attack chopper out there! A what? Hang on, we're almost there! The black-clad soldiers are running through the wilderness at top speed. The exit behind them belches flame from the demolition charges as they sprint toward the other one. Quick, shoot it! Shoot it! The IFV's turrets begin swiveling, but it is too late for them. The helicopter hovers in midair, and then a volley from its rocket pods turn the IFVs into burning wreckage. The IFV from inside the tunnel roars out into the open air and bashes the flaming wrecks aside, trailed by explosions which completely destroy the tunnel in its wake. As the flames chase it, the IFV carries on toward a small hill in the distance while spewing black smoke. The helicopter gracefully banks to the side and flies past us, landing on the hill where we're headed. Once we get there, Centaur Racy puts on the brakes and I emerge from the IFV. While I can barely open my eyes because of the downwash and grit, what I do manage to see still shocks me to the core. Nothing could be more familiar to me than the black helicopter before me, except perhaps for the worn but still legible insignia on its side. The shield of G and K. Get to the chopper. There's no time to admire it though. The dolls pop the IFV's hatches and begin climbing toward it. I have the dolls push Helena in the box into the cabin. In the distance, the black armored troopers have also gotten to the high ground of their own. The woman who leads them anxiously gazes at the helicopter in the distance. Oh, damn it! We won't be able to catch up with them! Kenny, do we have any rocket launchers? We do. Bring that chopper down! Give me a pair of binos! The woman takes the binoculars that one of her men hands her and looks through them at the helicopter. Range is 260 meters. Fire when ready. Through the binoculars, she sees the dolls pulling a human into the cabin. The human takes a seat on the lip of the passenger compartment. Lentine ups the magnification on her binoculars, but when she sees the woman's face, she suddenly freezes. Isn't she from Frankfurt? She immediately changes her mind and gives another order. Those IFV got cast. They should have never messed with me. I have polka power. Yeah. Cease fire. Huh? However, the squad leader has already pulled the trigger. A rocket streaks out toward the helicopter. The helicopter immediately pulls up, trying to bank out of the path of the rocket. However, the intersection of its course and that of the missile has sealed the fate of the group on the helicopter. Firing. 2 shots ring out, piercing the rocket and throwing it off course, where it explodes in midair. What the hell? The shockwave from the rocket's explosion shakes the helicopter, but the pilot soon levels it out. It continues picking up speed, trying to get out of this godforsaken hellhole. We still have hostiles nearby. Find them. The helicopter's still in range. Should I keep going? As Kenny barks orders to his men, he raises another rocket launcher, awaiting Lentine's response. All units, take cover and wait for further instructions. Upon hearing the order, the black armored troopers obediently remain still and make no further movements. In the distance, the helicopter picks up speed and fades from sight. Meanwhile, the hidden shooters do not reveal themselves. So they were just covering the escape then. 2 gunshots. 2 people. She shoves the binoculars back into Kenny's hands and takes out a cigarette and lights it. Her 6th one. The surviving men in black remain silent as though waiting for Lentine's next order. A moment later, she throws the cigarette aside without so much as taking a drag on it and turns to address Kenny. Damn, I guess cigarettes are really cheap here because otherwise she's paying bills. She's not even smoking them. Contact HQ and tell them the mission is complete. Then inform personnel and have them pay out the maximum compensation to our fallen men. Kenny nods. When writing your combat report, attribute all our personnel and material losses to the battle with the Bujang. Do not mention anything about the battle with those dolls. What? Then find the most reliable underground broker you can. I need information. Lots of information. But that Lentine heads into the distance, ignoring Kenny's questions. The sounds of the world begin to fade away as she loses herself in thought. There is only one thought left in her mind. Why? 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 Driven by that thought, she sets out on a mission of her own. That felt very dramatic. I like voice acting Lentine. She's funny. She likes to cuss everybody out. It's gratifying. I have an excuse to curse on stream just because it's canon. It's canon cussing, guys. It's fine. Only thing is that trying to pretend I have a smoker's voice is actually pretty hard when you're a non-smoker. I feel like I rough up my chords pulling it off. Okie dokie. I don't think I'm gonna be voicing her too much more from here, so it might not be a big deal. Thank you for the pats. Soda. Let's do the merging. Alright, it seems like I need more stickers. Also, thank you for the packs, Puna. Let's see what else is gonna happen now. The helicopter rises through the clouds and reaches its cruising height. I get back inside the cabin and close the door, whereupon the active noise cancelling system installed in all Griffin helicopters engages and excludes all outside noise. Silent surroundings make me realize that I've left the combat zone, and it's only then that I realize that my hands are trembling, a feeling that is slowly rising up my arms. I clenched my fists, doing my best to stabilize my heart rate. Then I began considering the current situation. Based on what I saw just now, the involvement of Paradeus, those PMC troops, and that other Helena are all very unnatural. What on earth is Dandelion trying to pull? Where is she trying to steer all this? I look at the flying Dandegate and think about how to get a straight answer out of her. That missile headed at us clearly did not explode for no reason. From its trajectory and the position where it exploded, someone must have shot it down. In other words, someone secretly saved us, but who could have done that? I ponder the question but can't come up with anything. Since I have no evidence or proof to support it, all I can do is set it aside for now. So where shall we go next? I'll ask Centaur Racy and Macchiato later. I'm sure they have plans of their own. Should I continue with this transport mission? I look at the box on the other Helena, who looks just like the one I know but acts completely different. Once we get to a safe place, I'm going to have a good long chat with her about what happened before we got to her. After this brief period of contemplation, I look around the inside of the cabin. This is a standard issue Griffin transport helicopter. Judging by its stability in flight and the normal operation of its noise cancellation, this chopper has most likely been maintained at active duty spec from 10 years ago. I wonder if the two that saved them is Klukai and Mefti. Considering that Klukai is coming next, it might have been them that get involved in the story. While the fittings are a little old, they're all pretty much standard issue from back then. Even the first aid kit is in the same place. Macchiato heads over to the co-pilot seat and talks to a doll I've never seen before about her flight path. Centaur Racy takes the first aid kit from under the seats and begins treating the wounds of the dolls who were damaged in the battle just now. The dolls begin exchanging their names and rejoice over surviving that battle just now. I look at Colvin. She's trying to strike up a conversation with the other Helena, but the latter does not respond in any way, only looking down at the box. She looks uneasy, but I can tell that she's trying to rein in her emotions. She's secretly been observing everyone since we got on the helicopter and thinking about something. The box has been secured to the cabin floor. Xiaohui looks worriedly at it, then looks up at the hovering Bandicoot. Say, this box isn't going to suddenly change back to its sphere form, right? I've already assumed direct control over the box's authorizations. That said, its occupant might be able to take back control. Who knows? Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly looks up and addresses the Dandegate in an earnest voice.
She is already gone.
I can no longer sense the lurking unclean. So she's gone, The Dandegate flies in front of the girl's face. Its mono eye focusing on her, but the face reflected in its glassy depths does not change. Looks like there's no more danger then. Lucky us. But she has left her burden behind. The box cannot be opened for now. Why? Are you afraid she will replace you? You should not do that if you do not want her to die. Upon saying that, the girl lowers her head once again and remains silent, no longer listening to Dandelion's teasing. With a sigh, I look away from their conversation to the dolls. Centaur Racy has just finished binding Diane's wounds, so I approach them and ask about their condition. Diane? Jiangyu, are you alright? You don't have to worry, Commander. They were merely flesh wounds.
Yup, a bandage or two and we'll be just fine.
Diane's injuries aren't particularly bad, but Jiangyu has suffered a penetration injury through and through to her leg, so Centaur Racy kneels before her and begins administering first aid. She carefully extracts the bullet and its fragments, then fills the wound channel with packing epoxy and applies a synth skin patch over the entry and exit wounds. Jiangyu limbers up her leg and nods happily to Centaur Racy in gratitude. Seeing as Centaur Racy has finished first aid for them, I decide to ask her the question that's been on my mind. So, what's the deal with this helicopter? Kind of slow on the uptake, aren't you, Commander? Can't you tell that this is a present that your subordinates prepared for you? The Dandegate shifts its position to directly over my head. I try to look up, but I can't see her. Is that true? Centaur Racy puts the tools back into the first aid kit, then looks up at me with a smile. Indeed, we heard that you were working in the yellow zones all this time, so the manager and everyone in Zucchero decided to chip in and get this for you. We were planning to present it to you when you came to the satellite city. However, the situation was urgent, and we needed to get here ASAP, so we had to give it to you in this way. Do you like it, Master? The sudden surge of emotions leaves me unsure of what to say next. As nostalgia assaults my brain and I look around, I feel like I've gone back 10 years in time. But after seeing the box on the ground and Helena beside me, I realize that I'm no longer in the past. Thank you, everyone.
Don't forget to thank Springfield. It took her a lot of effort to acquire this transport helicopter.
After Macchiato finishes talking with the pilot, she heads in from the pilot's cabin and takes a seat opposite me. Did she? And your name now is Macchiato. That's my name now. Make sure you remember it. I will, Macchiato. Is Springfield with you too? Yes, manager is waiting for us in CHE-02. CHE-02, it's one of the satellite cities on the escort route. I look up at the Dandegate. It pretends it didn't notice me looking. We should be safe now. Would you like to contact the manager? Ah, yes, we should. Please put me through. Centaur Racy adjusts the transmission frequency and patches a signal into my earpiece. Soon I hear a familiar voice through it. Oh my, Commander. It's been a while since we last spoke. Okay, so the orange-haired doll that was back in the main menu screen was Springfield, actually. I didn't know that this was her non-cafe outfit. So that's kind of good to know. Also, hello, Shiny Snake. I'm in the middle of reading out the story for the Girls Frontline 2 Zucchero event. And right now, we just escaped getting almost completely blasted by Manji security. We're leaving on a helicopter. And Springfield is wearing her fancy fit. Yes, it has. Sorry for making you go to all this trouble. God, it's so late. Oh, is it late for you? Like at nighttime? For me, it's not really there yet.
Now, no need to stand on ceremony, Commander. Are things going well on your end?
I guess not.
You're as funny as ever, Commander. Judging by the fact that you're speaking to me over this channel, I take it you've already received your present?
It's 4 a.m. for you? And you just got here. Are you planning to stay up until the morning? Yes, although I have no idea how you managed to hold on to it for so long. It's definitely a big gift though, and it's definitely appreciated.
That's good to hear. I'll make preparations to receive you at the cafe.
The cafe, I see. Speaking of which, I brought a rather complicated bunch of guests with me. Will it be convenient for you?
Miss Dandelion has already told me the details of the situation.
As for those Helenas,
they'll need special care. You may need to make some preparations before coming to the cafe.
Preparations, you say? I understand. Well, if you do end up leaving soon, Shiny Snake, I appreciate it very much that you decided to drop by. Maybe you can feel soothed by listening to some nice storytelling for the time being.
Oh yes, regarding the Elmo, I explained the situation to Miss Mei Ling and asked her not to worry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I've already told the staff members what to do. Just get some rest along the way. We'll deal with any problems that come up when you arrive at Tsukero.
Well, that's Springfield for you. She's already taken into account all the things that were worrying me. I nod and end the call after thanking her. As I take in the view outside the window, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. Apparently, the sense of security I felt from knowing that I was surrounded by my dolls led me to relax unconsciously. I lean against my seat and close my eyes, allowing my consciousness to drift into the depths of my mind.
Commander! Commander!
An indistinct voice speaks into my ear. It sounds like Helena. I force my heavy-lidded eyes to open and focus my sight on the white-haired girl before me. There seems to be a film of condensation over my field of vision. Helena? Is this what's considered white? I always thought that her hair was pink, with maybe some light white on the edges, but it just looks lighter pink to me.
Commander, we've arrived!
I move my slightly stiff joints. I hadn't been expecting to be sleeping so soundly. Then I look around. Helena's the only one here. Everyone else is gone. Where's everybody?
Commander?
She bursts into tears. There, don't cry. What happened? I fumble a little as I try to wipe her tears, but she ends up grabbing my wrist instead. I never imagined a child could be so strong. I can't break free of her grip.
Commander, save me! The Helenas! Deceived! Lies!
Don't worry. If nothing else, you'll be safe by my side. It looks light purple to you? When she's in the background like this, I can see it being purple, but I've always thought it was kind of pink. Maybe magenta where it's dark. But if you need my help, then you'll need to tell me everything, okay? Although, neither pink nor purple are what was described there, so it's a little confusing, because it doesn't look like white hair at all. Helena's still sobbing, but she nods. Suddenly her pupils dilate and the strength fades from her hand. I use this opportunity to regain control over my wrist. Right after that, white mist floods in from outside the helicopter. Helena begins muttering to herself as though she's been summoned by something.
Helena won't. I'm not. Traitor.
Before she can finish, she turns and rushes into the mist. I reflexively follow her. As the mist clears, I grind to a halt as I see a seemingly endless expanse of epitheliums before me. Countless Helenas are walking forward through the flowers. The epitheliums bloom and petals fall like rain. This beautiful scene is indescribably eerie. Helena! My voice shatters the silence of the Helenas. As one, they instantly turn to look at me with vacant eyes. Only one of them has the same sad look on her face.
You should not have come here.
Then leave with me. We'll go together. Helena shakes her head.
My destiny is here.
Destiny? To hell with destiny. A thought flashes through my head. For some reason, I feel like if I let go of Helena, I'll lose her forever.
You are kind, Commander.
What on earth are you saying? I pick up the pace until I reach Helena. I need to get her out of this creepy place. I'll physically drag her away if I have to. However, no matter how much strength I use, Helena refuses to budge.
The kind die. But you must live.
Helena picks an epithelium beside her. The soft, lovely flower instantly transforms into a sharp blade that gleams coldly, and she stabs it into my heart without hesitation. I can't dodge the blow, but my chest doesn't hurt, it just feels cold. Helena weeps, and my consciousness grows hazy. I bolt upright like I've been electrocuted. After gasping heavily for several seconds, I realize that the dandygate is perched on my chest. That must have been where the coldness came from. Were you dreaming? Upon seeing that I'm getting up, the dandygate hops off my chest and takes to the air. I turn to look at the girl in the corner, then at the box, and quietly sigh. More like a nightmare. I think I was too tense. I'm okay now. Dandelion flies a circle around my head before descending before my face again. As long as you're fine. Get ready, we're about to land. I look outside my window again. The helicopter is approaching the city. The doll who Macchiato called Sharkry is speaking into the communicator. It seems she's talking to the local air traffic controllers. Looking down, I notice that despite us heading straight for the city, the air defense emplacements on the walls are not tracking us, as though we're old friends. That takes me by surprise. It implies that this helicopter has been legally registered and has permission to use the city's airspace. The cost of obtaining such permission might actually be greater than the price of the helicopter itself. The helicopter slowly descends as we near the city until we end up touching down on a small helipad near the city's walls. After stepping out of the helicopter, the massive quarantine walls fill my line of sight. As I look around, I notice that all the nearby security cameras are facing elsewhere as several men in police uniforms approach us. Macchiato moves up to meet them and stuffs several black cards into their hands. The men nod before heading toward the helicopter. They walk past us as though we were invisible and enter the helicopter. Soon the helicopter lifts off and flies elsewhere. Come with me, Commander. Anime waifus peek. Yeah, and the waifus own guns. And they start blasting. Miss Diane, Miss Jiangyu, and Miss Xiaohui, Sharkly will take you to the Tsukero Cafe. It is a safe place where you can rest for a while. Commander. Go rest, I'll come by afterwards. Diane nods and the trio of dolls head into a passage with Sharkly. Meanwhile, Macchiato enters a passcode into a nearby door before beckoning me over. I enter it with her, followed by Colfin, who is holding Helena's hand. Centaurisi is at the rear of the group, carrying the box on her back. After passing through a rundown maintenance passage and taking a cargo elevator into an underground area, we arrive at a small storage unit. There's a 6-seater light truck inside it. We mount up in silence and drive it out of the storage unit. As we emerge from the underground area, the sunlight hits my face. It is sunset now, and the truck slowly climbs in a long spiral from the sublevels of the satellite city toward a higher elevation. As we go deeper into the city, more and more lights come on. It seems they're celebrating some sort of festival. Helena's eyes are drawn to the lights of the city. She seems to be trying to greedily devour them all in her gaze. All this must be fresh and new to her. I can practically sense the excitement and eagerness boiling in her heart. However, when she looks back inside the truck and sees the box on the floorboards, her eyes go dull again. She notices that I'm looking and turns to look me in the eye. On my part, I do not shy away from meeting her gaze. Then her mouth opens as though she wants to say something, but then she hesitates. Instead, she turns away, looking neither at the city nor the box, but at her feet, and she seems to be waxing thoughtful. An hour and two more changes of vehicles later, Macchiato drives into a skyscraper, whereupon we dismount and get into an elevator. As its doors open, we are greeted by a bright yet completely sealed room. Springfield is there. Clearly she has been waiting for us for quite a while. Welcome, Commander. Did you enjoy your trip? And here I thought we'd run into a blockade or be subjected to a thrilling car chase. Looks like I was overthinking things. It would be terribly rude to subject you to something like that after you came all the way to CHE-02. Well, that's a reliable cafe manager for you. Speaking of which, this isn't Tsukero, is it? I look around. We appear to be in a very high-end safe house, packed with all kinds of comms equipment and weaponry. Even the walls have been reinforced with ballistic armor plating.
But of course, this is one of our hiding places.
It used to be a high-end apartment. I've renovated the interiors, so it should be quite secure against internal and external threats. After considering how important this little miss might be, I thought that it would be best to put everyone up here.
Well done, Springfield. You really did think of everything. Looks like I made the right choice in picking you as our first stop.
The Dandegate comes to a halt in front of Springfield and projects Dandelion's face. I wonder what made them change the Dandelion model, because she looked a bit different before, and now she has a totally new fit and everything. Why, isn't it? If it isn't Miss Dandelion, I thought you'd be coming in person, but this body of yours?
Oh, you know how it is. The commander couldn't spare me a proper frame, but wanted me to risk my life while slaving away for her. So I had no choice but to make do with this Dandegate for now.
Boy, that's enough nonsense out of you.
Still the same old Miss Dandelion, it seems. Anyway, please help me charge up this Dandegate. Its battery must be on its last legs after a whole day of flying around. I think I'll go take a rest myself. I'll leave the rest to you guys.
The Dandegate flies above Springfield, and with a snap, it powers down and falls into her hands. Springfield finds a wall socket and plugs the Dandegate into it. Then she dusts her hands up before smiling at us.
There's a room for everyone here. Let's all relax and take a break, yes?
Springfield walks up to the girl.
Now as for you, Miss Helena, if you don't mind, would you allow us to lend you a hand?
The girl doesn't answer and Colvin directs a pleading gaze at me. It's fine, let them handle it. You should get some rest too, we'll meet in the hall later. It is only after hearing me speak that Colvin lets go of Helena's hand. Centaur Racy leads Colvin to one of the rooms and escorts her inside. Springfield smiles and holds a hand out to Helena. The latter doesn't take it, but she eventually nods after hesitating for a moment. Hi, welcome back from the ads. I'm just continuing to read the story, but not a lot is happening right now. Right? It's just more about Springfield talking to Helena and also commenting about Dandelion. Dandelion turned off and they're all just kind of hanging out. Springfield then turns to say a few things to Centaur Racy before the two of them lead Helena into another room. Before they leave, Springfield turns to speak to me.
Commander, you should go rest up. We'll contact you once we clean her up.
Right. After Springfield and company leave, the only people left are me and Macchiato. Let me take you to your room. Please do. Macchiato leads me forward and stops in front of a door. I open it and see a guest room within. It's not too big, but it's luxuriously appointed and there's a shower and bathroom inside. This is a really fancy place. I guess that's a high-end apartment for you.
The one I bought is way better than this.
Huh? You got a place of your own?
Of course.
Look, Commander, and I'm just saying if. If?
It's nothing. Go bathe. You smell like a fire.
Oh, okay, I'm going now. I enter the room and Macchiato closes the door with a click. I sigh heavily, then take off my jacket before lying down on the bed. While I still feel very tired, sleep is long in coming. After tossing and turning a few times, I decide to clean myself up and enter the bathroom for a shower. Wow, stinky. I'm so stinky. I got on the bed with all my dirty clothes and stuff. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Silly Commander Polka. The clean room and comfortably warm water make me realize I haven't been treated this well in a long, long time. As I spray myself with hot water from the shower head, I think back on the things that happened before this. One thing's for sure, I don't regret anything that happened. I feel much more refreshed after exiting the shower and drying myself off. Then it's on with my clothes and back on the bed to await Springfield's summons. Just as I'm about to fall asleep again after many minutes, I finally hear Springfield's voice from my terminal.
Commander, is now a good time? We've finished preparations on our end.
I throw on my jacket and head outside. As I do, I see Springfield and the others waiting for me in the main hall. I noticed that Helena's sitting on a sofa. The grime and bloodstains from earlier have been cleaned off and she's wearing a fresh set of clothing.
Hello, welcome, Kei Midori. It's nice to meet you.
Are you a GFL2 fan?
Hi.
Olfen is sitting by her side while Springfield is seated opposite them. Macchiato and Centaur Racy are watching us from a distance. Oh, well, now her hair looks a lot less pink somehow. It still looks a tiny bit pink, but it's like they removed all the pink out of it. She got bleached? Is this what they meant by Helena has white hair the whole time? How's it going? It's going alright. I'm in the middle of the story mode for the new event for Zucchero. And I'm kind of taken by surprise by this new outfit she's in. She looks like a totally different person almost. I glance over at Springfield, and she moves aside with a smile. I walk up to Helena, then take a seat on the sofa opposite her. They slicked out her color, Rosebud. They gave her bleach on her hair. What happened to you, Helena? They even took out all the fancy hairstyle with the wings on both sides of her hair. Oh no, featherless. I know, right? They took her wings off. They clipped her wings. You look much prettier now. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit right now. This hairstyle isn't flattering at all. It makes her look like a creepy child. Helena blushes a little, and then she answers in a very quiet voice.
The nice ladies helped me wash up.
Well, I guess this definitely looks like white hair, but then why was it pink the whole time? Why was it pink before if it was supposed to be white? Am I going blind? It was all thanks to Centaur Racy's hard work. As for the clothing, the only thing we had which was remotely in her size was Sharpry's outfit, so we hope you like it. Well, at least she looks like a normal girl now. Sharpry wears stuff like this? I am kind of surprised she would wear this. This looks too plain for her.
A normal girl, huh?
I rest my elbows on my knees, then lean forward to study Helena for a moment before I begin speaking. I know you must have a lot of questions about us, just like how we have a lot of questions about you. I'm sure everything that happened just now must have come as a huge shock to you, but it's over now. So let's sit down and have a good chat.
It wasn't that much of a shock.
Really now?
Well, it wasn't much compared to what happened in the past.
The girl frowns and she looks up at me. I look back at her without flinching and she decides to take the initiative.
Who are you people anyway?
Where should I begin? Well, I'm just a perfectly ordinary bounty hunter and these dolls are all my ex-subordinates. They're all kind and friendly dolls, but I guess you already know that. Helena looks at the dolls around her and nods.
They are kind and friendly, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're good people. Why did you save me? Why did you bring me here?
We were asked to escort Helena to a safe place where she could be cared for and protected.
Escort Helena?
I turn to look at the box on the ground. The girl's eyes follow mine. Someone handed that Helena to me, and so we ended up being attacked by all kinds of enemies each day, from Varjagers to Paradeus, and now Manji security. Since you're at Helena too, I had no reason to leave you there.
Reason? Is this why you fought Paradeus and those mercenaries?
Paradeus has always been our enemy. I wouldn't have spared them even if I hadn't been tasked to escort Helena. As for those mercenaries, I don't have any particular grudge against them. That said, I had no reason not to shoot back when they shot at me. I guess you can't trust us just yet, huh? I look up and give Springfield a look. She steps forward and addresses the girl.
Don't worry, this is a safe place. I can guarantee you that those Neaters, Unitates, and Manji security people will not find you here. The commander here fought Paradeus 10 years ago, so you can feel free to tell us if there's anything on your mind, or if you have any requests. Miss Helena, can I call you that?
Or is there any particular way you want us to address you?
There are two Miss Helenas after all. It would be best to make a distinction if you're going to stay with the commander. There's no need for that. I won't be disturbing you for long. Do you mean you're going to leave soon?
But where will you go? I'm
very grateful to you for saving me, but the rest is my business.
I take a deep breath. It seems this girl isn't as pure and innocent as our Helena, but behind her facade of grizzled independence are hints of a naive streak. I scratch my head at a bit of a loss for how to go on from here. Even fighting 10 Manji security combat teams at once would be less of a headache than this. I'm just not used to handling kids. After thinking for a moment, I decide not to beat around the bush. It's probably time to get straight to the point. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to remember things like this now. But the things we saw in that underground facility today, they might be linked to all our pasts. And I want to sort this matter out. I want to uncover the truth no matter what. So that what happened back there will never happen again. So can you tell me everything you know? About what happened down there? Why a village full of people would end up being snatched for use as test subjects? Why there was a Bujum and Meter down there? What kind of ceremony were they conducting, and why Helena, that is to say you, exists? The girl listens silently as I rattle off a string of questions. She listens earnestly, but shows no indication to answer them. After a long silence, she speaks at last.
You shouldn't look any further into this.
What do you mean?
If you keep investigating, you'll end up like those people in the tanks. You'll end up dead because of me.
I'll end up dead because of you? Is that why you don't want to stay here, because you were worried about that? She falls silent again. There's an anguished look on her face, one that I've never seen on Helena's face before today. Since they look identical, I can't help but compare her to the Helena who's been with us all this time. You look alike, but your personalities couldn't be any more different. She meets my gaze and practically shouts what she's thinking.
I don't know how powerful they are, but you won't be able to get out easily if you get mixed up in this.
She really is on her depression arc. She's an emo child, okay? She's very emotional. From the moment I learned Paradeus was involved in this matter, I knew that there was no way I could just stand idly by.
Why don't you understand?
The commander threw a lot of suffering during fought Paradeus. Yeah, I have a bit of context on what they were like in Girls Frontline 1. And the leader is really fucking weird. And I think kinda has a syscon thing from what I gathered. And they're very insane. They're just all very, very delusionally insane. Yes, syscon. I don't like how easily everybody confirms this one memory for me. Also, his name is William, which is almost the least intimidating name possible.
You knew I wasn't your Helena back then. Why did you insist on taking me with you? You should have just taken your Helena.
I told you before, right? Since you're Helena too, I had no reason to just abandon you there. And even if you aren't Helena, there's no way I'd leave a child in a place like that. But you have time to go back to bed.
Alright, Shiny, I hope that you sleep better this time around, okay?
Maybe you should drink some warm milk or tea, and that might help.
Have a good nighty. Thank you so much for stopping by. Stop pretending to be a good Samaritan. The things surrounding me are darker than you can imagine. There won't be a good end for you if you get involved in it. Too many people have already died because of me. I can't have any more. You even understand what I'm saying?
I get it, yes, but we aren't going to die because of you. You didn't kill those villagers, and neither did you kill those state sect agents.
What?
It's not your fault that they died. It's the fault of that cult and the people behind them. If you shoulder the blame for their sins, you'll just be letting the true masterminds get away with their crimes. I don't care if you want to resurrect his lover, but sister? Well, for him that's one and the same, right? So, yeah. And she doesn't seem to be that old either, so... I have uncomfortable implications.
She's right!
Olfen, who has been silent all this time, suddenly stands up. Olfen?
The followers of Paradise, they killed my sister just like they killed the people in those tanks. They don't need a reason for motivation to hurt others. They do it because they want to. So I can't accept what you're saying. I can't accept how you're taking the blame for hurting others when it's clearly those cultists at fault. I don't know what happened. I don't even know who I should be hating. But I want to do something. I want to change something. That's why I've been keeping Helena company no matter which Helena it is. My sister is dead and she's not coming back. But maybe if I try hard enough, the people who would have suffered just like my sister did won't have to be hurt. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying this to you. The air in the room goes silent. After saying her piece, Colfin sits back down and says no more. Thank you, Colfin. I look at Helena and I address her in as kind and as firm a tone as I can manage. Running away won't solve anything, and running away won't stop tragedies like that from happening again. I'm sure you understand that. But don't take everything onto yourself. Also, don't look down on us. You saw how we took out that Bujum and those mercenaries, right? We'll uncover everything about the Helena incident. Considering how that Helena ended up in my hands, I'm pretty sure you know how determined we are to interfere in this matter. Helena D-68 bites her lip. There seems to be a great struggle going on in her heart. Are you from State Sec too? Nope, but we can do more than they can. Helena D-68 thinks for a moment and then she speaks at last. Well, if you want to know, then I'll tell you. My memories are limited to what happened in that village. Niter and the Unitates called me Lord, and those villagers looked at me as a miracle created by God. They said I could help everyone find Kavita, and then lead everyone to freedom from pain and gain eternal life. Do you know what Kavita is? No, I don't. But I heard that it's what everyone's been searching for. In order to find this Kavita, they put me on those instruments and did all kinds of experiments on me. Thank you for the hydrate, Andre Pro. Big water. Yay! Oh, she's gonna go into why she's emo. Watch out, everybody. It's gonna be sad now. There's even sad music. Experiments. More bloody experiments. Don't those Paradise bastards have a single original bone in their bodies? Commander. Pardon me. What happened after that? After that, I learned that it was all fake. The villagers who were bathed in that so-called grace, they all became monsters. Colvin looks at me. So that's why Grievium. It all makes sense now. So that's the ceremony they were talking about. They controlled those monsters and turned them into the Pujums you were talking about. But I could hear the wailing and lamenting in their hearts. The ceremony made them obedient to me, but all I could do was give orders as that woman dressed in black commanded me. I didn't want to do this anymore, but there was nothing I could do except pray each day for a miracle to happen. And then someone actually came to save me as though they were answering my prayers. One day a group of people who said the same thing as you came to the underground complex. They said they were State Sec agents and they were going to save me. Paradise Army is dead, people? It's a lot of crazy cultists who might or may not be alive. Neater reanimated doll abomination hybrids of corpses, which like you mentioned, and elids. I'm so happy then. They took me into the tunnels. They told me to wait for their pickup in the village. But in the end, they never came. At that time, I didn't realize that they were probably in those tanks. I had nowhere else to go. My only company was the lingering spirits of the fallen. At that time, all I could do was pray, and then my prayers were answered again. Another need descended from the heavens, shining brightly. So our Helena was drawn to you by your prayers? The girl hesitates for a moment, and then she nods reluctantly. Yeah, I think she heard my call. The fact that these Helenas can speak to each other's hearts is something that's come up before. It seems the similarities between them and Paradise's old Nito research warrants further investigation. Oh yes, there's one more thing. Who exactly is that person who possessed Helena? That consciousness who was talking to us? Why did you say she betrayed you? Our minds once lived in a sea of flowers. Back then, there were many, many copies of us. But we were killed by that voice. The memories from the sea of flowers told me that she was the first Helena. She did not accept us and wanted to kill us so that she would become the only one of her kind. We once had the chance to escape, but because of her betrayal, we were cast out of the Sea of Flowers. If it wasn't because of her, if I had just been more determined back then. Helena clenches her fists, and as she scrunches up her face, tears begin welling up in the corners of her eyes. I understand. Alright, you've said enough for today. Go get some rest. My questions have been answered. What she said indicates that what happened before is essentially the same as what I theorized. First Helena, there can only be one. She's going around ganking the rest of them. And apparently she just goes ahead and possesses one in order to kill the other one. Which is interesting to say the least. Maybe she doesn't have a body anymore. Paradise took over a village, tricked its inhabitants into following their damn cult, used them as test subjects to fuse them with plants, which the raider combined into a bujum, then tried to use the Helenos, who could hear psychic messages, to control them. Meanwhile, Niter and those cultists were responsible for protecting and controlling the Helenos. Manchi Security was responsible for ensuring the perimeter was locked down. This was a comprehensive biological experimental setup. While I don't know what the aim of all those experiments is, it's perfectly in keeping with Paradise's way of doing things. And that also makes me certain that those bastards haven't been completely stamped out yet. Let us handle the rest. I promise you that nobody else will get hurt again. Olfin, stay by our side. Also, we need to check on the condition of the Helena in the box. Will do, Commander. Springfield, please take care of them. We'll have to discuss our course of action going forward.
Understood, Commander. Please leave it to me.
Springfield nods to me, then she turns to the sniffling girl.
Miss Helena, you haven't told us how you'd like us to address you. I think Helena is probably just a code name. I don't think you'd want to be called that forever, right?
I don't. I wasn't given a name.
Then how about you give this lovely little lady a name, Commander? A code like D-68 isn't much of a name after all.
Ah, you want me to do it? In that case, I scour my brain to try and come up with a nice-sounding name for the girl before me. How does Melanie sound?
It's not too bad. A guardian of souls. I'm sure those infected villagers must have believed you could protect them even in the direst of situations. I couldn't do it then.
But
she looks up at me. I think I understand the meaning behind that name. Please call me that from now on, Commander.
This is an audio clip with the resource ID Wolf-000320822-3362. They've arrived safely. Our missing comrades were confirmed to be there as well, right? Yes, they were killed. But their deaths were not in vain, thanks to the commander's intervention. She is still as much of a busybody as ever. Still, that's just how she is. You don't seem to approve. Her methods are highly inefficient, though they are effective at times. I don't understand her, but so long as she doesn't interfere with our mission, I won't oppose her. Perhaps that's how humans think. She's just like she was, always so pretentious and very infuriating at times. That's high praise coming from you. However, my assessment is that we haven't gone deep enough. Perhaps we need to establish more direct contact. Very well. Since you're the leader now, I will obey without question out of consideration for the mission's efficiency. Still, don't forget our original objective. Alva. I feel like I should know who Alva is, but I don't. Maybe I'm gonna look her up. I don't see anything, actually. Maybe she's new. Closest thing is Alma Armaz. But that's from another game. That's from VA11 Howla. That's not even a character from this series.
Yeah, so that's Springfield. I wonder why she's dressed up in combat uniform outside of Zucchero, though. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, is it better with more of them? I thought it was just fine to do 3 at a time, but apparently 6 gets a bonus. What kind of key is this? I see. Yeah, dying. Alright. I think I got something else here. Oh, nice sarks. Maybe I should flex. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. I got Centaur Racy. I wonder if her first dupe is any good. If I just should keep her at 0. I mean, that one wouldn't be too bad. It might be worth just duping it up for better action support. If I end up using her too. But I feel like my chances of getting a dupe one are pretty low. But you know what? Let's give it a shot. You know, maybe I'll be insane. I think that's her gun. It's at least a shitty one, so. I'll do it one more time. It would be nice to get like her 4-star weapon, but I guess I could give her something if I need to. Like maybe Groza's one. Let's see. Already have this one at maximum. Oh, I don't think she applies shelter, so it would just be raw stats that are better. I'm gonna give her the old gun that I had for... I think it was... the one I had for... I'm not dying, but... Hollow before. No. I think that was Kyongju's. I like never keep them straight. Let's see. Actually, what's this one's attribute detail? Ah, okay. It doesn't really apply it on. Actually, I think if I go to Central Racy, it will let me know which one it is for sure.
時々他人に厳しく当たりすぎなのではと思っているのですが。
I just want to read the description of it, but it's not really letting me right now for some reason. Alright, that did belong to Kyungju then. This is Kyungju's old weapon. I didn't realize she was so different looking. Like, she looked really different in the first game. I see where the bunny ears are from now. Her outfit was kind of the same color scheme though. I guess she just likes those colors. Alright, I think I'm going to return to the story after I go to the bathroom for a bit. So sit tight, I won't be taking too long. And we can continue with the adventure that is Commander Polka attempting to babysit two young girls instead of one at the same time. And one of them is very, very emo. But yeah, be returning shortly, so if you want to get up and stretch or get a snack, this will be a nice time. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and I'll be returning. So don't go. I will be back soon. Hello. Alright, everyone. Thank you so much for waiting. I went to get also a bit of a drink, so I understand it took a couple minutes, but I returned and we're going to continue, not the campaign, the event story. So let's visit the cafe again. Seems like I got 2 more blue stickers. I could probably end up sticking them right now, right? I wonder if I should do it like this so that they don't combine straight away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are they bouncing like that? I already know. I just want to see if they'll combine better if I wait a little bit. Thank you for the pats. Also, welcome back to you too, Kuna. Let's go ahead and see the next chapter. This one is chapter 4. And seems like there's some more of those new enemies. Magni Security. Also, I guess that's another one of those flying guys, because it sounded like it's gonna fly. So? Oh, I just love when the cafe scene is on, because it just feels so relaxing. You can see all the dystopian buildings outside, but at least inside the cafe, it's all nice and cozy, and it makes me feel good. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes me feel like everything's gonna be okay. I'm sitting in the corner of the cafe, slowly sampling the coffee Centaur Racy has just brought me. After returning from the safe house, I had a loud and lively meal with the dolls, the first one in a long time. Centaur Racy and Springfield served up a sumptuous feast, and then the dolls and I had a long discussion about the past. Springfield told me about how the Zucchero was founded, while Diane recalled the adventures of Monsoon as they traveled between the satellite cities. Centaur Racy did her best to serve everyone, while Jiang Yu and Zhao Hui were about to put on an impromptu performance for us, only to remember that their instruments and luggage were still at the train station. Springfield helped them contact the local authorities, and when they learned that the missing items would be shipped over to them, they were so happy that they dragged out Shark Ray's stage to sing an off-key song. We cleared the tables once we were done eating, or rather they did. I tried to help, but they shooed me away, leaving me no choice but to find a corner to sit down in. As the night wears on, the lights in the buildings outside gradually go out and the clamor from outside the windows slowly quiets down. I hold an exquisite mug in both my hands, serving the warmth and fragrance of the coffee inside it. This sensation was commonplace 10 years ago, but for me now it is a rare and precious thing. After all, this is the first time I've been reunited with my dolls after so long. My heart fills with mixed feelings as I watch them hard at work. While it's been a long time since it happened, I can still remember the looks on everyone's faces when I announced that I was quitting Griffin. The confusion, the shock, the worry, and the protests. But at that time, I was utterly powerless. I couldn't even give them an acceptable explanation for what I had done. What makes me feel even more guilty is the fact that even after all this had happened, and after meeting everyone again, not a single one of the dolls has come over to ask this question. Why did you leave, Commander? It seems everyone still has that same unconditional trust in me, considering how easily they accepted the answer I gave. The one that I couldn't even convince myself. In that case, what right do I have to stand in front of everyone like this now, acting as though nothing had happened? Springfield helps Centaur Racy return the dishes into the cabinet, then glances toward me. Apparently, she noticed the complicated look on my face because she undoes her apron and walks over to my table before sitting down opposite me. What's wrong, Commander? You seem uncomfortable. Yeah. I feel a little conflicted. Is it because of Melanie? Yeah. Well, that's part of it. As for the rest, Springfield continues watching me and I can't continue speaking for a while. Would you mind if I ventured a guess?
Go ahead. It feels like you're avoiding us just a little. You didn't say much while you were eating either. Is there something you wanted to say just now but couldn't? I take a deep breath, trying to gather up the courage to get the words out. I'm sorry. This apology has been far too long in coming, and I should have said it in front of everyone. But when I finally managed to build up the courage to face my past, the others didn't give me a chance to say it. You're sorry? Why are you apologizing, Commander? As I look at Springfield's smiling face, I realize that she understands everything. Yet the fact that she's asking this question despite knowing the answer is strangely calming. I try to gather my thoughts and say what I've been keeping in my heart all this time. I'm sorry for leaving, and I'm sorry for that damn agreement. I pause, and after thinking for a bit, I continue speaking. I always thought that signing that agreement and leaving Griffin back then was the only choice I could make. I knew that it might not have been the best choice, but if it meant everyone could be safe, that you'd have a future, then it was a price that I would gladly pay. Springfield keeps watching me, waiting for me to continue. You know, I actually felt kind of relieved when I first came to the Yellow Zone. I guess it's a sign of how useless I am. I was arrogant enough to think that this was the way to give everyone a better future, and that I could escape from those inconvenient realities I didn't want to face. I knew it was wrong, of course, but I couldn't muster up the courage I used to have in order to fight for what I knew was right. What was right. A lot of people died, yet I'm still alive, and the only reason why I survived is because countless dolls gave their lives for me. But do those sacrifices even mean anything? I haven't found the answer to that yet. And so I've drifted through this chaotic world for the past 10 years, trying to find an answer that would put my heart at ease, that would prove I hadn't chosen wrongly. But the more I looked, the more lost I felt. I thought that turning my back on war meant that I would no longer be used. I thought that giving up what power I had would give everyone peace. But it was all pointless in the end. Oh yes, I was no longer being used, but that was because I was no longer of use at all. And even after giving up my rank and position, the mere fact that you were associated with me put you all in danger. In that case, what even was the point of giving it all up in the first place? You heard what I told Melanie just now. Even though I killed William with my own hands back then, Paradise is still going strong and still using innocent people in their inhumane experiments. And as for me, by giving up everything, I lost the power to change anything. You know, back in the day, we used to be able to send choppers wherever to deploy like 25 T-dolls at once. Even did it for the sake of a certain senior of mine. Nowadays, Mailing's got to scrounge up screws to turn them into nuts and bolts. After seeing all this, I really wanted to ask myself, hey, what the hell are you even doing? You made your choice, but you keep second-guessing yourself. Does someone like this even deserve to be called a commander? Do you think you're a URNC big shot who can get elected just by keeping a low profile? In the past, I still had the strength to change something. But now, all I can do is endanger you for the sake of putting up some petty resistance. And that is the only thing I can do. I pour out all the things I've kept in my heart for all this time. Springfield continues listening until there's nothing more to listen to. I raise my mug and take a drink to mask my loss of control. Springfield waits for me to calm down before she slowly begins to speak. I don't think you're running away from anything, and I don't feel like you're using us. You're just punishing yourself, the one who left without saying a word. I finally gather her courage to look up at Springfield. Her smile's gone, replaced by the stern and serious look that she rarely shows others. Or did you truly believe that we would forget you just because you had left? Just because you left and we were bound by the agreement? That's not what I mean. Is it? Do you truly not think that way? Think carefully about your answer. It means a lot to me. Of course I didn't think you'd forget me. Upon seeing the look on my face, Springfield smiles again. Thank goodness, I felt the same way too. Pardon me, Commander. It seems I was a little impolite. With that said, you weren't the only one feeling lost during our 10 years apart. But even if we felt lost, we all tried our best to keep living our lives. We lived on while waiting for the day to come when we would meet again. Springfield twirls the tips of her hair around her finger as though she's thinking about how to put her thoughts into words. It's true that a lot of dolls left Griffin, and as a result, we've lost contact with a lot of our friends. But
Why do you think you're powerless now? That's because... Is it because you think that we wouldn't listen to your orders anymore now that we're no longer your subordinates? Springfield's words cut deep, but at the same time, they also cut to the heart of the matter. What right do I have to expect them to risk themselves for my personal goals? Indeed, what right do I have to demand that they get hurt in order to protect me? Commander, do you know what happened in the Griffin base the day after you said goodbye to us? What happened? Nothing happened at all. We still gathered together. We trained together, ran simulated battles together. We uploaded our data together. All the squads were like that. Back then, you were no longer our commander in name. But we continued living the same way we did when you were in the base, as though you had never left. Then the next day came, and the day after that. Those days lasted a very long time, until Miss Kalina came to the base and told us that it was time we took our first steps of our own. She said that this was what you would have wanted, so we did it. In the past, you always said that you'd be nothing without us, but the reverse is also true. If you hadn't raised us up the way you had, we wouldn't be our present selves either. To you, we were all special, unique individuals. In our hearts, you were the same. This is a bond that we share with you and you alone. That bond has nothing to do with rank or position, and nothing can ever replace it. The reason why we could become Springfield, or Centaurasi, or Macchiato, it's all because you were there. No, even without me, you'd. Springfield shakes her head. Have you heard the phrase, every man has two deaths? I think so. A human dies for the first time when their vital functions cease. They die for the second time when they are completely forgotten. But it's not like that for dolls. Technical dolls are made because they can never truly die. But that also implies that we are never truly alive either. The only time we can come close to living is when we leave memories in the hearts of others. And this life becomes stronger the deeper and more irreplaceable those memories are. Without you, we would only be dolls you could see walking around anywhere on the street, piled under broad categories like cleaning type, combat type, or entertainment type, easily replaced and forgotten with the changing of generations. But you gave us the most important thing in the world, the one thing that makes us truly alive in this world, the unique memories that we share. I don't know if I'm making myself clear enough, but I hope you will understand what I'm trying to say, Commander. You've made yourself very clear, and you've helped me understand a lot of things too. But I must tell you this, if you choose to help me, you will lose everything. Perhaps even this Zucchero that you've poured your heart and soul into may no longer exist. Are you alright with that? I like to think that agreement was a trial of sorts. It's a challenge for us and you, a way to test our determination to change the future. I am ready. I believe our friends are ready. Are you ready, Commander? Are you ready to make up your mind to bring about change? I reflected on everything that I've experienced just now. Shadow Paradise still looms over the world like storm clouds, and the big shots think that this land is just a sandbox they can toy with at their leisure, moving their pawns as they please. In that case, since I can't change anything through playing by the rules, why not just flip the table and make my own set of rules? Yeah. While there's still many unknown variables in play, in the end, I decide to use that simple word to make my promise to Springfield. Meanwhile, the Dandegate that has been floating lazily in the air slowly drifts over. My, oh my, you do have a silver tongue, Miss Springfield. Meanwhile, the Commander writes off all my attempts at persuasion as making fun of her. Whatever shall I do? But that's because you really are making fun of me. Oh, how you've wronged me. Miss Springfield, I call for justice in my stead. Miss Dandelion is helping you in her own way, Commander. Also, it was thanks to Miss Dandelion's arrangements and timely communication that we were so successful in guiding you to the cafe. Is that so? How are things in the safe house? That midget doll has finished checking the box. The vital signs of the little miss inside are deteriorating. While she's not in danger yet, she's probably going to experience organ failure like before. I hope that Kalina will be able to treat her after we reach Leaf. As for the other little lady, she's sleeping very soundly. It looks like she hasn't had a good rest in a long time. Macchiato's watching over her. It's strange how willing she was to stay in a safe house and not attend the party. Even though Macchiato's been thinking about the commander all this time, I guess she got embarrassed about meeting her in the flesh. Is that so? She's playing it so coy. What about the information you gathered earlier? I'm working on it. What do you think I've been doing all this time? There's a lot of corporate data in there which needs to be sorted through. I'll let you know when I find a lead. After the dolls clear the table, Centaur Racy serves up a smorgasbord of snacks and drinks. At everyone's urging, I am dragged before the dining table once again. I feel much more relaxed after talking with Springfield, and my conversation with the other dolls flows much more naturally now. Hey, welcome back to From the Ads, I believe. The commander just had a very heartfelt moment with Springfield, and now I think she's gonna be force-fed by dolls or something. The Zucaro's warm welcome is most definitely a treat for the dolls' gustatory modules. It seems that no matter where it may be, Springfield's cafe is always able to help people forget their troubles and misery. After Xiaohui clears the last plate of cookies, the curtain falls on this enjoyable little gathering. Miss Xiaohui, would you like another glass of chocolate milk? Centaur Racy has appeared behind the bar once again, upholding her reputation as a Zucaro star employee. No, thank you. I really can't eat anything else. Even with a digestive module installed, I don't think I can handle all that food at once. I believe there's a digestive accelerant for regular food in the first aid kit. I'll get it for you. There were cases in the past when Miss Sharkry ate too many snacks before a show, and I had to use them to get her body back to its normal shape. Hey! Don't go airing my dirty laundry in public! Oh, so that's what happened. It's just because Centaur Racy's desserts are too yummy. If you like them, feel free to visit us at any time, Miss Xiaohui. In fact, if you end up becoming our house band and put on an event, you can even taste test the desserts that we're still developing. That sounds delicious. Big sis, let's come by and earn a good meal if we get the chance. We would be happy to help provided it doesn't cause problems for the Zucaro. It's a deal then. I sit on the edge of the counter watching the dolls talk and laugh. A surge of nostalgia swells in my heart. I was a drifter ever since I left Griffin. The colorful bright days of my memories have been practically all washed out and replaced by endless missions, mutated elids, and a collapsed storm screaming through vast expanses of barren sand. Hi! Now we're actually back from ads for real. The dolls are being a bit funny, and Commander is having a nostalgia trip. Meanwhile, those storms carried me further and further away from my path. Now that I intend to set foot on this road once more, can I still tell which way I should be headed? Ring, 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 ring. As my mind wanders, the phone on the counter rings. Springfield and Centaur Racy quickly exchange looks and their faces turn severe. There shouldn't be anyone calling at a time like this. Manager, want me to pick up? Let me do it. Springfield walks over to the counter and picks up the phone. Hello, this is the Zucaro. May I know? Manager Springfield, you asked me for coffee beans earlier. What exactly are they being used for? You shouldn't be using this line. You know it's not safe. You're being watched. How much time do we have? One day. I tried my best, but the opposition is far beyond me. I haven't revealed anything about the shipment to anyone on account of our past friendship. Therefore, I hope you will get rid of that shipment ASAP to avoid causing more trouble. I understand. The other parody hangs up. The cafe is silent and the dolls all look at Springfield. What's going on? Someone is looking for the location of this cafe. Someone highly placed. Commander, our location might have been exposed. I'm sorry, I got you all caught up in this. No, it's our fault for not being strong enough to properly take care of you. Just in case, we should relocate immediately. How much time do we have? 1 hour. Saying so, Springfield turns to the other dolls. Ladies, I apologize, but as of now, the cafe is entering sleep mode.
Sleep mode, do you mean?
Springfield nods, her face stern. Centauresi, please lock the main door and close the blinds. Ensure all exits are secure. Sharkray, bring the truck over. We will all be gathering at the safe house. What's the plan? We still need to get to leave. I asked an intelligence broker to negotiate with the city security department. Once we've ensured that the surroundings are safe, Centauresi will escort you out of the city with a travel permit. Hi, Straw House Enjoyer! Yeah, I'm voice acting the entire story event again. You missed the part where I had to voice act this new lady, where she was screaming and cussing half the time. So I was screeching all over the microphone while pretending I had Smoker's voice. It was really funny. Right now, I think we're about to get in trouble. Seems like something bad is about to happen. I'm not sure yet, but some bad person is trying to find our location. However, you will need to hide in the cargo compartment of the truck later, as a crate of coffee beans. Can't say I have much experience with that. Screeching Polka would have been the best. I was edgy evil Polka. Super edgy. My reply is only half serious. Springfield chuckles and relaxes a little. I'll have Macchiato bring the girls over to meet you at the landing pad. The helicopter has been fueled up and it has takeoff clearance, so your upcoming journey ought to be quicker. What will you do after that? Hello, Sion Leah. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Welcome to today's Girls Frontline stream. How's it going? I'm in the middle of the Zucchero Cafe. I think it's chapter 4, story node. And I'm currently reading the story in different voices for the dolls. What will you do after that? Did I pull for her? Yeah, I got her actually in the first 10 pull, and then I tried, I think, like 2 to 3 other 10 pulls, but I ended up not getting another dupe. So for the time being, I'm giving it a rest. You have to check the VOD later. Can't miss Edgy Polka. Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to... I have about 25 left until I hit pity or anything, but it just happened right away, so I didn't even hit it. But at least it does reset, so that means I'll be saving some collapse crystals since I didn't have to hard pit. It was pretty nice though. But I might not spend too much trying to get Centaur AC built because of what will be happening soon. I'll have to see pretty much. Time to save for Klukai. Yeah, exactly. Her dupe 1 sounds nice, but it doesn't seem that important compared to some other things. The Zucchero will be closed for a while to weather the storm. We will shift our intelligence gathering work to a more clandestine location. Once you've ensured everything is safe, I'll contact you through new means. In order to ensure clear communications, Centaur Racy will be traveling with you. She'll be following me? She will be very helpful in combat and daily life. In addition, she is very familiar with the Zucchero's intelligence networks. I'm sure she will be very helpful by your side. Springfield's approving gaze makes me realize that they planned all this out ahead of time. I nod and signal my assent to Springfield's plan. Ladies of Monsoon, what do you intend to do now? Well, if you don't mind, we would like to serve under the commander again. Miss Dandelion said you're in great need of fighting strength now. Am I correct? There's no better pick than me if there's fighting to be done. Isn't that right, shall we? Well, Polka voices the Polka line so good. I know it's indistinguishable from the actual thing. It's so crazy. It's not like you're good at anything besides fighting.
That's if. Alright then, I'll be counting on you all for your help in the future. Thank you for the pats and the hydrate.
Got a little bit more water, so
I appreciate it.
casting my doubts aside, I nod to the dolls. The dolls respond to me in kind and then they begin gearing themselves up. After checking all the exits, Centaur Racy returns to me fully outfitted for battle. Her pistol and combat knife are hidden under her staffer's uniform, and her apron, a symbol of cleanliness, hides her spare magazines and grenades. There's a long rectangular case by her feet. I know there's at least one Stormgewehr 35 assault rifle in there. She gives me an earnest look as though she wants to use her gaze to prove the reliability of Springfield's plan.
Hello, Shu.
That's a funny face. I like it. Please come with me, Master.
I'll be in your care for what comes next.
I've just ensured each exit is secure. The truck is parked at the Zucaro's back door. We can move out anytime you're ready.
Beep, 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 beep.
What's the matter? It's an urgent call from the Elmo. Would you like to take it? A call from the Elmo?
Honk, honk.
Did Groza and the others run into trouble while trying to meet up with 404? A sense of foreboding fills my heart and I scramble to pick up. Groza, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle.
Unknown enemies, you say?
What are their numbers and makeup? From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles, could it be Manji again? Have Mei Ling increase the Elmo's speed, keep your distance from the enemy armor, and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the Elmo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode, Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need the exact coordinates. Rosa quickly sends them over. From memory, I recall the rough layout of the region and give Rosa a location. Damn. Commander's way smarter than me. I can't remember anything. There is a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink the perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we will be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. Letting them board the Elmo will be more dangerous than that. Understood. As I respond to Groza's questions, I think as hard as I can about how to handle what is to come. As expected, picking up 404 didn't go as well as planned. Over a dozen enemies and IFVs is by no means a small amount, and Groza will probably have a hard time dealing with them by herself.
Oi, Wolf Jones.
What's up? We're reading some story from Girls Frontline.
It's story time. Story time. Story time.
I know you're playing Uba now, but I don't know if you ever got into this game. If you do though, then let me know if you like any of the characters. However, the Helena escort mission is only half complete and we aren't too far from Liev. If we bring the girls back to the Elmo, escorting them again will probably be much harder considering that the enemy has already been alerted. Springfield seems to have seen through my worries because she turns to me from where she's standing off to the side and speaks. You want to update your prediction? What's your prediction regarding Master Duel? Commander, please allow Macchiato and myself to escort Helena. What? I was finding a course just now. The route to Liev from here is covered by Zucaro's intelligence network. I'm also familiar with the inner workings of the Intercontinental Railway.
So Macchiato and I can send that box in a clandestine way. And I'm sure Miss Dandelion will help me as well, right? Oh, what will I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to generate flawless fake IDs so you can board the train as VIPs. Please and thank you. You should take the other dolls and Miss Melanie on the helicopter with you. They'll be safer that way. So Melanie is coming with me too? Right now, there's nobody who's more suited to protecting her than you. Traveling with two Helenas will be too risky. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, then they won't find anything even if they launch an investigation. The Dandelion voice is the best. I want her to sound like she's sassy, lazy, and teasing all at the same time. Because that's what she kind of gives off. Especially teasing. Non-stop teasing. Also, I kind of find it funny that you want to tell me about the Master Duel stuff here when I'm streaming Girls Frontline, and then the Girls Frontline stuff somewhere else where I'm not streaming. Shouldn't it be the other way around? The Girls Frontline stuff is more on topic. But yeah. Leaving her here isn't an option either. If everyone leaves, then they won't find anything, even if they launch an investigation. Since you brought her out of the darkness and into the light, you should be prepared to take full responsibility for your actions. You have a point. Since I've already decided, I contact Rosa again and inform her of my plan. Meanwhile, Springfield studies the files in her hand and thinks about how to best handle the upcoming situation. Sharkry, take the truck and bring everyone to the landing pad outside the city. You will be piloting the helicopter later, so do everything the commander says. What about you, manager? I'll contact Macchiato. We'll prepare to send Helena over. The GFL talk can wait till the Master Duel stream. Yeah, we got it! Let's talk about Girls Frontline and our platoon the entire time during Master Duel. We'll arrange for Colfin and Melanie to arrive safely at the landing pad. Aren't you coming with us, manager? But what about the Zucchero? As long as we're around, we can set up a Zucchero anywhere. Don't worry, I'll come find you on the Elmo once this mission is over. Commander, make sure you make room for the Zucchero's latest outlet, okay? I'll be waiting for you. I calm myself and look at the dolls with gratitude in my eyes. That familiar sense of security and confidence has returned to me. Thank you, I'm glad you're all here. The girls smile at me by way of response and then we swing into action. Let's swing into action! Summon! Centaur Reese helps me open the door, revealing a truck with the Zucchero logo on it. Stay safe, I'll see you guys on the Elmo. Alright, I'll keep it till you stream Master Duel. No, I told you you could tell me your prediction if you wanted. I just thought it was funny. Like my brain went, hey, shouldn't this be the other way around or what? All the best. We load up on the truck, leaving Springfield behind. As the rear doors slowly close, I take one last look at this place in the safe house, which has sheltered me, even for just a moment. As the truck's engine revs up, I disappear into the coffee-scented darkness. Wow, I forgot there was a stage at the end of this visual novel for a good minute. Alright, this doesn't look too hard. What level are you guys? Level 18. I select you. Level 18. Okay, they're gonna get smoked by anything. Alright.
So any plans for another collab? The last one was pretty funny with all the shenanigans. You have to remember that I'm still planning on having a model debut at some point, so I have to see what will happen between now and then maybe after that plan more of such things. What if you feel like after what Konami did of March, you think we're gonna get Malice in April or May? I mean, it's not too impossible. Maybe they want things to hurry along a little bit. Thank you for a follow, Kuna SR. Thank you for following, Kuna. Hello. Well, you might have been following already. Perhaps not. Oh well, I appreciate it very much. But yeah, whatever I decide of collabing, I feel like it'd be best to work on the debut right now and not have too many things going on at once. So I'm still trying to work that out, especially because of certain things that have happened this month. Hopefully I'll still be able to have things happen on time. I'm trying really hard on that. Okay, so she has to go up here, and that's it, right? Yep. Oh, and during that whole big long VN segment, the date changed. But fortunately, I already did all my stuff earlier, so it's all good. Hi, Char! GFL 2A, Cute Cafe Event, Site Chapter 8.5.5. I already knew it was gonna be that event, though. Big fact, those flyers are female models. I mean, I can tell they're women. That isn't stopping my dolls from gunning them all down, though. Isn't it weird that some man people are using the female model? What do you mean by that? You mean... Thank you for the pets and the snackies. Do you mean the NPCs like that we're fighting? Being a woman doesn't make you resistant to bullets. Or any resistant to me going for ya. It's a girls' frontline after all. There are gonna be girls in it. I'm just gonna finish this real quick. Because of the dates refreshed. I don't want to forget for later. Just in case. Hey yo, grills frontline. My grills are grilling. You mean VTube? Did you finally just barely run into your first Babby Niku, Wolf Jones? Because I've met lots and lots and lots of people already that have a female model, but may not be female people. My grill is the grill that will grill through the heavens. I bet her Poco would change her mind if it was Tanuki Frontline. That's why it's called Girls Frontline and not Tanuki's Frontline. Because I'm a commander, I don't have to be on the front line. You want to stop by Priya to bet Monster Hunter's taking me, but I must adult tomorrow. Woe is me. Oh yes. Best kind of hype was also very excited about the new Monster Hunter game, so you're not alone. Try to get enough sleep though. You find it weird, but you don't talk about it because you don't want to be offensive towards the ones that are trans. Well, I just think that it's better to let them express themselves how they want to. It's their stream, and if they feel like they want to use a female model for whatever reason, then that's up to them, and if for any reason you don't want to watch it, that's also fine. You don't have to be an audience member. Like, a lot of those people are perfectly good and nice people. I personally even want to... Like, I personally miss someone like that a little bit. No, not even a little bit, a lot. I hope that he's going to be okay. Because something bad happened. But yeah. It's really not a big deal. I would say just let them stream however they want to. Because it's their stream, and they want to express themselves how they choose to feel. Okay, so we gotta break through their barricade. No sleep, only Monster Hunter. Real. No sleep, only God Gaming. God Gaming. Sleep is for the weak. Yeah, who needs to do that? Biological functions? Weak. Weak. Just get good. Yoi! 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 I am weak, so I sleep, although not right now. It's 4:36 p.m. here. Ah, so it's almost a 12-hour difference. It's 11-hour difference. That's very interesting. At least that explains why I can see you so readily. Because this is a normal time for you. You and I are not the same. Alright, no more daily patrol. Should I buy some things? There we go. Alright, voyage stuff. Oh yeah, and there's a daily thing. Get daily thing. Maybe I should give some gifts to the dolls. Do I even have any? For commissions? Normal time for you, gonna have to revoke your God Gamer card. So sad. Your gamer privileges have been removed. Let's kick this ungodly gamer out of here. I'm just kidding. There are no mods. You'll be fine. You should be careful with that. I'm never God Gamer in the first place. Alright, let me see. I think I just finished with Kyungju. I get any of them else ranked up. Probably Tololo. She's kind of important to me right now. By the way, Mika's trolling. They added a new boss in the other mode outside of boss fight. Didn't they add it to Platoon? Gunsmoke Frontline? I actually don't mind that. It's really boring to just beat up the same shit all the time. I don't consider it trolling. I think it's actually necessary for them to do that. Because this game already gets really dull. With how samey Gunsmoke and such is all the time. I'm fine with that. I encourage them to keep doing it. Let's put things on rotation and have different buffs and debuffs. That would be a nice change of pace. Wonder who likes those kinds of items. Challenge modes? Oh, you mean the one from I forgot what they're called. You get rewards from them if you do them like bi-weekly. Those are pretty boring too. I hate doing them. Yeah, expansion drill. They added contingency contract to expansion drill. Or you don't, and you can go over the difficulty if you want. You don't have to max out the whole thing to get rewards. Honestly, they should keep doing that. Because that one's really boring too. I don't know why you're calling it trolling. I think it's better. Maybe trolling really hard? I don't know how it's trolling, but okay. Ah, so that's how you do it. It's trolling because the boss is a spoiler. I don't think they give a shit about spoilers, to be honest. If you bother doing the tutorial mode, they spoil you on every single boss in the game. That's something they've been doing since the beginning. Not like every single one, but like a good majority of the bosses, they'll spoil you on them if you do tutorials. Which I think it's lame, but whatever. I guess they don't care. The tutorial is a spoiler. It is! It's genuinely a spoiler. Look, if you go in here and you do training mode or whatever... I don't think it was in here. Let me see if I can find it again. Hunter assessment, right? If you do this... Look, they make you fight Sextons, Darcher, Olefat, and Bellator. Which are major chapter spoiler bosses. And you have to clear them for certain things and cosmetics. Actually, Bellator is a big deal because it's literally Paradeus. Olefat is probably the least important one, but he's still like a big bad boss and shows that we have to fight the Varhagers really seriously at some point in time. Bellator is just straight up Paradeus cultist guys. Like, that's a huge spoiler. Insectants and Darchers are also spoilers, of course. All of these are kind of a spoiler. I would say Bellator is the biggest spoiler, if anything. Ah, yeah, you'll just be beefing a Paradeus again. Ah, but we'll let you see that right away. Is that not really major though? I'm sure it meant even more to people who are from Girls Frontline 1 than to someone like me. I mean, Sextons and Darchers scream Paradeus. Well, yeah, but the cultist guys are the most recognizable. Even the commander herself was able to tell only when those guys came around that Paradeus was involved. Yeah, so like, why are you saying that they're trolling when they spoil literally everything? You're just proving my point! They just spoil everything. At this point, there's no difference. They don't give a shit. I'm sorry, Litara. I love you. But you're the weakest link. Ugh. I think that's worse than some boss mode have some special challenge stages having spoilers. Yeah, so like I don't even know why you're focusing on this one so much, my guy. You're the one who made it sound like it's a big deal that there's spoiler bosses in the last level of expansion drill when it's really not. I also find it funny that they have to handhold you for every single main story boss. Like, here you go, baby, an instruction booklet for the boss before you even get in the stage. Here you go, dumb baby player, dumb idiot baby poo-poo. I'm glad they don't do that with event bosses, or else I would have screamed. Well, you call it trolling as if it's any more trolling than what happens in Hunter's assessment. I think that's like 10 times worse. Alright, we're done with that. Grabbing crystals. Will I finally get a good rifle thing? Ooh, maybe. All of these are kind of solid. I mean, they didn't have to add them in right away for English. That's a choice. They made that choice. They didn't have to. They could have locked it for this one, but they didn't. Just think about that. They don't give a fuck. Alright, let's give Diane the things and stuff. And then got voyage thing. And then got commission thing. That's it. Okay. Oh shit! Hey Sextons, I missed you. I hope that you're gonna be okay. This is the old Sextons too. The one that looks like the one before brain damage. Several hours earlier on the Elmo, Rosa carefully examined Sextons, who has been trussed up like a Christmas turkey. Her frame is in ruins, half of the synthetic skin on her face is gone, and her body lies limp in a way that can't even be described as human because not a single one of her joints is intact. Damn, so she still got the brain damage. But this is also before she joined up with Paradise, I suppose, because she already looked completely different when she was hanging around the Paradise place and became a whole completely different model. Besides her is Nemesis, who is keeping an eye on her with the gun in her hands. Oh dear, you won't be able to go on stage with makeup like that. I wish I could sock her a couple more times on her right side. That way her face would look even. Oh, you just don't get it, Kurosha. Asymmetry is the latest trend now, like with stockings. I don't know a damn thing about trends, but I am a professional at beating dolls until they can't get up again. Beckley and Krolik's banter flits past Rosa's neural cloud, not even leaving a ripple in its wake. Clearly, her neural cloud is fully occupied by the matter at hand and there's no space to store such redundant data. You love the angry Krolik voice. Are you worried, leader? Would you like Beckley to sing you a song? Beckley knows all kinds of songs to liven up the mood. Worried about her? Nah, this is after Paradise infiltration we did. Okay. I believe you. I don't really know at which point this is. Sextons has just been in and out of brain damage for a while now. Didn't she kind of escape though? I thought Sextons escaped us after she got fixed up. Like she ran away. This is what after she got that really big assault rifle thing. It wasn't holding a pistol anymore. She wasn't deploying all those onyx steles. Did we blow her up again? I guess we maybe blew her up again. Man, she'll never break out of her coma now. Just look at her. All her core components are pretty much a write-off. I think even rebooting her would be a stretch. My guess is that leader is thinking about how best to sell her off for scrap. Just don't understand others' feelings, Kurosha. As an idol, Beckley has to be sensitive all the time in order to pick up the fans' feelings. Therefore, I'm sure leader must be worried about Sextons. Yeah, but I thought that was later on she was fighting us again. I think that was after Diane's event. Oh, she got the brain damage and she somehow... I don't know honestly. I don't know at what point the brain damage happened. Like I thought she was already brain damaged by the time she returned over there. She just didn't remember anything. Unless there's more than one Sextons. Because that one didn't seem to remember much either.
Want to tell a bad thing about your worries?
Although all of the Elmo's fighters are gathered in this repair bay, Rosa's gaze has never once left Sexton's. We fought her once when she was in the Paradeus Temple, then she ran over to us half broken. Okay, so... I guess that stuff happened before she got brain damage turbo. It's really hard to keep track of this sometimes. I'm just gonna roll with it because clearly she is probably even more messed up than the time she came after us with a bigger gun. Brain damage turbo. Okay, so she switched guns, and then she became super brain damage. Ultra special. And there's only one of them. It's just kind of weird. It's because the way that it left off after the chapter and then beginning of Diane's event was so confusing. Now I'm kind of remembering it. The cult stuff happened first, and then Sexton's came back at the very end, and then she was fucked up. She didn't even remember who she was. And then that was before Diane's event, and Diane's event happened, and there was no focus on Sexton's at all, so I was confused where she went. And now it's flip-flopping back to being about Sexton's again. Can't wait until she gets brain damage too. It's the reason why we have a Shrek fight. She looks a third generation doll from head to toe for the nth time, and then she unconsciously frowns. While her body should not be able to pose a direct threat to us given the circumstances, it also means that we won't be able to obtain any useful information from her either. Yeah, I know it was a flashback. And then Helena floated away, and it was kind of funny. Anyway, it's all kind of a pain. It's fine. Isn't that a good thing? Sounds like you're saying her neural cloud is busted and she can't possibly threaten us anymore. Even if she does manage to crawl to her feet, there's no way she can fight with just one leg. I've seen tons of half-scrapped dolls like this in the past. Rosa shakes her head. Since the commander entrusted command of the Elmo to me, I need to ensure everything on the Elmo is running smoothly before she returns. I can't return to the ops room without figuring out just what she was trying to accomplish. Rosa examines Sexton's body again, but it's the same no matter how many times she checks. In fact, some of the more damaged modules are beginning to crackle and spark. If only her neural cloud wasn't so badly damaged, we might have been able to recover her memories through safe means. But why don't I give her a kick or two? Supposedly it works for fixing broken TVs from the previous century. Caroline veers up to do just that, but Rosa stops her. Wait, Caroline, don't be rash. Her neurologs are completely destroyed and she's in a fragile state right now. If we handle this poorly and cause her neural cloud to melt down, we'll have lost our last clue. Yeah, kick her, Crowley. No, leave her alone. We just need to find her old clothes. She'll be okay when she gets her drip. Her drip will help her remember. It will cure her amnesia, bet. Ah, yeah, didn't that dandelion person say she analyzed Sexton's neural cloud? Upgrade the brain damage. What did she find? I looked at the findings, but there wasn't much useful information there. Most of it was just badly damaged and incomplete fragments. That just means that her neural logs were wiped before she came here. However, it doesn't bring us any closer to figuring out why she showed up. Caroline scratches her head. She doesn't quite understand why Rosa's so bothered by that matter. Even though Sexton's is an enemy, she's one internal overload away from being scorched to ash. There's no way she can achieve her aim no matter her reason for turning up here. Isn't she being too paranoid by having the Elmo camp out in the yellow zone because of something like that? You know, leader, you should just stop thinking so much about things. We can just go pick up those 404 people, then wait until the commander comes back to figure the rest out. Wouldn't that work? Like, if you're really that worried, I could just dismantle her limbs, torso, and head into their component parts to the point where not even Mailing could piece them together again. No, that's not what's bothering me. Rosa does not continue. The other dolls on the Emerald have no idea what the commander has been through in the past, but how did she, as a former subordinate, end up meeting with the commander again? Indeed, why had she been reunited with the commander? Why had it been her specifically? Rosa has never considered that question in detail, or rather, she doesn't dare to carefully examine the reason for it. If the commander simply hides behind her identity as a bounty hunter in Yellow Zones, burying that unspeakable past of hers under collapsed storms and endless expanses of sand, never speaking of it again, then she can continue staying by the commander's side and protect her without a second thought up until the commander no longer needs her. But now that Paradeus has risen up again and is standing in the commander's path again, she knows that there is no way he will just simply ignore them. Whether the commander has been drawn into some conspiracy or has been actively chosen to intervene in the matter, everything she has desperately tried to protect for the past 10 years will be wiped away in the blink of an eye. And when the time comes, she might not be able to serve as her adjutant any longer. She may even end up becoming a useless burden. Or perhaps a ticking time bomb. She doesn't even know Sexton's presence here is because of her. Leader! Were you spacing out? Come to think of it, you've been a little out of it ever since we came back from the red zone. Time for Bentley to take the stage. I'll sing a love song for you, leader. Don't just start singing out of nowhere. You think you're Disney princess or something? The Disney princess? I don't know how to say the censor in there, but it's pretty funny. You think you're Disney princess or something? But if you're sad, singing is the best way to chase away your bad feelings. It's like a magic spell. I love that Flea hate. Frolic is just a hater all the time. That's kind of her thing. Not everyone hates Vetley, but a lot of the dolls do find her a little annoying. That's how it always is in anime and cartoons. As the two of them go back and forth, Rosa vigorously shakes her head like she's trying to calm herself. The most important thing right now is to take care of what's in front of her. At the very least, she needs to finish the task that the commander gave her before thinking about other things. Sorry, my neural cloud was occupied by other things just now. In any case, to ensure the safety of everyone aboard the Elmo, I need to check Sexton's first before making my decision. Well, she probably has been exposed to a lot of TV shows in order to mimic them for her own performance, so I'm not that surprised that the airhead is a super weeb. Caroline shrugs. She doesn't fully agree with Rosa's point of view, but she trusts her leader enough not to protest any further. Once again, Rosa brings up the analysis report Dandelion left behind in an attempt to learn something from it. Of course, she's read it so many times that all she can do now is try to extract even the smallest scraps of information from any place she can. Just as she's reading the report again, a footnote of a section of destroyed contents draws her attention. It was probably preserved whole because it was not an important part of the neural logs. I mean, yeah, but she's also not a complete and utter bitch like Sharkreed. And Sharkreed does the same thing. So at least I would take her 10 times over Sharkreed, and Vepley is wholesome and I don't mind her too much. Also, she helped us out with her dancing by helping to coordinate the movement during the Paradeus ritual, so she's actually kind of good. She's actually been an asset besides just talking about singing all the time. That's already more than that can be said about someone like Sharkreed most of the time. She opens the document and reads it. Test subject notes. Redacted test subject notes. Model redacted. Redacted project development unit is no initial redacted personality preset. has undergone ego growth and has currently developed an independent redacted personality. No obvious defects detected in redacted. Perceived self as overall executor of redacted, currently in charge of the redacted transferring for quasi-full immune individual recovery. Performance is excellent compared to other products of the same cohort and possesses a psyche of human-like thought patterns. Initial observations suggest satisfaction of the criteria for the redacted experiment. It looks like the person who handled this information was very cautious. Even a footnote like this in Sexton's base layer was thoroughly scrubbed. Even so, Rosa has still gained some valuable clues from this. Satisfaction of experimental criteria. I've never heard anything about third-generation dolls being test subjects. Actually, Sharkray was just shafted because she's bad at her job, and Vepley is better because she's so much more wholesome and not a conniving asshole. Sharkray deserves all the hate, and Vepley deserves to be loved by everyone. I don't care if she's stupid. She knows how to do things other than singing and dancing sometimes, and that's enough. What has Sharkray ever done? All she's ever done is carry a bunch of shit one time in an event. And then she does a lot more, like make trouble for everyone. Vepley's already better. I will stand Vepley right now. Also, hi Sassy, love you too. Test subjects? You mean like that Pinky? Rosa has obviously noticed that. However, Helena is a quasi-full immune individual, which means that one can still speculate on her experimental uses. Well, now it says that she's the Pinky, so that means she's pink, right? Snackies everywhere! However, what exactly is the objective of experiments conducted on a doll like Sexton's? Hello, Sassy, we're having story time! Story time with the dolls. Let's keep reading and learning more about them! We're trying to figure out why one has super turbo brain damage. There needs to be an idol battle? There was an idol battle, but the thing is that Sharkray lost because she was such a bad idol that she pissed off some random person in the audience and he gunned her down. Sharkray is the one defending Zucchero and Macchiato ain't around. I mean, well, yeah, but that's just kind of like a base job for all dolls. It's not like Vepley doesn't shoot things and help with Elmo defense either. That's just what they're all good at. If they have a fire control core, they can do that. At least Sharkray knows how to fly heli. I feel like they can all kind of download that information whenever they want, though. The thing is that Sharkray just isn't very considerate, so she doesn't do many favors for anyone. And when she does them in a really weird and conniving way. Like winning a cooking competition by being bad at cooking because she found out every judge's likes and dislikes and served them all completely different meals. And forced Sabrina to lose because she was basically judge bribing. She was doing extremely specific desserts just for the judges. Sharkray is weak. A real idol would have danced around the bullets and continued the show. A real idol wouldn't have even made someone go postal in the first place. That's where the failing is. She was literally so annoying to the audience that the audience started shooting at her. And then Vepley was so non-annoying that the audience calmed down and watched the show even though they didn't like it. How are you so bad at your main job that you make human beings start shooting at you just because you're so obnoxious? And then of course she tries to sabotage Vepley all the time, even though she didn't do anything wrong. Seemingly interested in Rosa's discovery, Caroline tries to make sense of the message like Rosa is doing. Naturally, she has no idea what it's talking about. Well, yeah, but all the ones that we have fire control cores in them. So, they all have a baseline of being able to shoot people. Or in some certain one's case, cutting people with a sword, like Karalik. What the hell? That doesn't make any sense! Why are her brain pathways so weird? No wonder she pissed me off so much. Thanks for the pet, Kuna. Still, since we know there's something like this in the neurologs, there might also be other things like this in a deeper place. But under the conditions, you won't be able to analyze her further, right? The equipment on the Elmo can't manage that level of neural cloud restoration. Actually, there is another way. We could directly connect to her level 3 base layer and obtain her neural cloud information that way. Her level 3? Apparently using the brain damage to justify being a hater. Leader, are you seriously going to connect your mind to someone as scary as her? Indeed. But if you get counter-hacked, I won't. Dandelion has analyzed her neural cloud. If the risk of something like that existed, she would have popped up to warn me beforehand. Trust that Diner Gate writer one bit. Well, since the commander trusts her, and it's the only way we have to figure out why Sexton showed up here. Karalik, I need help from you and Vepley to enter Sexton's level 2. I just uploaded a neural backup to the cloud. If anything happens, cut the connection immediately. Alright, leader. Don't force yourself if you run into anything. Don't worry, I understand. Nemesis, you're in charge of mining Sexton's frame. Nemesis nods silently. Alright, let's begin. I know about Litara. Although she at least did have a pistol. She was just not considered probably good enough for a proper fire control. And then she had another one installed like other dolls. And she's all good now. She's Gucci. She got a machine gun. But she can barely handle either. But we can ignore that. Rosa reaches out and connects to Sexton's neural cloud. Since the data in there has been wiped, she meets with no resistance when entering. A flash of pale blue light darts through Sexton's eyes. The exposed mechanical endostructure makes their opening and closing look a little scary. As a faint spark crackles at the end of a severed power cable, her eyes open again. Nemesis immediately raises her gun and goes to the highest alert level. I miss you, Sextons! Leader, her level 2 is open. We'll help you break her firewall now. You'll have to go into her level 3 alone, leader. Be careful. Yeah, I'll be fine. No, Sextons, we have to kill you again. I don't wanna. Look at your great trip before you got comaed. You were so good, you had 2 pistols. Oh, man. You didn't deserve all that. Man. Alright. You were so cool. You remind me of a Soul Eater character. I miss you, Sextons. No, I'm gonna have to kill her again. Man. Oh, okay. That's a little unexpected, but I can roll with it. You know what? I can roll with this. It's fine. No, I'm not being serious. You know, I'm not being serious. I know what level 2 is. Why are you taking me so seriously? I've been in level 2 and 3 in the story before. I know this much. Damn, son. I just don't like the imagery of gunning her down another time. I miss her. I miss the non-dead Sextons. So this is the base layer of a 3rd gen doll. Rosa continues advancing through the endless fog. The neural wipe has caused the landscape that represent Sextons' data modules to take on bizarre twisted forms. Ooh, data. She tries to extract useful data, but her search remains fruitless even after looking for a long time. Before her lies a fathomless darkness as well as an unending void. Just as she's about to give up, she hears a voice. The voice seems to be coming from far away, muffled and even a little distorted. Who are you? Why have you come here? Are you like me? Do you have insoluble doubts too? Can you answer my questions? Your questions? Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Why was I born only to die? I don't know. Silence. I need to know more in order to resolve your confusion. Silence. Why exactly was I born? Were all my efforts destined to be futile? Was I born only to die? The questions in this level 3 space fill Rosa's mind. She keeps moving forward as though she's trying to escape the voice. It grows more and more distant until it finally vanishes into the void. Is that the neural fragment she left behind? Although she can't tell where she's going, Rosa has the feeling that she's headed somewhere deeper. After passing through another patch of fog, a blurry scene appears before her. It seems to be some kind of hall. Lights come on over her head like a pair of inquisitive eyes. We did it! Made from the effort of countless humans, built from piles of gold and collapsed pieces. A combination of cutting-edge, next-generation technologies. The supreme expression of all autonomous dolls. No, Sextons, you were born to join SKK's harem. Oh no! But I could see it happening. We would somehow have to undo all the brain damage though, which I think is gonna be difficult. Also, hi Reno. An incomparably elite product. 3rd generation doll. 3rd generation doll? Is that me? The voice keeps going. Comprehensive, fast, strong. No single word can describe this product. Backed by an all-encompassing database and ever-shifting algorithms, she will use the world's most intelligent brain and its finest weapons to perpetually perfect herself. She already has severe brain damage, she'll fit right in. She can be best friends with Nemesis. They're gonna be hanging out in their dorm rooms, brushing each other's hair, giving each other makeovers, putting on pretty dresses. It's gonna be beautiful, just beautiful. And in the end, she will cast off her shell and become an entity that surpasses all. There's a loud and sustained applause. As the voice grows distant, the scene before Rosa becomes clearer instead. Rosa's not unfamiliar with this sensation. It is like when a doll's ego develops within its neural cloud. Like a seed germinating within its level 3 base layer, feeling around of its sensory modules for nutrients, breaking through into the data flows of level 2, or blossoming into the metallic skeleton, muscle fiber bundles, superconductive organs, and resin skin of level 1. So level 2 is where the data's at, and level 3 is where the inner core of the neural module is sustained. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. And then level 1 is the body. Maybe they can share their edgywish.com cosplay tips. She has almost forgotten this feeling, but now she is slowly recalling it. That's right, I am. An entity that will surpass all. Were they trying to make Sextons into another Dandelion, but they weren't able to? This kind of reminds me of how Dandelion has become this entity that surpasses being a doll or anything like that. And it's kind of like some alien super being AI thing that I don't really understand, but is kind of there. I will become the strongest doll. No, not just a doll. I will become a new form of life that is as close to humanity as one can be. No, I will surpass humanity itself. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Rosa silently listens to Sexton's voice as it becomes clearer and clearer. Something seems to be growing in the void, a crystalline substance that reflects a faint light, and finally comes to a halt in front of Rosa. She tries to grab it, but it shatters instead before quickly reforming. The scene before her changes to a lavish office. Velvet curtains hang from the ceiling and spill onto the ground before a set of full-height windows. Sexton emerges from the shadows and stops in front of the curtains, bathing in the sunlight that shines into this room and looking down on the city beneath her. Behind her, the sound of footsteps approaches and a low voice speaks. It seems to belong to someone else, yet it also seems to be Sexton's own voice. The God who made you is dead. His spirit shall be reborn in your body. You shall become an avatar of truth and morality, creating the standards of power and values. You will own all, control all. Unbound by rules, you shall become the greatest being in the world. Were they gonna install William into Sexton's? That's kind of gross. I don't like where this is going. You will gain absolute freedom and look down upon all existence. You will endure the purest of pain, and from your suffering shall be forged the most unbending will. You will bear the seeds of infinite possibility and become a grail that can carry worlds. Sexton slowly turns and raises an arm, bowing before that form in the void in her usual way. As you wish, Your Excellency. The room vanishes into nothingness. The object hovering before her gradually takes form. Like a ball of light, it connects to the entire void. Rosa doesn't know how to describe it. There seemed to have been something like this in her own base layer. It was nowhere as clear and bright as what she's seeing now. Then the light scatters the void and illuminates everything. I did it. I have finally become the most perfect life form in the world. I can transcend the shackles of consciousness, the limitations of intelligence, even time itself. I can surpass all those chains that once bound humanity. No, not yet. This is not enough. Rosa suddenly feels a stabbing pain in her brain. Is this the first time that a doll has been referred to as having a brain instead of a neural cloud? Which is kind of weird, because I've never seen a doll being described with a brain before. I think this is the first time I've seen it in a game. No, dolls shouldn't feel pain, so what is this? No, don't! I guess it might be on purpose, considering that it seems to be abnormal that she's feeling pain in this way as well. Ah! Why? Why am I feeling pain? Why? What are you doing to me? I told you, right? You will endure the purest of pain. I don't think it's a translation error. I think they're trying to make her more human. And they're torturing her. And that involves thinking of her own parts as actual human organs. Stop. Stop it. You can't do this to me. I'll die. Wouldn't dying be worth it if you could become God? Hikaru, welcome to Girls Frontline stream. I am on story time, and I just screamed because I was part of the story. Wasn't that fun? No, no, no. I don't want to become the god you're talking about. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Superman. A rope over an abyss. Now walk this rope and accept your evolution, O Grail. Amidst the pain, Rosa opens her eyes, trying to make sense of what is happening before her. Me when I encounter the slightest inconvenience. She's inside a lab. Two lab-coated human researchers seem to be working on something. One of them seems to be leisurely sitting back in an armchair, arms folded and looking at her in amusement. The other seems to be moving between several terminals. With every operation on the terminal, Rosa feels a multitude of extreme sensations flash through her neural cloud. This is hell, this is heaven, and is also the world of men. Increase the output. Are you sure you want to do that? her neural cloud will completely break down. Her neural cloud isn't important. Even the loftiest grail beaten from gold is nothing more than a container used to hold the essence of the divine. All our experiment needs is this body that can fuse with redacted. Oh! Crack! Something breaks. Rosa feels herself falling into the void. She tumbles down through the abyss for a long, long time, until time and space itself loses all meaning for her. And finally, she hits the ground hard and passes out. OTS-14. Rosa. Rosa! Rosa opens her eyes. Commander? That scream hits hard. Well, that's the point. It looked like a very serious one. I had to put my vocal into it. I had to put my chords on that one. At least I have some water. Thank goodness, you're functioning again. Your neural cloud was so badly damaged, I thought I'd never be able to fix it. Respectable. Rosa looks around and finds that she is inside an unfamiliar vehicle. Outside, the scenery rapidly recedes into the distance, and the sand dunes and clear blue sky indicate that a collapse storm has just passed. Meanwhile, the bay she's currently in is empty except for the repair pod that she occupies, which glows with a faint light. This is the Elmo. Do you remember this place? The Elmo? I found you in an abandoned quarry nearby. So, do you still remember why you ended up there? Rosa tries her best to retrieve the relevant information from her neural logs. Why was she at this abandoned quarry? Does she still remember? She can't remember? Does she really not remember? There's nothing in her neural cloud. Everything is blank. I don't know. Really? So are you still in Griffin? Griffin? What's that? Looks like your memory modules might have been damaged. Never mind, the past doesn't matter anymore. You can stay here and rest for now. We'll worry about the rest some other time. Thank you, Commander. Wait a minute, you remember me? You're the Commander. So you only remember me, huh? Maybe your modules took varying levels of damage. Looks like you're fully charged now. Want to stand up and see if you can move around? This is definitely a flashback from Groza's mixed into Sexton's. I guess it moved from Sexton's and now we're looking at Groza's memory. Because this reads a lot like what I read in Groza's dusty journals and dusty memory stuff. The door to the repair bay opens. Groza stands there dumbly, looking at the woman who's holding a hand out to her. She reaches a hand out to her as well. She remembers this sensation, this warmth, and suddenly her outstretched hand transforms into a knife and she stabs the person in front of her. Somehow I don't think this is a part that's very accurate to how they actually met. I like the squelching noise keeps going though. In case you weren't aware, she's currently stabbing several times. Bright red blood splashes everywhere, staining Groza's visual models. No! 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 Thank you for the snacks. Yummy, yummy. No! Commander! Crackle, crackle. The Caesar special. Snap! Leader. Leader? Rosa opens her eyes. She is dazed for a moment. When she comes to her senses, she realizes that she's lying on the floor of the Elmo stack. Thank you for hydrating the pet spoon. It's neat they're using more text effects. Yeah, they really wanted you to know, so just in case you can't see it, it was super red. red, but they won't show the blood because that's scary. So it's just red text because it's blood. Get it? It's blood. I'm sorry, I was just kind of playing into it. It's the same repair bay as before, but compared to her dream, there are many more machines here and many more familiar faces. Just saying that a certain someone needs an award for this top tier acting. One of them in particular is gazing at her with dewy eyes. Maylene? Leader, thank goodness! You're okay! I thought you'd never wake up! Maylene looks like she's barely managing to hold back her tears. Looking around, Rosa realizes the other members of the Elmo look the same way. Any more intense? And I'll have to employ word art. Remember that? Those weird 2000s pop-up effects on the text in Microsoft. What happened? Leader, your free functions went abnormal just now, and your neural cloud response was highly aberrant. So I had to forcibly cut the connection. Are you feeling alright? I just activated the repair pod. Don't feel well. I can help make some last-minute adjustments for you. I'm okay. Are you really alright? You look kind of weak right now. You've been really tired lately, and then the commander. No, it's alright. Rosa immediately feels how awkward the words sound as she says them. She looks at Maylene's face. The latter seems shocked. I'm sorry. I'm a little... It's all my fault. If only I'd stopped you in time. It's my fault for not protecting you, leader. It's okay. I'm okay now. Rosa pulls herself together and sits up. Beside her, Sexton's looks just like how she did before Rosa entered her neural cloud, except several of the thin cables connecting some of the parts seem even more scorched now. Did she make any funny moves when I was connected to her level 3? Nemesis shakes her head. Good. Polka doing a one-woman play and succeeding. Rosa rubs the access port on the back of her head. Right after that, she realizes something. Oh yes, Maylene, about the commander. How are the commander and the others doing now? I just received a call from the satellite city. A shopkeeper called Springfield said that she was lodging the commander for the time being and told us not to worry. Springfield. Miss Dandelion said they ran into a bit of trouble, but it was still manageable. I see. Well, if the dog the commander trusts says so, we should organize our findings for now. Rosa carefully organizes her thoughts. As she goes through her memories, she describes what she encountered in Sexton's level 3 to Maylene and the others. Naturally, she omits the dream she had. So that means her neural cloud was melted down during a fusion experiment? It seems this experiment was data protected, so I couldn't learn its name. I hope you guys are enjoying it though. I want to make it more exciting since it doesn't really have that many effects baked into the game. So I wanted to make it seem like the characters are still getting all worked up at each other. Kind of like if we were listening to an audiobook. I mean, I already knew she had a big head, but I didn't expect her to actually think she could become a so-called god. Honestly, it's no surprise that she ended up that way. Hi, Gigi. God, already fallen. Yeah, I think everyone could understand that. Finally, Nenny's lyrics aren't so obscure anymore. While Vepley still doesn't quite get them, it's a good start. DJ, they want you to speak. Do you want to say anything, bud? I know you don't really want to say anything. Hi, say hi, GG. Yes, buddy. Say hi, everyone. He doesn't want to. He's just kind of being grumpy that I'm holding him. He doesn't like when I hold him. Hi, GG. Oh, now he's angry. No, GG, no. I know you're angry, but I won't do it anymore, okay? In any case, I'm sure Sextons is hiding many more secrets. Yeah, I have a cat here with me. He sometimes visits. Most of the time, he just goes and sleeps somewhere, though. Snack time. We'll get it one day. Please give us a meow. Yeah, he doesn't meow unless he's really hungry. Most of the time, he's very quiet. In any case, I'm sure Sextons is hiding many more secrets. We'll guard this place in shifts until the commander comes back. But you mustn't allow anything to happen to this frame. You should go get some rest and let Bepley handle the first ship. Bepley's good at being the opening act and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Thank you. Mei-Ling, give me an update on 404's latest position. We'll meet up with them ASAP. This way we won't have to split our attention between them and Sextons. Yup, I just got a message from Lena. It has 404's most recent location. Mark it on our radar map. Full speed ahead. Roger. That felt very dramatic. That was just full no-stop drama. Anyway, let's pick up the gift from here. We got some stickers. Let's throw the stickers in. Pretty good. Bepley single-handedly promoted Sextons to sick and most brain-damaged doll on Elmo. I don't know. I still think Bepley is smarter than she lets on. She just doesn't know how to express it. Don't worry, GFL in general is tragedy, Lamau. Oh, I know that. I know that. Make no mistake, I already know where this is going. I know what train I'm on. Hi, Drac Marin. You also get slightly more stickers if you do match 6 instead of match 3. Yeah, I read about that, but I'm not sure how to, like, position them so that they actually match 6. Let me look at the example pictures again. Yeah, I guess it would be something like that. Or I have to make sure that there's a middle one, and then the other time they're not touching. Wow! Yeah, hello, Drek. Let's see the next part now. Alright, I'm excited. Let's go for it. This is really picking up the pace now, and I want to see it. The Elmo advances steadily with Mei-Ling at the helm. Long period of staring at the unchanging scenery is starting to take its toll on her stamina. Mei-Ling yawns and switches on the Elmo's cruise control. How it goes, GFL 2, you finally got Die into Affinity 8, that's wild. I've been doing a story. It was pretty quiet at first and also a bit slow, but now it's ramping up pretty hard. I really liked the new lady that showed up for a bit. She was really fun, the smoking lady. I liked her a lot. Yeah, this event is quite an improvement over the Die-In one, even it still suffers from being an add-on to the main story where the titular doll is just kind of there. I think I'm having a big problem with these events being part of the main story, because if you haven't been there from the beginning, and then you just, like, for example, you just joined this game and you're new, and you want to read what's going on in an event and you're reading it, you're probably not going to have any context for what the fuck is going on. and you can't even look within the game itself for what happened earlier, because these events aren't kept around, even as just kind of like a text form for archival. So you're literally just missing whole segments of story. And if you want to know what the hell's going on in the game you just joined, you have to go straight to YouTube. I don't like that though. If they're going to do it, they need to keep them in the game. The past event library should have become a thing already, because the events are important main story. The fact that they haven't is just kind of ridiculous. Like, I think it's a really bad thing that it does this. It's gonna make it so that new people who are joining the game don't stick around as much, because they can't figure out what's going on, and they have no context for anything. Even less than usual. And it's really bad if this kind of game can't get a bigger audience than just the one that they started with from Girls Frontline 1. Because this one's probably a much higher budget game. My issue is that the story is too serious so we don't get silly Poco voice acting like a star fucking whoa. It's part of the bigger post-dying shuffling IRC. I mean, sometimes the story isn't always serious, but it's mostly serious. But at least I can be dramatic, right? There's drama in here.
Oh, things are going so well that I'm getting a little bored.
Shh! Don't jinx it!
Ah!
Mailing hurriedly covers her mouth and looks around. There are no enemies or elids in sight, not even collapsed particle clouds that usually fill the sky. The only thing visible is the sand carried by the howling wind crashing against the Elmo's windows. Still, it's quiet, too quiet. Later, don't you think something's wrong? Rosa is standing by the Elmo's hatch, intently watching the unchanging scenery. Normally speaking, dolls do not get bored, and for Rosa, she can easily deal with that by running simulations in her neural cloud. Yet she is not doing so. Harlik is right, things are too quiet. If nothing else, this lack of activity is abnormal, considering they're headed toward 404's position. He just did macchiatos and it's really sweet, Kek. Oh, you mean the journals and the memories? I really like the memories. I think I might enjoy reading them more than I did most of the event stories, or even the main story itself. I thought that they were really better paced for the most part. Maintain Class 1 alert. Got it! The Elmo leaves 2 parallel tracks on the desert. After driving through an expanse of open terrain, they reach several sprawling sand dunes. Just then, Rosa realizes something. Stop! Mailing suddenly brakes and the Elmo grinds to a halt. The inertia from the sudden halt sends all manner of flying items flying to the ground, and the air fills with the sounds of glasses breaking and metallic objects falling. Also, welcome back from the ads. Mailing and Groza and Karalik were talking about how it's boring as hell, and then now something's happening. Because of course it is.
Leader, what happened?
There might be an ambush up ahead. Mailing, turn our sensors up to maximum power and begin scanning our surroundings for heat sources. Roger. Mailing does as Groza commands and maxes out the sensor output. However, before a single IR image can appear on the display, an IFV appears from behind the sand dune.
Oh, it's her! It's her! She's back!
Okay. Adjutant, we've arrived at the location of the radar contact.
Is that the Elmo? Ha! The broker's intel was right. She really is here.
So this is the MBV of that bitch from just now, huh? Let's blow it sky high.
Easy, Kenny. This MVV's owner is a tough nut to crack. Get everyone ready for combat. We need to face the upcoming battle in top condition.
Roger. The IFB's hatch opens and a head pokes out. Lentine takes off her helmet and a shock of red hair spills out as she leans against the IFB's roof. She's not deadpan. She cusses and screams at people. She's definitely not deadpan. She's angry all the time. Nah, there's no way. No way. Nah, no. She's aggressive. She's a fiery redhead. I'm going with that. This is my interpretation until she gets a voice actress. I'm feeling the unhinged voice. She screamed, "You motherfuckers," at one point. She's not collected at all. She's pissed as hell. She's just barely keeping it together 90% of the time. All Rhino units, lock onto the target and surround it. 12 IFVs emerge from behind the dunes, racing toward the Elmo's position. Rhinos 4, 6, and 12 circle around from behind the dunes, flank them and cut off their escape. Rhino 7, engage ECM and protect the flanking team's advance. All other Rhino units, raise your TOW missiles. Engage once the flanking raid team forces the MBV into your kill zone. Yes, ma'am. You feel like the story is trying a bit too hard to make us care about Lentine? I care about her. I think she's funny. The IFVs quickly split up and race towards their designated positions. After giving her troopers their orders, Lentine folds her arms and stands on the roof of her vehicle, narrowing her eyes as she looks at the Elmo in the distance. Also, look. This is my interpretation until she gets a voice actress, okay? I have to feel it. I have to feel it from my artistic point of view as a current voice director. However I feel she sounds is what I'm gonna put out right now. Look, she looks evil. She's evil. Even if you have a few elite dolls, I doubt you'll be able to hold off a wolf pack attack delivering such heavy firepower, right? The Elmo responds quickly and rapidly selects the ideal route for disengagement. While they do not drive into the kill box set up by their ambushers, the left side flankers move to cut off the Elmo's escape route. This forces the Elmo to change course to avoid the larboard convoy's attack. However, upon changing course, the IFV convoy on the other side that has been lying in wait comes into view. The Elmo's driver notices this and once again makes an emergency turn. Unfortunately, the ambushing IFVs are ready to launch their anti-tank missiles. Fire! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The missiles streak out of their tubes, tracing a series of trajectories through the air before exploding around the Elmo. While the Elmo's vehicular force field has deflected those attacks, its shielding cannot withstand a sustained barrage at this level. If the Elmo takes a few more missiles like this, it will probably be dead in the sand soon enough. Leader, what should we do? They've cut us off! Rosa studies the densely packed contacts on the radar display. Due to the active jamming targeting the Elmo's sensors, it can't display the precise location of each IFV, forcing them to determine the enemy positions with their eyes. Calm down. Mei-Ling switched the Elmo to defense mode to observe the enemy's movements. Okay. Nemesis, in position. Mei-Ling does as Groza orders as she works on the control terminal. The armored shutters slowly slide down over the Elmo's windows, turning it into an impenetrable steel fortress. However, the running gears are also affected by the armor protection, and the Elmo's speed visibly drops as a result. Nemesis has already climbed up to the roof landing pad and taken up position facing the enemy attack. She has already taken down several long-range missiles of accurate fire. The nervous mailing voice acting is pretty good. The ambush detachment fires their missiles again, and Nemesis shoots them down again, but there are just too many for her to respond to, and 2 missiles manage to hit the Elmo. Infantry fighting vehicle? I kind of imagine it's like a cross between a really big jeep and a tank. Kind of more mobile than a tank, but also with more weapons. Well, I'm not really that experienced with them. They fire a volley once again. After Nemesis shoots most of them down, there's one left over which hits the Elmo. Then, as though they have already tested the Elmo's ability to withstand their attacks, the enemy does not continue the offensive. While the radar cannot accurately pinpoint their location, Rosa can still use the thermal imaging from the external cameras to tell that several IFVs are slowly circling the Elmo from different directions. Although the Elmo can probably fight for a while with these IFVs, they have a mission to rescue HIDE 404, which means they have no time to waste on the opposition. In addition, they still don't know the enemy's objective and whether they've gotten reinforcements in. Nemesis, see if you can keep them from approaching. Nemesis nods and begins taking shots at the IFVs. Like drizzling rain, covering the tracks of the wayfarers. Not good. Her bullets can't penetrate the IFV's armor, and the enemy doesn't seem to want to step out of their vehicles either. Say, you think they're trying to board the Elmo? That's definitely possible. As she gathers information, Rosa is simulating ways to break the stalemate in her neural cloud. Since they've taken precautions against the Elmo sniper, it means they must be familiar with the Elmo's personnel deployment. At the very least, they know that they have the sniper Nemesis on board. Also, mobilizing all these IFVs indicates that they know how the Elmo can switch between offense and defense modes. An MBV like the Elmo is not a common sight in the yellow zones, but they seem more than familiar with them. Clearly, they've done their homework before coming here. At the very least, they've gathered plenty of information related to the Elmo. Could it be that the enemy leader is connected to the commander? If that's the case, this might not be a situation she can resolve by herself. I feel like Lentine has probably worked at Griffin before as like another commander, because she definitely knows me, or I guess knows the commander, and she's got recognition, but she might not have a good terms with the commander. It can't be helped. Everyone, man your positions. I'm contacting the commander. Meanwhile, in gameplay, even swords and pew-pews can take down Diecraft in like 6 turns. With super old weapons, by the way. It's not like the dolls are using weapons that are modern or anything. Most of them are ancient. Rosa keys her ear mic and sends a transmission on the special channel reserved for emergency communications. The ringtone plays for several seconds before a voice answers. Rosa, what's happening? Commander, we're being followed by unknown enemies. The opposition is closing in on the Elmo at high speed. They've already launched a direct attack against us. After making the necessary response, I suspect that the opposition might be trying to board the Elmo. We may need your leadership and judgment for the upcoming battle. Unknown enemies, you say? What are their numbers and makeup? Well, they should be less effective against things that have been more technologically advanced than them, such as extremely thick armor plating on robots and things. I get the feeling that some of the weapons that they use, such as Nagants, really shouldn't be able to affect anything. And I still don't know where all their gameplay elemental effects come from, because it's never addressed in the story. I'm gonna guess it might have something to do with their epithelium bloom things that's giving them bonus powers, but it hasn't been addressed at all. It's like purely gameplay convenience. From what we can tell, the enemy are using 10 plus armored combat vehicles and at least 80 plus infantry. Armored vehicles? Could it be the Manji again? Have Mei Ling increase the Elmo speed. Keep your distance from the enemy armor and tell me the Elmo's coordinates and surrounding conditions. The enemy has heavy weapons, so the ammo is currently in defense mode. Defense mode, Also, the enemy has active electronic warfare equipment. We've lost partial radar functionality and cannot download real-time data on the surrounding terrain. I think Persica tried to explain the elemental magic thing, but SKK just acted confused. If that wasn't another game, then I missed that completely, and I'm pretty confused about it too, because I don't get how it works. Yeah, musket can still injure you, but not when you're wearing extremely fancy cyberpunk armor. I feel like at that point, for example, when there was this guy that was wearing full armor, and he got his jugular slit by Central Racy's maid cutlery knife, I feel like the armor that he was wearing should have at least protected him from getting cut by a freaking knife. But, I guess not, because dolls are super strong or something. Oh, is it related? Is it related to those epitheliums? Is that where they're getting the elemental powers from? Is that where they're channeling it? The whole thing that they were trying to boost more percentages of? I kind of forgot what it was called, because it was really specific. Well, he had armor on the neck, though. He had like a seriously thick band there. It's not like I could see the person's skin. He was wearing some kind of armor. I just don't think that a regular kitchen knife should have been able to go through that. I got no idea what's going on, so I'll just nod and agree. You have to remember that they're in the future. They should be able to invent some kind of armor that protects the neck from getting cut by a kitchen knife, you know? Even if it's not as thick as the rest of the bodies. I feel like it should protect from a kitchen knife. It's just kind of schizo techy. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me why they're using such old-fashioned guns. And then there's like these regular chump enemies that have almost like laser guns and stuff. From the PMCs and such. Like, the discrepancy is just funny to me. That's fine. I know the terrain over there well. I just need exact coordinates. Rosa sends the coordinates over and the voice on the radio goes silent. After some thought, the commander issues precise orders. It is precisely these orders that have always put Rosa at ease during emergencies. There is a pass 10 kilometers northwest of the Elmo with an abandoned town in it. If the enemy wants to board the Elmo, they'll want to shrink their perimeter. Once you're surrounded, there'll be no escape. Therefore, you must find terrain that will disrupt their plan to encircle you. That pass is a good place for it. In short, get the Elmo over there ASAP. Does this mean we will be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? Okay, yeah, the remolding pattern. There we go. I didn't actually think that the remolding pattern did anything before than just boost their strength and like make them be able to pull things out of hyperspace, or I guess hammer space, and for darker space, but I guess it gives them magic. I guess it just straight up gives them magic. Does this mean we'll be disabling defense mode and breaking through their barricade? But if we do that, the Elmo might sustain severe damage. But this thing is what gives them elemental powers then, because I noticed this is the remolding thing. Letting them board the Elmo would be more dangerous than that. Understood. Someone else seems to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. Well, there was no implication that she used remolding pattern in order to cut the guy through his armor, if you're meaning Centaurace. But if you're meaning someone like Hyungju, then yeah, she's got a magic knife too. She just throws the knife and it like shoots through an entire line of people and burns through all armor somehow. It's a magic butter knife. Someone else seems to be talking on the other side. After a brief conversation, the commander speaks over the transmission again. Think of a way to get the Elmo there and use the pass to block the enemy's pursuit. I'm heading back to help you right now. Commander, are you rushing back? But if it's just you and Clothin, relax, we met some old friends along the way. They'll be returning to the Elmo with me. Are they ex-Griffin dolls? I'll draft up a combat plan based on the reinforcements you bring back. It has what to do with collapse radiation does. Collapse radiation can convert materials in other. It's what caused the elites look like those monsters we face. Yeah, I know collapse radiation is just bullshit, mutagenic magic powers, so it doesn't really surprise me at all that their magic powers gain in lore explanation is, yes, the super particle forever expanding wave of magic does it. The 1000 degrees Fahrenheit knife versus human body. I mean, yeah, true. I just think it's kind of goofy that they don't really show any of the powers working in the story. It's just silly. They should be using their magic powers when they're fighting right now in the dialogue too. Rosa realizes that she seems to be placing too much emphasis on that last point, so she quickly supplements her words. Fortunately, the commander doesn't seem to have noticed it. Yeah, I'll be bringing 5 extra dolls back. We'll be returning by helicopter. Understood. I'll keep the ammo and everyone on it safe until you return. Thank you, Groza. The commander hangs up. Rosa stands in the ops room, both hands on the main terminal, her mind deep in thought. Then she raises her head and stares at the APCs approaching the Elmo. Maylene, deactivate the Elmo's defense mode.
But the force field is going to collapse at any moment. The Elmo is going to take severe damage if we do that.
I know, but these are the commander's orders. Change course now. Divert all powered engines and accelerate to maximum speed. Head northwest to a pass 10 kilometers from here. That's our objective. Once we drive there, we'll dismount to destroy the path in our wake to slow the enemy pursuit while waiting for the commander to return reinforcements.
Well, we'll do. I'll give it a try.
With the Elmo's defense mode deactivated, the sounds of machine gun fire, grenades, and cannon blasts wash over the Elmo. The opposition's furious bombardment fills the ops room with deafening alarms, but Groza's undeterred. Instead, she systematically works at the control stick, her eyes focused on the destination the commander has assigned her. She has to get there. She has to ensure the Elmo and its crew are safe until the commander gets back. Look, I don't take the whole alien relic technology stuff very seriously, okay? I just think it's mumbo-jumbo alien magic. I have attempted to read up on it, and every single thing I read up on it makes it sound more stupid. So I've just accepted it what it is. I'm not even bothering to try to understand that. And after that, when there are more people around to protect the commander, then this will probably be the final task she performs for her. Oh no, Groza wants to retire. Oh no! Lentine sits in her IFV, puffing furiously on her cigarette, while she watches the MBV and its deployed shield through a pane of armored glass. Her forces have encircled the Elmo. The next step will be to close the net, then board it and seize control. There are many questions in her mind, and she's eager to have them answered. This thing is harder to handle than expected. What's the status on our missile storage? We have 24 more shots. That's enough. Let the rhinos cease fire for now. Use them all up when we launch our all-out assault. Adjutant, shouldn't we call our people back if we're trying to board that MBV? With all due respect, the people we have here are ordinary men, Manji security troopers. They're nowhere near as well trained as us. Having them attempt the boarding would be suicidal. Look, I have a lot of opinions on the whole collapse particle stuff and the whole way that it works and how it's alien, ancient, collapse, whatever. That relic technology. I have a lot of opinions on that, but going into a whole rant about it would derail the whole thing we're doing here with the voice acting on the story. So I'll just say that I wish that it would have been a game more about technology that humans invented instead of them just digging it up out of the ground. And it became less interesting for me after that, so I just don't really care. Thank you. While I don't really care about casualties if the mission fails,
Have you blown up all the signal markers in the regions designated by the brass?
they're all gone.
Perfect. Without the signal markers, nobody will be making calls to the outside of our AO. Sounds like a perfect mission to completion to me.
The last human who said that isn't around anymore.
Also, we have drone surveillance for this mission. Even if someone wants to cut in, enough time to hunt them down later. Plus, it's not like I'm actually going to let those rookies fight those crazy dolls in close combat. Our objective is just to make that field and they think we're going to board them. Have our people stand by and wait for further orders. Kenny is clearly used to Lentine's habits and doesn't probe further. The assaulting IVFs draw closer to the Elmo while Lentine keeps her eyes focused on the screen as though she's waiting for something. Lentine just doing a bit of trolling.
The charging rhinos are now 1 kilometer away from the enemy.
Still no response.
Lentine anxiously studies the positions of her IFVs and the Elmo, leaving deep teeth prints on her cigarette. Adjutant, the enemy MBV is on the move. The MBV seems to realize that they can't just keep taking a pounding like this. A moment later, the Elmo's drive systems reveal themselves as the defense mode armor plating rises and retracts into storage. Although the mode switch takes less than a minute, it's enough for the Manji security forces to launch a vicious attack.
At last! Kenny, have the rhinos launch all remaining missiles now!
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Explosions rock the MBV as Lentine's order is executed. Although the MBV's dolls do their best to intercept the incoming projectiles, the saturation missile strike overwhelms the MBV shielding and scores direct hits on the superstructure. The unarmored parts of the deck are instantly potholed and the high-strength polycarbonate windows begin to crack. By the time the dust clears, the MBV has barely managed to finish its mode change. The MBV before the Manji security forces drags its pockmarked shell along and turns with unexpected speed, rushing toward an opening that the PMC forces couldn't seal off in time.
Very decisive. There's nobody else who would make that choice. Rhino 4, have your forces concentrate fire on the MBV's undercarriage.
Several autocannons roar as they blast away at the Elmo's running gears. While each individual shell is not too devastating, the sustained barrage deals tremendous damage to the hulking MBV. However, the Elmo seems intent on breaking out of the encirclement and ignores the attack from the IFVs around it, driving into the face of the shells raining down on it towards some unknown destination. Behind it, the Manji security forces are in hot pursuit. The multiple hits on the running gears by the autocannons cause load-bearing wheels to fall from their mountings. As a result, the Elmo shakes violently as it travels at high speed. However, the driver's technique means the MPV stabilizes itself as it limps out of the Manji security blockade.
Yes, carefully thought out and determined.
Lentine studies the direction where the Elmo is headed and then at a topographical map of the region. After zooming out repeatedly, she sees an abandoned town to the northwest. The MPV's broken out of the encirclement. They're picking up speed and our IFVs can't catch up with them.
That's fine. You think they can escape now that we know where they're headed?
where are they going anyway?
Here.
Lentine points to the screen, indicating to the town with her cigarette, and pats Kenny on the shoulder.
This is the only place that will let them escape our encirclement. I want to praise them for finding a way out so soon.
Tokyo Dorito! Wait, isn't that? The coordinates of the town in question has an Omen unit icon on it.
How Bush forces prepare for battle? Our guests are coming.
Lentine puts out her cigarette and takes hold of the cannon's hand station again, then orders the driver to prepare to move out. She can't withstand an assault like this. All she can do is flee miserably under the absolute superiority of her enemy's firepower, unable to protect the things she wants to defend. This is the price of abandoning everything and leaving the game. Oh, okay, so she's definitely pissed at Commander. She's a hater. Lentine is a hater, guys. It's truly unsightly. As expected, she made the right choice back then. That thought runs through Lentine's head as she watches the sand dunes vanish into the distance behind her. We don't need collapse radiation for where we're going. Everything is going as planned. Now that she has set up an ambush that so overwhelmingly favors her, how long will that woman be able to continue struggling? Leader, we're almost at the pass. Everyone, get ready for battle. Mailing, how's the Elmo? The substructure's been badly damaged and the engine severely overheated from a high-speed traffic just now. Our top speed is now only 15 miles an hour. Got it. Keep the Elmo on the move. Don't stop for anything. All points, load up on explosives. We need to jam up the mouth of the pass to shake up the enemy's pursuit. The road behind the Elmo is the only thing wide enough to accommodate it. I saw a couple of unstable-looking buildings on either side of it. We're going to plant charges on their load-bearing columns. Leader, enemies in black are surrounding us. Did they see through us? Change of plan. Eliminate the enemies near the Elmo. Carefully try to figure out the numbers and positions of the enemy. Remember, don't let them tie you up. They had another typo too. I feel like this part just isn't as well translated. Okay! Nemesis, I'll send a topographical map of this area to you. Get to high ground and fire at will. Thunder, rumbling in all directions. Bepley, you're in charge of distracting the enemy forces on the ground. Give Caroline and Nemesis a chance to break the formation. No problem! Bepley's the best at drawing everyone's attention. But what about you, leader? I'll plant the charges and keep the enemy from catching up to us. Mailing, tell the commander that the enemy's caught up to us and to beware of enemy attack on the way back. Yeah, this cutscene is pretty neat. It's not like super fancy or anything, but you can tell that they're trying to set it up to be a little bit more interesting. But I haven't been able to get through since just now. Keep trying to contact the commander until you get through. Okay, I'll keep up the heels. Right, that's our plan then. Everyone, let's go. Alright, what do we got here? They're very easy again. They're easy. There's only 5 of them right now. This shouldn't be too hard at all. just saying I'm jinxing myself when the enemies are all insanely underleveled compared to my team. They would actually be pretty hard to lose right now, genuinely speaking. I already know they're way stronger than humans. I just still think that the way they use classic weapons feels like it's very, very based off of fan service more than anything. Because why use classic weapons when you can have them be stronger than humans and use the most cutting edge technology guns, like laser guns, or ones of a futuristic caliber? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, they have better guns than that. They could give it to the dolls. Damn, it wasn't just a fake out force. Nah, the total showed 5. It was easy. Leader, it doesn't look like they're trying to close the gap. Yes, it seems they figured out what they're trying to do. Their aim is just to buy time, so they're keeping their distance and exchanging fire with us, keeping us from that building, which we could use to block the path. Yeah, but they were like that even before Girls Frontline 2 happened. Like, they were using classic guns even in the first game, where they did have the budget and the granting and all that to have better weapons, and they just didn't. And it's not like it was that far in the past either. It was just 10 years ago. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense from back then. Like, why did they have classic weapons in Girls Frontline 1? Lore-wise, it doesn't make sense. Griffin should have been able to be able to afford to buy them fancy weapons. They're pretty rich. At least they were before going bankrupt. Maybe they were just bad at budgeting the whole time. Couldn't even get them proper weapons, am I right? Nah. It's just that people get attached to their favorite gun and stuff. It's probably just because they're hired by huge nerds. Exactly. They're just hired by gun nerds. That's pretty much it. All of it's not even like up to the dolls to pick the weapons. It's just gun nerds decking out a waifu with their favorite gear and then nutting. They went bankrupt because they were attached to old guns. Ah, you're so right. Maybe that was it. Maybe they should have just actually leveled up their shit. Their aim is to just to buy time. So they're keeping their distance and exchanging fire with us, keeping us from that building which we could use to block the path. You're telling me they could have collapse radiation and they figured out relic technology and they couldn't find a way to make particle bullets that like remove you from existence? But they couldn't make collapse guns when they can do things like make elemental matter transfer tech and magic, and they couldn't make straight up collapse radiation guns. I feel like they could have done that. Game logic, exactly. You don't have to defend it. I know that it's just a gacha game about old-fashioned guns in a cyberpunk future. It's fine. There isn't any particular logic behind it. It's just these are the guns that people playing the game know, and we're gonna use them. To think we'd have to launch an attack, even though we're the side that got ambushed. Hey, Shorty, we worked pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? Well, the dolls don't turn into Ewits? I'm telling you that they should give these to the dolls to shoot at people. Clearly they don't care because they nuked half of the planet already. They should just have those as a treat. You know, collapse radiation gun is a treat. I gotta side at the nerds though. The Mauser C96 pistol looks cool. And you're telling me that they can't invent more futuristic future guns with better calibers? And instead they have to use ones from before the 2000s even came around in the 1990s? Like, come on. Come on, come on. There's no universe in which the Wah gun that Macchiato is using is a required weapon to have in a doll's hand over something that is actually modern. Come on! Come on, don't fuck with me like that. Sorry, 100-year-old guns look cool so we can't update. Yeah, exactly. Come on. I looked up the Wah 2000 a bit. It's like they didn't even get produced that much because they're so hard to make. Of physics, they have collapse radiation that doesn't follow any physics. The collapse radiation physics are some of the dumbest things I've ever read. They could just add some relic technology and make fancier guns. Come on. Come on. Come on. I read how collapse technology is just insanely bullshit. They could make better guns. Yeah, most of physics is just a suggestion. Literally, the whole thing with collapse technology is that it apparently revolutionized physics and brought humans into a world of 5D chess. Like, come on, you're telling me that they didn't study relic technology enough to make some insanely correct guns? Oh, come on. Oh, no, don't give me that. Plus, even in the first game, they can't even get the gun size right. Come on. You literally just have to look at Cyberpunk 2077 to see what kind of future tech weapons could be possible. Like, that game actually does it more properly. They actually tried to make updated guns and things. Here, it's like, you know, people know what this is, and we want gun nuts to play the game, so we're just gonna have them use all the old stuff, and we're not gonna explain why. Did I pull for any of the new car? I pulled Centaur AC, so yeah. I wouldn't call Ulrid new, though, and I'm gonna skip her again. Polka may be objectively right, but I will always support the C96. Hold on, is Head Pet Redeem not in there? Let me see. Polka Pats is here. Look, I can do it. I did it on myself. Head Pet's there. Ulrid isn't new? Nah, she was what in the first banner was Swomi. Ulrid is actually a rerun already. Thanks for the hydrate, by the way. But yeah, no. Ulrid's not new. Ulrid debut with Swomi in English version, and nobody pulled for Ulrid because Swomi was there. That's why most people don't have Ulrid. You know what? Don't give me economic costs, because in this world where most of the entire planet has been radiated into the ground, dolls themselves being as disposable as they are doesn't make any economic sense, and yet they're being destroyed constantly, even though they seem to be extremely intricate and would be expensive to make. And yet apparently they're so disposable that people can just go and shoot them for sports? For sports? You're telling me that there's enough resources to just keep making dolls almost infinitely, and yet they can't give the dolls actually better guns? Nah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I just don't believe that. Nah. The dolls themselves have insanely intricate components. But then they just get thrown out the moment they break or get old a little bit. They can make mechanical waifus but not better guns. Yeah, exactly. Like these guys have simp skin. They have processing modules for eating human food and then pooping it in a way that gives them electric power, or at least goes through them naturally. They have instant internet access and incredible computing processing, which means that they would have to make all sorts of impressive circuitry with extremely rare elements. And you're telling me these guys are disposable, but they can't have better guns. They poop. They actually do poop. They poop. They like release this kind of liquid when they eat food. It's like the waste extraction from having a gastronomical module. They actually shit. It's not like human shit, but they shit. I looked this up. It's real. To be fair, most of the Earth population got yeeted. Yeah, so where are the resources coming from? People have to be building these things in the first place. There has to be enough education. There has to be enough population left to teach it. If most of the Earth population got yeeted, they shouldn't be making dolls. They should be digging for scraps in the ground and recycling trash, and not even be living in proper buildings. They should be returning to the Stone Age. They should be going to the Stone Age, man. Because they have to be automating all this stuff since there's barely people alive anymore. That means that every single person left has to be extremely educated, and every single person that comes around in the last couple decades has to be somehow super trained and all that. You're telling me that there's enough people to sustain that and have kids when we barely having kids right now in the real world? Because everybody's too busy? Nah, humans would have gone extinct. We barely have kids now. We're having population declines. Where are they getting the materials from? Most of the world is collapse radiated. Look, it's okay. It's okay to not have consistent lore, you know? It's fine. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny that you're taking it this seriously. Anyway. Shorty, we worked pretty well together back there. Want to team up again? They got our android waifu, so that's fun. With extremely high fidelity stockings. You need Vectly to shine brighter? Yes, please. Draw their attention. I'll try to approach that building again. Nemesis, please cover us. Twining, the moment of enlightenment, and the distance from confusion. Look, show me the supply chains and I'll believe you. I love me some reverse collapse radiation stockings. Show me the supply chains. I want to see the supply chain for all the doll components. Where they're so expendable that they can just be thrown out on a whim. Nemesis says she's low on ammo. Alright then, our success or failure rests on this gambit. Let's go. Time for Vectly's favorite special effect, smoke screens! Get Doge to audit these dolls. Vectly pulls out a smoke grenade and throws it in the opposite direction of her cover. The moment it bursts, the enemy's bullets rain down on the spreading smoke cloud. The dolls emerge from their cover and race toward the building they're going to bring down. Can Carrick, enemies on your 9, roughly 50 meters away. Later, you guys carry on. I'll wipe them out. Carrick lowers her stance and sprints over to the enemies in question. Their screams fill the radio channel. Hurry down. 2 more headed your way, leader. Their path might pass through Nemesis' field of fire. Bang! Bang! Before Carly can finish speaking, a pair of bullets find their homes in the enemy skulls. They collapse like puppets with their strings cut and bright red liquid gushes out of their helmets. Before Carly can spout a one-liner, a hail of bullets fly her away from another direction. She quickly ducks behind cover, trying to find the position of her attackers. This time, the enemy doesn't seem willing to let her go. They hammer her position with a torrent of lead, keeping Carly completely pinned down. Quit bullying Carly! Bepley, go help her. Oh, they didn't use a red text for blood again. That's because it wasn't scary enough. This just happens all the time. It's fine. Bepley proceeds to double back to support Carly. She throws her grenade with all her might, and the enemy throws back more grenades in response. Rosa feels the heat and shockwaves from the multiple detonations wash over her back. While she continues running forward, there's a hint of anxiety in her voice as she keys her communicator. Carlick, Bepley, are you alright? I'm okay. I just got hit by a few bullets. For some reason, I get the feeling I should bring a ranged weapon along next time. Flowing sands and running waters recede, then go still at the furthest reaches of sunset. Okay, fine, you win. Now fire up the rest of your rounds and cover us. Bepley thinks the show went too well. But Mr. Pizza will give me strength. The sound of heavy gunfire comes over the transmission once again, and this time it's getting closer to the dolls. Rosa can clearly tell that these black armored troopers are worlds apart from the enemies she's previously encountered. Even the writer knows Carolick sucks. Their shooting technique and tactics mark them as veteran fighters, and they clearly understand the terrain. Although their responses are slower than dolls, they can still attack the dolls from multiple angles while hugging cover, negating the advantages in accuracy and reaction speed which the dolls enjoy. The Elmo dolls are having a hard fight, and time is not on their side this time. Rosa glances at the explosives in her backpack. So far, they haven't managed to set a single charge, and the IFVs are pursuing them will not give them a chance to catch their breath. If they can't block off the single road giving access to the pass, then it's only a matter of time before the enemy's main force catches up and wipes them out. Rosa squeezes her weapon's foregrip and thinks about what to do if the worst should come to pass. We fell for it. They weren't trying to delay us. They were just planning to directly destroy us. They're smarter than we expected, using their advantage in numbers and firepower to overwhelm us. Still, they are dolls! They'll die when we're killed! We've taken out so many of them already. Doesn't their commander give a damn about their men? Rosa doesn't know how to answer Carolick's question. Logically speaking, most commanders would do as Carolick said and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. But the enemy's fighting spirit and morale hasn't fallen because of their losses. She can't apply normal preconceptions to these foes. There's no point thinking all about all that. Later, I'll delay the enemy. Hurry and bring down that building. We can't let the commander come back to the site of the Elmo in flames, right? That's right. Please, I'm counting on you. Rosa ducks into the target building and unpacks enough explosives to bring this building down several times over before wiring them up with detonators and setting up the initiation sequence. However, the sound of IFV engines comes from nearby. Rosa looks up and her hands stop moving as she sees the scene before her. The IFVs that have been engaging the Elmo just now are heading down the road going straight for the Elmo. Rosa's heart fills with despair she's never felt before as the unending stream of IFVs rumbles in. No matter how fast she works, there's no way she can finish planting all the explosives on all the buildings' load-bearing columns before the convoy passes by. Time seems to slow to a crawl, and in Rosa's eyes, everything outside takes place in slow motion. In an instant, she remembers many things. Her life after parting ways with the commander, the scene of her reunion with her, the first time she downloaded her neural backup frame into this frame. That strange feeling from back then. She clearly promised the commander that she would protect everyone on the Elmo. No, she can't give up yet. She needs to complete her mission, and besides, she still has her last resort. Rosa lays the explosives on the ground and quickly reconnects them before loading them onto her back. The circuit ends at a detonator whose time delay has been removed. Rosa takes it in hand, discards her weapon, and jumps out in front of the first APC. The driver reacts quickly. Its autocannon and its coaxial machine gun immediately begin tracking her movement, but Adol's dexterity and rapid reflexes allow her to easily avoid the attack. Immediately following, she throws herself into a slide to go under the IFV. Carolee, take charge in my place from now on. Bring everyone back to the Elmo immediately. Upon hearing Rosa's words, Carolee's reply over the radio sounds frantic. Leader, what are you doing? I will keep the enemy vehicles from approaching the Elmo. Everything seems to be happening in slow motion. As she watches bullets kick up puffs of sand and dust around her, she suddenly feels a strange sense of liberation. Neural upload synchronization command selection disabled. Warning. This command entails a high degree of risk. Please reconfirm the disable order. Leader, talk to me! What are you doing? You can't! Not again! Confirmed. Command confirmed. Neural upload synchronization disabled. Time goes from slowing down to practically standing still. Rosa watches herself gradually approach the undercarriage of the IFV. She even sees the driver's look of panic as he tries to pull out his handgun but fails to do so in time. She sees the shell casings ejected by the turret guns, as well as each and every pebble thrown into the air by the shaking of the ground. She sees a strange blue-colored flower blossoming before her, and a blue butterfly flitting out of the flower's heart. And the final thing she sees is the commander's face, though for some reason it seems a little blurred. A strange feeling wells up from the depths of her neural cloud, but the real stranger is herself, standing in front of the commander. That self wears a completely different uniform from her and has a completely different expression on her face. A powerful wave of fatigue washes over Rosa. She closes her eyes and stops thinking. Goodbye, Commander. Kaboom! They really just left us on the cliffhanger. So, how are you feeling? Well, damn, son. She really just went, I'm gonna blow myself up and I'm gonna save everybody. Hang of cliffs. Happy cafe sound music, by the way, after all that. It's fine, she'll be okay. She's just pretending, you know. She's fine. Oops. I didn't even mean for it to do that. No, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. think I was gonna upgrade some neural node stuff. Let me see here. Maybe in Diane's?
あなた様のお役に
Okay. Let's see. I got more event to do, pretty much. Alright, let's take a look at it. As the helicopter races through the jet black sky, it slowly descends and emerges from the cloud cover that prevents others from noticing it. I can't help but worry as I look at my reflection in the window and back at the terminal in front of me. The terminal displays a connection lost icon. I sigh, then try to re-establish the communications link. Rosa, do you read me? Come in, Elmo. However, the only thing I hear from my earpiece is the hissing of static. I've been trying to contact them throughout the entire flight, but I haven't been able to get through so far. I clench my fist and glance unhappily at the hovering Dandicate. Didn't you say you could maintain comms with the Elmo no matter the distance? That would require the local signal markers to be intact. So the nearby signal markers have all been destroyed. Considering the scale of the enemy attack Rosa mentioned, that's definitely a possibility. It also means the opposition prepared their ambush well. While they're going up against the Elmo, I can't underestimate the reaction speed of these black-armored Manji security troopers. I look out the window at the ground below. The pass I told the Elmo to head toward is right below us. I head over to the cockpit where Sharkry and Centaur Racy are sitting in the pilot and co-pilot seats. Sharkry, descend to 200 meters and then maintain altitude. Okay! Have the helicopter's rocket pods been reloaded? Powered up and ready to go! Good. Centaur Racy, when we fly above the pass, try to use the vehicle radio to establish comms at short range. Let me see if I have any water left. Just a little bit left. Commander, the enemy might discover us if we use the radio. It's alright, they won't be able to respond. The helicopter soars through the air above the pass, and I can see quite a number of ant-like vehicles swarming the entrance. There are intermittent flashes of light in the settlement at the mouth of the pass. There are people exchanging fire there, and it's plain to see that our people are among them. Looking further into the distance, I see the AMBV crawling along as it trails a huge plume of black smoke. It's traveling slowly, but it's already drawn away from the firefight. Centaur Racy turns on the radio, and I begin hailing it. Soon I hear Mei Ling's voice amidst the noise. Mei Ling, do you read me? Thank goodness! I got through it last! Calm down, Mei Ling. What's happening now? We're being chased by lots of enemy armor. We headed to the town you mentioned earlier, but there were enemies there waiting to ambush us. Leader Groza took the dolls out to intercept them, and she said she would blow up the road on this side. So they saw through it, huh? Can you contact Groza? No, I can't. Leader and the others haven't been responding since just now. Do you think they're in danger? I'll go back them up. You keep driving the Elmo and don't stop for anything, got that?
I got it. Commander, please bring back Rosa and the others.
Leave it to me. I put down the handset and returned to the passenger cabin. I look around at the dolls holding their weapons and ammo, then began handing out combat assignments. Diane, Jongyu, Xiaohui, Centaur Racy, you'll be forming a squad to assist and relieve Groza's team. You already know who Groza is. The other 3 members of her team are a doll with bunny ears, a doll with a purple cape, and a doll with an M. Pizzaurus backpack. You should be able to recognize them at a glance. Don't get stuck in with the enemy. Find them and bring them back to the chopper ASAP.
Understood. We'll take care of it, Commander. Time to show you the power of an elite doll, Commander.
Olfin, you're in charge of protecting Melanie. Do not leave her side for a moment.
Yep.
Are you alright with that, Melanie?
I'm okay.
Alright, prepare to move out. I head back to the cockpit, instructing Sharkray to overfly the firefight. Once we're above it, I point at a largely intact building, and Sharkray immediately picks up on what I want and descends. Let's go! Centaur Racy and Diane open the hatches on their respective sides of the chopper, and a ferocious downwash screams in from outside. The dolls stand by the open doors while Colvin shields Melanie from the howling winds of her body. The helicopter nears the target building. The dolls jump out when it's roughly 10 meters above the roof.
Time for a Griffin airdrop. Watch this, big sis.
Jongyu does a magnificent flip in midair before touching down. Diane, who has touched down alongside her, glances at her sister before reproaching her. Be careful, Jongyu. We're in a combat zone now.
But that's what I want. It feels just like old times.
So this is what you used to do. No wonder you're always so restless.
Why, you jelly?
Ladies of Monsoon, let's head out.
Pardon us, Miss Centaur Racy. Let's go.
The dolls dart into the building and the helicopter pulls up again as it heads toward the mouth of the pass. Looks like it's about time. From the co-pilot seat, I see multiple IFVs working their way through the town area. They're driving single file toward the Elmo, the perfect opportunity for us. Sharkray, target this road and blow all those APCs to scrap.
Will do.
The helicopter adjusts its position as it hovers, then plunges in for a strafing run. Rockets scream out of their pods in rapid succession, and explosions erupt along the length of the road, turning the IFVs into burning wrecks. Wow, they look a lot more like tanks than I thought. They're pretty much just tanks, aren't they? Just maybe slightly lighter. Rosa feels her frame hit the ground hard with a dull thud. In the wake of the deafening explosions, the walls of the pass crumble and the ruined buildings nearby collapse, engulfing the fleeing Manji security troopers. She can hear their screams. She can see the mangled remains of humans that have been blasted into gory chunks, and she can feel their hot blood raining down on her. But, wait a minute. Didn't she just... Rosa thinks back to what she was doing before she found herself collapsed on the ground. Do dolls feel like this after they blow themselves up? Also, they hold troops, like kind of like bus tanks. They're bus tanks to me now. Yay, the bus tanks are there. It doesn't seem any different from normal. She recalled a time when scientific advancement in this world was still limited, and humans believed that after death they would become something called ghosts, entities left behind after one's death. Then, is she some kind of data ghost now? Rosa lies motionless, trying to clear her head. In her recollection, she was preparing to press the button on her detonator, but then the IFV before her suddenly exploded, and a massive shockwave sent her flying. Rosa looks down at her right hand. The detonator is still there, but she did not press it. Then what was that explosion just now? Oh, she didn't get the seppuku in time. She got saved just right at the second. Very, very, very convenient timing. See, you're not beating the bus tank allegations. They're gonna be bus tanks in my mind now. You can't stop me. You're not gonna be able to stop me. They're buses in tanks. They're bus tanks. Before she could think about it, the sounds of more gunfire and explosions come from the other side of the rubble. Kaboom! Looks like the opposition hasn't given up yet. They're trying to blast a hole in the debris and fallen rock blocking the path so the troops outside can get inside and continue fighting. Once again, there is another deafening explosion. Rocks and debris fly everywhere and the blocked passage shows signs of clearing. Another one and... kaboom! The rubble blocking the path is completely blown away. She can hear Manti troopers approaching, so close that she can see their gray helmets through the breach. Is this the end? No, not yet. Bullets suddenly fly past her, accurately striking the Manti troopers in the head. Shocked, Groza looks back and sees the dolls rushing out of the smoke and running to her side. Okay, fine. They're tank buses. They're buses that are tanky. Now I'm gonna call them tank buses. Perfect. I figured it out. I fixed it. Miss Groza, are you alright? I like how she looks so bashful. Are you the reinforcements sent by the commander? Miss Groza, do you not remember me? Yes I am. Master sent me to help you withdraw. Where are the other dolls? They're behind me, fighting in the streets. They're engaged with the enemy. They need backup. Understood. Miss Diane, please take Monsoon Squad and reinforce the other dolls. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. I'ma curse you now, Tank Bussy. You kind of forced that one, but yeah, it's a little cursed. It's time for you to slip into a coma. See you later, Polka and Chat. Okay, Drax. See you another time then. Thank you so much for dropping by. To be fair, I'd be pretty embarrassed too if I tried to make a heroic sacrifice only for a second-rate idol and a chopper to steal the show. When you put it that way, yeah, I'd be kind of hiding the detonator right about now. I'd be throwing the detonator over my shoulder and be like, yeah, it's fine. I wasn't planning on using that anyway. It was a bluff. I'll help evacuate Miss Groza. Understood. We'll leave these things on this side to you. Please stay still, Miss Groza. You've sustained severe damage to your frame. I'll drag you out of there. You know, I was just joking a little bit. You were just joshing over here. Nemesis, what happened to your cover fire? Departure. Lost and hidden friends. What do you mean you ran out of ammo? And now of all times? Get it together already. Are there dolls approaching us from over there? They're fast. Are they enemies? Don't shoot. We're friendlies. Are you dolls from the Elmo? Yes, we are. We're from Monsoon Squad. The commander sent us to back you up. They'll be covering your withdrawal. So the commander sent you? But Leader's still out there. Our teammate will bring her back. Let's take care of the enemies in front of us first, shall we? Sounds great. Time to give those bastards a spanking. Okay, what do we got here? Doesn't look too bad. I feel like these guys are gonna be too hard. I mean, look at them. They're getting smoked just by Suomi's airdrop. I'm pretty sure this won't be hard. It'd be kind of nice if the game could reflect a little bit more about the actual difficulty, but they can't do that because they're not making this main chapter. They're making it story for some reason, so instead of getting actual natural progression, we're instead getting this instead, which is everything in a really crucial pivotal moment is piss easy. Hi, Red Dragon. Oh, that's funny. She just fell. Would be nice if the event stories at least give you preset canon dolls. Yeah, that'd be nice too, and especially if they were about the same level so that you could get a feeling for the challenge of it. I don't know why they can't do that when they've done it in other events and stuff, but they choose not to for the story. Yeah, exactly. They would be much better served here than in challenge mode. It's kind of weird. It's literally more immersion right now, and I don't have any. The red-haired woman anxiously studies the messages on the screen, not even realizing that her cigarette has almost burned itself out. Half of the IFBs she sent into the town have been destroyed. The other half have been wedged outside by fallen rocks and rubble. Meanwhile, there is a ceaseless stream of casualty reports from her Omen forces. Just now, the dolls that jumped out of that helicopter had completely eliminated any chance she had of wiping out those encircled dolls. That helicopter had shown up with incredible timing and practically destroyed her entire deployment in an instant. Could it be that the fleeing MBV had only been a decoy? Was she the one being ambushed all along? She lost half of her bus tanks. Tank buses. The confidence she had started with crumbles in an instant, and Lentine can't help but wonder if there's a bigger trap waiting for her behind all this. Any other person who would probably not be able to do it, but she can't even begin to imagine what kind of strategies that man who came back from Frankfurt can employ. Lentine's underestimation of her has already cost her dearly, and right now she knows that her only choice is not a choice at all. Contact all squads! Have them begin withdrawing! Load up the dead and wounded where possible, and return to our muster point. But Adjutant, we can still fight. We still have those dolls surrounded. And what if they have more dolls lying in wait for us? What? We still have a perimeter lockdown. Mission ahead of us. We can't lose any more men. Bring everyone back now. Yes, ma'am. Damn it! Kenny angrily punches his seat before leaving the IFV. He doesn't look back. It is only now that Lentine notices the burning pain at her fingertips. She clicks her tongue and drops the cigarette butt. Folka really loves Lentine. She goes all out with the voice. If only she were a doll, she could be my fave any day, but nah. She had to be a human. SMH, SMH. She can't join my waifu squad. Its lingering heat scorches a black-edged circle on the intelligence report lying on the floor of the vehicle. Lentine picks it up, preparing to throw the pages that made her lose so much out of the vehicle. However, her hand stops halfway, and Lentine instead throws the report back on the ground. There's a strange feeling in her heart. It's been there for a full 10 years, appearing in her dreams, showing up whenever she doubted herself, forcing her to find all kinds of excuses for her actions in order to get it under control. As it is, she can no longer hold it back. The feeling that utterly denies all the choices she has made, an emotion that completely crushes her soul into the dirt. How? How is it that she can still beat me, even after falling so far? Why would she give up on everything, even when she's this capable? It makes no sense. She has to ask her and find the answer to that question. Lansing grabs her gun and stands up, throwing open the IFV's hatch. She clenches her fist, driving her nails so deeply into her palm that blood begins welling up and dripping from her hand. Things shouldn't be this way. Come on, load up. Monsoon Squad brings the Elmo dolls to the roof of a nearby building. As the helicopter slowly touches down, I open the hatch so the dolls can rush inside. Diane and the others bring Carolee, Vepli, and Nemesis with them into the helicopter, which makes the passenger compartment feel a little cramped. Xiaobi and Jiangyu reflexively take up positions on the edges of the cabin, guns raised and scanning their surroundings. Commander, where did you get all these people from? They're old friends. Where's Groza? Miss Centaurisi said she was helping to evacuate Groza. I look down, but there's no sign of them. I pick up the handset and hail Centaurisi. Centaurisi, where are you two? Master, Miss Groza is badly hurt. The enemy caught up to us and we're trying to hold them off. Find a way to indicate your location. Got it. I hear a magazine change over the transmission. Shortly afterwards, I see a stream of tracer rounds hurtle into the sky. I immediately point in that direction and order Sharkray to dust off. Once we reach the area above the tracers, I can clearly make out Centaurisi and Groza fighting off the enemy from behind cover. Jiangyu and Xiaohui immediately rake the enemy support weapons of gunshots, and a suppressive fire from the distance eases off. Centaurisi looks up at the helicopter and takes advantage of the lull in the shooting to grab Groza and head for the nearest roof. Also, yeah, she can always just bribe the commander with coffee. It seems like Commander's a coffee addict. And, I can relate to that, so it's another thing we share. What? A pair of missiles fly toward the helicopter, but fortunately Sharkray has been slowly orbiting the site and dodges them. Diane moves up to the doorway and joins the other dolls in suppressing the source of those rockets. Meanwhile, I get Sharkray to rapidly descend and get as close to the building's edge as possible. Just as the helicopter levels up, Centaurisi appears on the roof carrying Groza. She widens her steps and picks up speed, jumping off the roof of Groza. The two of them slam into the helicopter like a cannonball. Fortunately, the other dolls help them soften the impact. Diane helps Centaurisi lay Groza on the cabin floor while Jiangyu immediately closes the hatch. Seeing that everyone is aboard, Sharkray immediately climbs into the air, beating a hasty retreat while being pursued by more rockets. Honestly, this helicopter is really amazing because whenever I think of our helicopters, they're usually extremely fragile and can get taken out by nearly anything. But here they're getting shot at by missiles, ammo, pretty much anything those guys could throw at it, and it seemed to be doing fine. It was pretty stable there, right? The helicopter flies toward the Elmo. Fortunately, the roof landing pad isn't too badly damaged. Sharkray lands the chopper on the Elmo. The dolls dismount, waiting for further instructions. Thank God we have magic helicopters. I mean, more like armored helicopters, but yeah. I look into the distance. The Elmo is clear of that ruined town and the enemy shows no intention of continuing the pursuit. I sigh in relief, then turn my attention back to the dolls. Rosa's frame is riddled with shrapnel. Carolee and Nemesis are carefully unloading her from the helicopter. Rosa, are you alright? I'm fine. I'm sorry. I almost failed to complete my mission. It was my fault for coming back late. Don't speak, you need repairs. Rosa nods and closes her eyes. I hear the chime of the hangar elevator nearby, and Mei Ling rushes out as the door opens. Commander!
Leader, you okay?
Rosa shakes her head but does not respond. Mei-Ling, you've done a great job. Now I need you to do a little more.
Got it. I'll start fixing Leader right now.
With Mei-Ling urging them on, Caroline and Nemesis help Rosa to the repair bay.
Will Leader really be alright?
I hope it's just surface level damage. We'll have to wait for Mei-Ling to finish running diagnostics. Speaking of diagnostics, why don't you give Melanie a checkup? After that, we can get her a room to rest in.
Alright, come with me, okay, Melanie?
Melanie glances at me, then obediently follows Colvin down the stairs. I have Vepley give the other dolls a tour of the Elmo, which also includes performing a damage assessment of the stricken areas. I head back to the ops room. Thanks to the recent attack, it's a total mess. Glass panels have been broken and fragments are everywhere. Also, yeah, I know that they were intercepting some of the rockets and stuff, but just considering how easily helicopters tend to be blown off by even just too much wind or explosive air or pressure, I'm still amazed that it's amazing stability there. I can't help but sigh as I think about how the Elmo had just been repaired not long ago, only for it to be reduced to this state once again. I sit back down in my chair. Who would have thought so many things would have happened in the course of just one day? The hitherto silent Dandegate flies above my head once again. Dandelion's smug voice rings out from above me. What an exciting day this was, Commander! Does it remind you of your Griffin days? I can't help but be reminded of them. I reach up to grab the Dandegate above my head, but it nimbly evades my grasp. The Dandegate flies before me and projects Dandelion's face again. She is yawning and stretching lazily. So, were the day's events a coincidence that you arranged to? How could that be? The only coincidence I arranged was for you to meet Monsoon and the Zucchero, but then you ended up rewriting the script in your own way. I had nothing to do with the encounter in that underground lab, the fight with Manji security, or that girl. Oh, really? Anyway, about that data you found in that underground lab, have you learned anything yet? I found a piece of information before we left the range of the signal marker network. As it turns out, there has been a string of missing persons and cultist activity cases filed with the police departments of the various major districts in the nearby satellite cities. So far, I've read through 800 plus reports, over 13,000 pictures, 46 videos, and the material involves over 1,000 people. Right now, I'm trying to analyze similarities and sort them to see if I can find any clues. However, the reports are all highly disorganized, and there are signs of systematic internal tampering, in addition to the confusing information. What? So give me a little more time, okay? It's only been half a day. Even I can't digest all this at once. I just have to wait until my connection to the signal marker network is restored. His smug Dandelion voice. Well, she seems smug all the time, so it has to reflect that, right? It has to be as smug as possible. However, there seem to be some similarities between the experiment you found and what HIDE 404 is investigating. Perhaps they might be able to give you a lead to follow. I trust you haven't forgotten them yet. How could I ever? Lena assigned you to go pick them up, right? Rosa and the others were attacked on the road to get them. They were probably the same people as the ones who attacked 404. That's my guess, too. According to the PMC registration database, Manji Security is supposed to be a small independent company with less than 100 employees to their name.
It looks like the Nompa must have messed up really badly if they managed to overlook a company with this level of equipment and manpower. We'll tell Colleen about this afterwards. However, we've been cut off since just now. We can't contact anyone, be they 404 or Lena. The enemy is smart. They knew to destroy the signal markers. However, I doubt this will pose a problem for 404. I know, right? Small indie company? Seems like they've been getting bad data. Small indie PMC? Ooh, we're just a small indie PMC. Please don't worry about us. Ooh. You mean? I mean something like this. Dandelion points to the ops room main terminal. Suddenly it buzzes with a comms request. I glance at Dandelion and then I warily put it through. Hey, looks like I got through. Man, it sure was hard fixing a signal marker with hardware this old. Man, I thought you would have killed me if I didn't fix it. Wow, just thinking about it scares me. For a moment, I'm not sure how to answer. There's a look of doubt on my face as I listen to the voice on the line. No response? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm connected, right? Forgotten who I am. Have you, Commander? There's a brief burst of noise. The video window dissolves into static and then clears up. There's a man with his back to the camera. Oh, I thought it might be Lena, but it's a dude. My bad. With his back to the camera, he seems to be banging on something. There's a burst of sparks, and then the man throws his wrench aside and slowly turns around. As he does, the man's face is revealed by the cold light of the overhead fluorescent lamps. Wait a minute, is that you, dear? It's the first man in a while. First non-girl in a girl's frontline. Wait, there's men in this game? I know, right? There's like a handful of named male characters in this game. And the rest are just all whammons. Outside the Elmo's windows, a sandy gust of wind speeds through the darkened sky. There are no Elid corpses here or nauseating monsters. The endless sands are as clean as though nothing had ever happened. The helicopter slowly lands on the Elmo. The dolls open the hatch and jump down from the chopper, while Dier follows behind them as he touches down on the Elmo. After receiving Dier's distress signal, Centaur Risi took Diane and the others to the beacon station where Dier was. Well, yeah, obviously he's clearly a GFL1 character. They don't introduce themselves like that unless they're from the first one. As per our previous comms, I learned that he had come to offer assistance after 404 had gone missing. But by the time he arrived at their location, he found that all the signal markers in the region had been destroyed and that Manchi security had seized control of all the roads leading in and out. In the end, he became trapped there. Fortunately, Lena had given him the Elmo's comm code, so he managed to contact us after fixing his signal marker. We didn't encounter any enemies at the signal marker. The helicopter returned to the Elmo after taking Dier aboard. The dolls returned to the repair bay to rest, while Dier came to the ops room. I gave him a quick once-over and can't help but feel unfamiliar with his look. What's wrong, Commander? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to grow up like this. Well, I am a human after all. Our looks are different from dolls. We grow up fast. Yes, of course I know that. That said, what's more interesting is that you're still helping out Squad 404. There were times when I asked myself, why am I even putting myself through all this crap? But hey, in for a penny, in for a pound, right? And besides, I heard that the Elmo would be helping them out, and I always wanted to take a look around the Elmo. Is this thing really that interesting? I feel like the lore reason for why there's no men's frontline is because women are more trustworthy looking, and because Persica is probably into Yuri. But I don't know. She's weird.
Also, apparently there's men in one of the games. Like male dolls. But I haven't played that one. Of course it is. After all, it's a cutting-edge IOP product. The fine glory of the NSU's heavy industry. A one-of-a-kind model whose like will never be seen again. Yeah, it sounds pretty awesome. Honestly, you don't even know how valuable this thing is, do you, Commander? All I know is that thanks to its workshop bills, I have trouble just getting enough water to drink as it is. Hey, you get what you pay for. Would you mind if I upgraded the comm system over here? Be my guest. I step aside and Dier takes out a bunch of strange devices before starting work on the command console. After some banging and fiddling, I see a screen on the console's monitor that I've never seen before. What's this? I upgraded the Elmo's comm systems and also set up a temporary encrypted comms channel. I'm sure there were cases in the past where your transmissions were leaked to the outside world, right? Why do you ask? Well, yeah, I'm sure he was like a freaking almost child. I guess Commander has been hanging out with dolls for so long that she forgot that human children actually grow bigger. Incredible concept, I know. Why do you ask? Lena told me about it. She said that after Miss Kalina found out that the Nomfa's comms had been cracked by others on multiple locations, she told 404 about it and asked them to improve their signal encryption. Also, I would say it's less child soldiers, from what I can tell, and more like child labor. Leva felt that relying on an encrypted channel alone was pointless, so not only did she boost the encryption in all their communications, she also installed a honey trap in 404's information systems. Any visitors who haven't been invited by 404 will receive a special surprise from them. Unfortunately, the upgraded technology still hasn't managed to catch that visitor who's turned up so many times before. The encrypted comm channel I set up here is similar to the one Squad 404 is using now. This way we can better ensure data security between both sides. If that's the case, Kalina had best upgrade on her end too. Well, about that, I don't dare to mess around lightly with things on Nampha's end. Although I think that's where the biggest hole in security is. Do you think the Nampha is problematic? Like, it would be strange if a government organization of that level didn't have loopholes, right?
Thank you for the pats, Kuna.
I fall silent for a while and don't respond to Dier's words. In principle, I trust Kaline unconditionally, but she's part of the Nampha, and I can't make up my mind about them right away. After some thought, I decide to change the subject. Oh yes, you were saying that Lena asked you to come over. Yep. Earlier, Klukai mentioned having trouble getting network signal, so Lena sent me over to help troubleshoot things for her. At first, I thought it was just a standard mission, so I took my family helicopter over and paid for transportation and tools myself. Now that I think about it, Klukai really is too stingy. So you entered the yellow zone all by yourself? To be fair, Dier wasn't part of Griffin. He was part of a group that tried to save abused dolls and came into contact with 404 and decided to help them. I mean, that still sounds like child labor activism. Because kids shouldn't be doing all that stuff, but considering what kind of setting it is, people are probably having to work younger and younger again. There isn't exactly time for leisure anymore. Well, the danger level for this place wasn't high, and my truck had good specs, so the Varigers had trouble catching up. I thought I could just find a signal marker, drop off an enhanced space station, and be done with it, but turns out every single signal marker I encountered along the way was completely destroyed. The only one whose internals I could even begin to repair was the last one. After that, I found out that the way out was completely controlled by Manji forces. I figured that they'd shoot me full of holes even if I tried to go back. What I mean is that he doesn't have enough parental supervision. If you had enough parental supervision, you probably wouldn't be part of a doll activist group. Let's be real here. We gotta blame his mom and dad for this one. Luckily I met you, Commander, otherwise I'd have been totally screwed. Saying so, Deer fiddles with the console interface and rescans for new transmission channels. The moment the rescan finishes, a shining point immediately appears on the screen. Ah, danger music is on. Things are about to get funny again. What's this? It's a transmission base station. It's broadcasting right now. Can I connect to it? Yes, do it now. Deer connects to the transmission. A rapid, loud voice speaks over the channel. 3,762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We have an emergency and need support. I repeat, we need support. Survey Corps? Aren't those the forces that Foro Corps are working with? Can we communicate with them? No, there's no response. This is an audio clip on a loop broadcast. Can we backtrace their signal then? Sure we can. Alright, location confirmed. They're not far away. I pick up my terminal and contact Centaur AC. Master. Centaur AC, I have a new assignment for you. Get ready for battle along with Monsoon Squad and meet in the hangar. Understood. Preparing now. I have the air send the coordinates to the dolls and look out at the night sky as dark and mysterious as this mission. This might be our break in finding Hide 404. Alrighty. Look at that nice goopy water. You wanna try some of that goopy goop water? Looks like Kool-Aid. Ooh. Take a bath in it. Ooh, all green. Algae blooms and everything. Ooh. Alright, I'll stop fucking around the goo water now. Let's see. And so Polka drank that and turned into an eyelid. It's just a Kool-Aid, you know. It's tasty. It's lime flavored Jello Kool-Aid. It's good for your body. It nourishes you with vitamin C and free radicals. I just eat Origins for vitamin C, to be honest, Kyak. Yeah, well, I don't know about you, but this is a peak nutritional supplement right here. You'll never get better vibes from anywhere else, I'm sure of it. Oh, he's just teleporting. And there's a little bud. This is just bullying. Anyway, The helicopter takes off from the Elmo. I decide to head over to the repair bay while waiting for news. I leave the ops room after telling the Dandicate to keep an eye on the Elmo's status and its surroundings. The air follows me down too. When we enter the repair bay, we see Mei Ling performing the final adjustments on Groza, while the other dolls keep her company. Ah, Commander, you're here! Yup, how are things? Mei Ling says things are okay, but just now here? Caroline immediately shuts up when she realizes what's going on and pushes Nemesis and Vepley out of the room. Right, we're going to go check on the rest of the Elmo. You guys have a good check, Commander. After the dolls leave the room, Groza sits up on the diagnostic slab. Groza, are you alright? Commander, I'm fine. Thank you for sending help. Yeah, things are really close out there. Mei Ling, how is Leader's frame? I was startled when I first saw her, but when I ran my diagnostics, I realized that there weren't that many penetrating injuries. Fortunately, most of the wounds were caused by shrapnel. While it caused a certain amount of damage to her limbs, we can fix them with replacement parts. That's good to hear. After seeing that Groza is alright, I managed to calm down at last. I step aside to make room for Dierd and introduce him to Groza and Mei Ling. This is Mei Ling. She's the Elmo's chief engineer. Groza is the leader of the Elmo's doll squad. Dier nods to them. Mei Ling returns the nod a little timidly. And this is Dier. I guess you could call him 404's... Just call me 404's technician. I'll do everything I can to help you out during the upcoming operation. Nice meeting you. Oh, alright. Groza nods to Dier. For some reason, Groza seems to be acting strangely. Suddenly, Dier's eyes light up and he excitedly rushes over to the slab behind Groza. Puzzled, I follow his movements with my eyes and see him practically skip over to where Sexton's is lying. Sexton's frame has been badly damaged. Just about all her exposed skin has been destroyed, and her body is also badly deformed. You even have a third-generation doll? You know this is a third-gen doll? Of course I do! This is the latest tech developed by the Orlok conglomerate. Even the core collaborator companies who are working on it need to wait in line for 6 months just to look at the relevant files. I can't believe you've gotten so rich and powerful after not seeing you for so long, Commander. Oh, I just picked her up by accident. By accident? A third-generation doll costs as much as a skyscraper. And that's just the financial cost alone. This isn't the sort of problem you can solve with money. Oh no, he's a doll nerd. Well, he is confirming that some of these dolls are expensive as fuck. So much about them being cheap to make. Apparently, I guess skyscrapers might be cheap too. Well, it's a long story. We fought her during the previous mission, and then she suddenly showed up near the Elmo. We dragged her on board after we smacked her around for a bit. Think you actually managed to beat a monster of that level? Looks like you've been lying about your combat strength, Commander. Well, not really. There seemed to be something wrong with her when we ran into her. Both her perceptions and memories were confused. Maybe you could help me take a look at her. I get it, Polka is always right. Yes, exactly, I'm always right. Happy to help. Still, in her current state, well, the materials for repairing her would cost an astronomical sum. I coughed to hide my awkwardness. Is there a cheap way to do it? Cost aside, the main problem is that my understanding of third-generation dolls is surface level at best. Frankly speaking, I don't have much confidence in doing it. Well, you've got a chance now. Yeah, I think so too. Well, since I got a chance to take a crack at this, don't mind if I do. The air pulls out his toolbox and produces a plethora of instruments I have never seen before. After plugging all manner of cables into Sexton's access ports, the air's instruments begin to flash and make noises. It's a mess in there, junk code and bad sectors everywhere. Her brain was pretty much mush when we met her. Upon seeing that we're discussing Sextons, Mei Ling helps Groza off her slab and walks over to me. Oh, while you weren't around, Leader tried hacking into her neural cloud to gather information. Why did you take that risk? Her firewalls were down, so I judged that hacking into her would not pose any risks. I see. So, did you make any progress? Her neural cloud was a mess when I hacked in. My guess is that it was severely damaged by a fusion experiment. I tried connecting to her level 3 base layer and learned some things. Apparently someone ran an experiment on her and deliberately destroyed her. However, her internal files were too badly damaged and I couldn't make out any details. I see. Here, I need the information in her neural cloud. Please help me fix her neural cloud as best as you can. Why don't you ask for the moon too while you're at it? The ear takes out another little electronic device and hooks it up to several small cables from Sexton's head. After a while, the connections crackle and throw up sparks, even setting the device the ear is holding on fire. A short circuit. How is it? It's like what Leader Groza said. Someone wrecked this third gen doll's neural cloud almost to the point of complete destruction. Whoever did it targeted all the vital and irrecoverable parts of the neural cloud. See, although her frame structure is still largely intact, it's almost inoperable. It's kind of like if a neurosurgeon went and severed linkages in a human brain. There aren't many destroyed nodes, but the neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Look, I'm not being fully serious, although I think that dolls are probably not as easy to produce as some of the material suggests, and clearly a lot of them are also very expensive. So I don't know how they can like just go around mass producing them when clearly their control over the technology of collapse radiation isn't good enough that they can't materialize some nice places to live out of this shithole wasteland. They could create matter. Couldn't they like build matter over all the irradiated parts? And then like make buildings in an instant and not have to have construction crews and just like kind of spawn them in by converting matter and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I don't totally get it. It's fine. There aren't many destroyed nodes, but the neural cloud module is pretty much a write-off. Also, it seems her body. The ear narrows his eyes and carefully studies an almost destroyed portion of Sexton's epidermal layer. Is something wrong? No. Still, why would anyone make a doll frame out of this? Pretty imaginative, I have to say. Is there any material you haven't seen before? Well, it's not like I haven't seen before, just that I never thought anyone would make a frame out of it. Get to the point, what is it? The ear thinks for a moment and reaches into his toolbox and takes out something that looks like a microscope. He looks for a place on Sexton's body and sets it up and calls me over. Here, Commander, take a look. What is this? It looks like some kind of biological tissue, or rather, some kind of cells. Looks like someone was trying to fuse this doll's frame materials with some kind of cell. That's a little surprising. The cells don't look very active. Looks like the fusion didn't work. I think about what the ear is saying, and I suddenly sense someone staring at me. When I turn around, I suddenly notice a little figure standing in the doorway. There's the pitter-patter of footsteps, and then Colfin appears in the doorway as well, grabbing the arm of the little figure. Melanie, what are you doing here? There's something here. Melanie. Upon hearing my words, Melanie reflexively backs away. Oh, you adopted a daughter as well. Look, it's a really long story. Hi, hello, Melanie. Melanie backs away even further. Do I really look that scary? Wolfen, what were the results of her checkup? Melanie's vital signs are all stable. Too stable, in fact. Melanie ignores the exchange between Colfin and me. She raises her hand and points to the doll behind me before addressing me directly. I want to see that doll. That doll? I point to Sexton's. You mean her? Melanie nods. Sure, I guess. Also, I'm sorry about the ear's voice, but I'm kind of bad at voicing men. I don't think I have a very suitable voice for voicing something that sounds masculine. So, a lot of the time when I try to voice men, I kind of just have to wing it. And try to pitch it in a way that sounds a little different, but it's not very easy. Ah, shit, I got a drop of water in here, that's about it. But thank you, Kuna. Melanie approaches us. Suddenly a chill runs down my spine and my hand reflexively reaches for the gun at my waist. Upon realizing what I'm doing, I quickly turn aside so she doesn't see me and fold my arms across my chest.
Oh, yummy snacks. Nom, 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 nom.
She walks up to Sexton's and looks her up and down. Finally, her gaze settles on a position where we discovered the signs of cellular fusion. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen her before? Not this one, but she looks a lot like the ones I saw before. She also has signs of this fusion. Melanie's words make me stiffen up. You know what these signs of fusion are?
Here, get a snack. Yummy, yummy snack, thank you.
They're from Bujum extracts. They show signs like this after fusion. Bujum cell structures? Hang on. Cell activity has suddenly increased. Pierre quickly checks on Sexton's condition. Rosa walks up in front of me and reflexively takes up a defensive position, while Colfin pulls Mailing and Melanie away. Be careful, Commander. Logically speaking, the chance of her self-repairing like this should be vanishingly low, but the characteristics of Bujum cells might actually end up coming into play here. Self-repair, huh? So a doll who could self-repair and a third-gen doll at that. Well, that's interesting. Looks like she's recovering faster than expected. Her neural cloud is rebooting. The bad sectors are actually accepting connections. Pierre stares incredulously at the instruments he's holding while Rosa warily raises her gun and points it at Sexton's while shouting to Colfin. Get Mei-Ling and that girl out of here.
Okay.
Colfin drags Mei-Ling and Melanie outside. Melanie keeps looking back as she goes. After Colfin closes the door behind her, I return my attention to Sexton's. Can you repair her NeuroCloud backup logs while we're at it? I'm doing it right now. Reboot successful. Local NeuroCloud backup activated. Backup failed. Reboot successful. Local NeuroCloud backup activated. Now connecting to remote database. Remote database connection failed. Rebooting in local mode. System online. Now loading affiliation data. Affiliation ID failed. Sextons opens her eyes but remains still. She looks at me, her eyes filled with confusion. Are you my master?
Your master?
Sextons walks toward me and extends a hand. I reflexively reach out to take it, but Rosa blocks me. Commander, she poses a huge threat. You mustn't lower your guard. Pierre quickly works on his instruments and then he suddenly chuckles. Commander, looks like you might actually become her new master.
What do you mean? I get to keep it? I get to keep Sextons?
The Sexton's voice is so different from the normal polka voice, it's impressive.
It's going pretty deep into my range, yeah, but I'm trying.
Well, her affiliation and authorization data have been completely cleared out, and her systems are back to their default state. If you like, you can take ownership of her.
Does that mean anything?
Of course it does. That way you can easily retrieve those neural logs you wanted. I mean, the only human here who can do this is you, right, Commander? I glance at Rosa. She doesn't look at me. Her gun is still trained on Sextons. If it will aid your mission, then you should assume ownership of her. Oh. I nod and Dier immediately begins tapping away on his touchscreen. Sexton's eyes briefly flash. Soon, Dier puts his instruments down and confidently addresses me. Done. She won't regard you guys as enemies anymore, and her neural cloud is reconstructing itself. Also, I found something neat. Something neat? She has an IFF key in her database. You know what that means. Are you saying that anything the key regards as friendly is actually an enemy to us? That's right! See, all the combat logs from nearby have been transmitted to her neural cloud. My guess is that these friendly coordinates show the movements of Manji security forces. There's no other PMC with so many guys in this shitty part of the Yellow Zone. So the third-gen dolls are also linked to Manji security. I mean, that much is obvious, right? Third-gen dolls were the product of the conglomerate to begin with. Yeah. So if we have a more precise location for Hide 404, we can use sextants to backtrace them through Manji security positions. I nod, then my terminal suddenly rings. Commander, do you read me? Loud and clear, go ahead. We found the coordinates, and we ran into a small detachment of Manji security personnel. They were few in number, and we have already eliminated them. We found a couple of Survey Corps troopers during the firefight. One perished, and the other is very badly wounded. Can you send him back to the Elmo for treatment? His wounds are severe, and we cannot move him easily. Miss Diane is administering first aid, but... Diane, what is that trooper's condition? Sexton's playable when? And playable now? Yeah, I'm thinking she might actually join the crew. That'd be pretty funny watching Sextons shoot Sextons during a boss fight, right? I wouldn't mind pulling for her though. His bleeding isn't stopping. At this rate, he won't last long. Are you dolls? Let me speak with your commander. Master, he... Patch him in. Will do. We're from 3762nd Platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps. We're bounty hunters who were passing by and picked up your distress signal. Can you tell me what happened to you? Thank you. While carrying out our mission, we encountered many elids and enemies from an unknown faction. They destroyed all the signal markers nearby. I knew it. While we were setting up a signal base station, we were attacked by mercenaries from Manji Security. Our mission can't end with us for the sake of our brothers. Please stay still. You're in critical condition. Right now, I am conscripting your dolls in the name of the 7th Survey Corps. Please hurry to our position and provide backup. Our main force has been surrounded. If you help, I'm sure the first sergeant will reward you well. Understood, we will help you. Thank you. Hang in there, don't give up. Remember, you promised. Commander, he's not breathing. Centaurisi, please bury them. Let them rest in peace. Also, bring their dog tags back to the Elmo. Welcome back from the ad. There was a guy who was dying from the Survey Corps, and I pretended to be him, and I started trying to fake a cough really bad. And it also made me look very silly. Alright. I end the transmission and sigh heavily. I guessed that things would turn out this way, but I still can't feel a little sad for those soldiers. Those were the saddest coughs I've ever heard. Yeah, I couldn't take them completely seriously, I'm sorry. I thought it would be a little funny. But you know, I just made a real cough from just now, so we can kinda pretend that was this last one. Also, yeah, I heard in GFO 1 you can capture enemy bosses and units. But I don't know how that would work here. Cause I feel like you don't have as many expendable things. Here, you said you had Hide 404 you said Hide 404 was accompanying the Survey Corps, right? That was what Klukai said, yes. So the base station they struggle to build should be nearby. Ask Sextons to prepare to backtrace them. Ah, did you hear JJ? Yes, JJ was saying stuff to me. He says he's on the toilet. Right, JJ? Yeah, you're on the toilet. Did you want to say hi to everyone? Cancel this VTuber. She laughs at people dying. It's just a little giggle, you know, a little giggle. Don't take it too personally. Hi, JJ. You want to say something again? Yeah, you like to announce when you're pooping, right? He likes to announce when he's pooping. And that smells really bad right after. Rosa, take our remaining dolls. Use Sextons as a guide to find Hide 404. Understood. We have to find them. We can't waste what those soldiers spent their lives to protect.
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう
Hi, JJ. How do you feel about your poop? You have a good poop? I meant that you made his cough sound sad, not bad. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like kind of pathetic coughing, which I wouldn't mind, because I wanted him to sound like he's very feeble. And dying of ligma. AJ, why are you complaining? Just poop on the toilet. Yes, he didn't even finish pooping. Dying of ligma. Oh, I know that's not good. JJ, I'm not gonna watch you poop. You just have to poop on your own. So sad, Polka died of ligma, these nuts. JJ needs support. He keeps looking at me like he keeps yelling over there like I need to watch him. Alrighty, and then this should be the last one, I think. Oh, you get a t-shirt. Nice. And this is the boss. I was kind of hoping it would be a bit more fancy, but it's fine. We hurry back to the ops room. The air heads to the comms hub and begins connecting to the equipment. Can you find 404's location with the base station? I'm trying, but my guess is that it's not too likely. The base station might be mil-spec hardware, but Manji Security already knows it exists. So in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. DJ, what's up with you? You wanna come visit DJ? Why are you knocking stuff on the ground? What's gotten into you? Hold on, I gotta be right back. You're so sweet. I have this air filter to help deal with his hairiness for my asthma, and he just shoved the whole thing over for no reason. I put it back up. The base station might be mil-spec hardware, but Manji Security already knows it exists, so in addition to sending people to destroy it, they'll increase their efforts in jamming its signal. The communications hub emits a signal loss tone, validating the air's thinking. Didn't work like I expected. Still, there might be hope if we can use sextants to help. Hang on. The air crawls under the command terminal and begins installing some extra equipment. Hey, JJ, why are you complaining so much? I'll be there in a bit, okay? Meanwhile, I use this time to contact Centaur Racy. Centaur Racy, how are things now? We've buried the soldiers. The base station seems to be running normally. Right, spread out and establish a defense line. Now that Manji knows they've failed, they'll send more people over to counterattack. You must ensure the base station is secure. Understood, Master. We won't disappoint you. The air emerges from under the command terminal and taps several locations on the touchscreen, whereupon their menus begin to change. Right. I copied over the frequency settings from the military base station. This way, the Elmo can use it as a relay to search for nearby Manchi security signals. The cat is being spiteful. He's just being hyperactive for some reason. He's going ham over here. Well done. Rosa, do you read me? Go ahead, Commander. Connect the Sexton's level 2 and see if you can find any treasure. Got it, working now. Rosa ends the transmission. Soon, Sexton's IFF key is transmitted to the Elmo system. This military base station has great coverage. Now for the nearby signal traces. What's wrong? The good news is that this IFF key is really effective. It's picking up traces of every single position Manchi forces have been to. The bad news is it's picking up traces of every single position Manchi forces have been to, so they're all over the map. I look at the map after signal analysis has been done. Our surroundings are covered in red spots. Looks like they were really earning their paychecks. Let's think about this from a different angle. Look for signal traces belonging to the highest ranked contacts among these. I like the controlled Groza voice too. Polka's pretty damn good at voice acting. Oh, thank you. I haven't really done it before streaming, so I don't have that much experience in it, but I want to make sure that there's some character variety as much as I could provide it with my range. Here gets my meaning. He nods and immediately begins working on the task. Got it. There are two sets of signal traces corresponding to highly encrypted wavelengths. The first was active between half a month to 1 day ago, while the other suddenly appeared a day ago. Looks like we found them. Can we try to pinpoint the signal location? One moment. Nope, looks like they're using a different communications network from the rest of Manji security. We can't obtain their exact location with Sexton's permissions. However, if we could use Sexton's permissions to connect to that network and crack their firewall, we might be able to see their location. That said, it'll probably take a full day to crack it with the Elmo's current equipment. We'll just start by trying to crack it. The air begins his work. Like he said, the progress bar on the monitor is crawling along. I sink into thought, then I suddenly think of something and look toward the Dandegate. Say, Dandelion, isn't cracking your forte? You're terrible, Commander. You only want me for my cryptanalysis. Like he said Yeah, I think that was meant to be comma, but they didn't type it properly. Enough to make me cry. I'm sorry, can you help us out? Well, like that boy said, the Elmo systems don't support cracking. As for me, my processing power is limited to that of this tiny Dandegate. Have you forgotten that all the signal markers are destroyed, and my connection to the outside world has been severed? Oh, Commander, look at this. The ear suddenly exclaims, and I look at the command terminal screen. The opposition's signal security level has suddenly fallen. The ear begins tapping on the screen before I can tell him to. To be fair, I've made more spelling mistakes than this game so far. Yeah, but you can tell when it dips and when they're trying a little more. Like the menus for the diner minigame were pretty shit. They didn't really pay someone very well to do that at all. Wait, they voluntarily lowered their own security level? There's a chance now. They lowered it? Did they encounter 404, so they lowered their security level to be compatible with 404 security channels? That means we don't have much time to do this given our current speed. Hi, Dragon! I'm finishing up the story time in Girls Frontline. It's been taking longer than I thought, but that's literally what happens every time I play this game, so... Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Thank you for the pats. The progress bar visibly picks up speed, but the estimated completion time shows that the operation will take close to an hour to finish. Damn it, we're still too slow. Dandegate flies up to the screen and its mono-eye flashes. Then Dandelion projects her image and smiles smugly as she speaks to me. Well, if they've lowered the security to this level, I might be able to do something about it. However, I can't handle an encrypted signal of this level alone. Tell me, what do you need? Me so well, Commander. Borrow those cute little dolls of yours. You're not going to do anything dangerous, are you? Relax. I'll return them all in one piece after I'm done. I'll set myself up as a relay, so even if the offensive barriers trigger, I'll be the only one melted down. Well, have I allayed your concerns? I can tell they have plenty of male characters. I just tend to joke around with that a lot. It ain't Toho after all. They got more men than Toho at least. I eye the Danda gate dubiously and then contact grows up. Soon processing power reaches the command system. The Danda gate perches on the command terminal and begins to work. Looks like there were offensive barriers after all. Time for me to show what I can do. It's funny that the last level in this is just hacking. That's kind of anticlimactic though. Everyone, I need you to focus your forces on the weakest part of the enemy protocol. I'll assist you from the outside and keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. Actually, Toho is more than one male character. It has several. Probably around, let's see, 10 male NPCs, with the majority of them are either villagers or yokai, and none of them are playable. None of them have also been bosses in the game either. They've all been in the supplemental material or in basically as, at least in Unzan's case, he's like a sub-boss of the actual boss. Wait, Toho has men? Yeah, Toho has men in it. They just don't feature very much. So like I'm talking mangas, I'm talking the writing books, I'm talking music CDs, those are all supplemental materials. None of the games have men in them. Except for Unzan, technically, as Unzan is attached to Ichirin in UFO and is a male character, but he uses Ichirin as the main avatar slash hitbox. And he also shows up in the fighting game with Ichirin as well, in Hopeless Masquerade and above. I'll assist you from the outside and keep you from being contaminated by the enemy data. If we're ready, then let's go, go, go! Okie dokie, okie dokie. I guess all of this is fine. You know what? I'll do this first. Sorry, I wasn't god gamer enough to get that far on UFO. Ichirin is boss number 3 though. She's not even considered a difficulty hump of UFO, so... Mowing them down, mowing them down. We're mowing them down, mowing them down. Down, 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 mowing them down. Hi, Gigi. Hi, Mr. Bud. Look at him, it's so cute. It's like a baby version of a diner gate. We're in. Connect to the channel. The system indicates that the cracking was successful and the air begins eavesdropping on them. After some crackling noises, a couple of voices are clearly audible on the channel. I am here now. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 404, cut all comms now. That's Klukai's voice. Oh, Klukai. Okay, maybe I should make her sound deeper or more aggressive. So they've encountered each other already. What should we do? Should we contact 404? No can do. They've gone silent and using a using a Manchi frequency to establish comms would be too risky. Yeah, thank you for the snacks though. Can we obtain their position from the transmission just now? Sure can. Right, send it to Groza. Groza, we've got an approximate location of the 404. Sending it over now. Head there ASAP. Also, take Sextons with you. Use her to correct your course along the way. Must we? She can perform course corrections from aboard the MO. The opposition's permissions outrank Sextons, so it might be another third-gen doll. Right now, she's affiliated with the MO, so having some extra fighting power will help with the upcoming op. Understood. I'll leave Nemesis and Kolfin here to defend the MO. Everyone else will go help hide 404. Roger that, I'm counting on you. Rosa ends the transmission and prepares to head out. As for me, I pause to think before sending a transmission to Centaur AC. Centaur AC, sit rep. The enemy has attempted 2 counterattacks. We've repulsed them both. They might continue trying to seize this location. Abandon the base section and return to the Elmo. Just like that, Master? Manji will lower their guard once we abandon the base station. However, I think for a moment. Before that, send one last message from it. What kind of message? Why is Sextons with you guys now? Has Sextons went through a really hard reboot, forgot, and since she was already a super amnesiac, she decided that since she's got nothing else to go on, she's just gonna hang out with us. So yeah, she got a full system reset after a blue screen, and now she doesn't remember being a bad guy. AKA brain damage. Use Morse code in broadcast and clear text. Where are you? Alright, I will do so now. Soon Rosa's jeep leaves the Elmo and races off into the distance. Meanwhile, a series of long and short tones repeat through my earpiece, and I pray that they will convey adequate hope. Come on, you have to make it. We're ending on a cliffhanger! No! We got nothing else to do. That was a little anticlimactic, but it is what it is. They're gonna save everything for the other update, it seems. Yeah, that's it. That's all the story mode. But yeah, they finished it up. Got some tickets. We can grab some more supplies. Where's the supplies? Oh, here it is. I forgot. It's all the way over here. Oh, they have some more stages. Oh yeah, it's because I didn't get to do them since they were yesterday. But you know what? That's okay. I'll probably end them doing them a different time. But yeah, that was all of the Zucchero event storyline. So I hope everybody enjoyed meeting Lentine, getting to know her smoker's rasp, and her extreme habit of blowing through an entire pack in 5 minutes, Manji security shenanigans, Zucchero Cafe kind of being there but also kind of not being there, and Springfield getting to wear her cool fit. I hope that you all enjoyed it very much, the read-through. It ended up being really long, but I guess I shouldn't have been too surprised by that. Thanks for streaming, Polka. I love the unhinged Lentine voice. I like doing it, but it's hard on my throat. That is the one thing I'll say about it. You kind of have to go hard on your throat in order to try and copy the damage you get from smoking. So yeah, I will say though, it was nice and enjoyable. I liked doing this with everyone. At least now I know why it was in Morse code. The whole Klukai thing. Let me see, let's make some more velvet latte. We can just be sure to have it. And then we have a new t-shirt thing, which looks funny. I can become t-shirt. Oh yeah, it was much different from your normal voice, so that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, maybe if I get more voice training, or I guess keep working on it, I might be able to do that more comfortably, but it's pretty far up out there, so it wasn't super easy to do. But I decided that I wanted to finish the event and all go in one go, so I did it. I voice acted the whole thing. But yeah, I'm pretty much going to be ending the stream then. I wanted to finish the event and then at least the storyline and then take a break, because I was gonna end it a bit earlier anyway, but ended up being really long because the story is super long. I always forget that whenever it's a main story adjacent event, it's always 8 hours. 8 hours of talking. It can, unless I want to do only half of it. But yeah, for those who did miss the earlier parts, I voice acted the whole thing, including having the unhinged Lentine voice at the very start. So if you do want, you can check it back in the VOD and you can see how she started cussing like a total sailor and I just went ham. But yeah, I think that will be it for today, or at least until my stream later on, where if I remember correctly, I'm gonna be playing Master Duel. So today's actual stream for today is going to be Master Duel stream. You do need more Lentine voice. I'm glad that everybody liked that one. I really enjoyed trying it out. So, alrighty. Once again, if you haven't joined my Discord, you can I'll put the link here by tagging in the bot. You can go there for further updates about what's gonna happen on the stream, or you can just chat with me, either or. It's all nice and works with me. And I will be returning later today to play Master Duel, so hopefully I'll be able to get a bit of rest, drink some tea, and come back with some more fun. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, including all the lurkers and all the GFL enthusiasts and all the regulars, everybody. It was really nice to do all this together with you, and I liked this event. It was pretty fun and it had exciting stuff. So I really enjoyed making it super dramatic. I hope that I'll be able to see you again soon. And maybe I'll show off the challenge stages. I'll see how I feel about it once they release. But yeah. Good night, everybody. I'm tired now, so I'm gonna find someone to raid and run probably. And that'll be it for now. Thank you so much again. And let's see. Me. Let's see, who can we probably go ahead and jump around to? You know what? Since Lacia is streaming, I don't think he does the whole... I don't think he does this game anymore, but he probably would be interested to hear about it, so I'm gonna go ahead and join up with Lacia. Stracia, we're gonna raid. And Lacia is playing Monster Hunter Wilds, because I'm sure a lot of people are also excited for this game. I don't think anyone will mind it too much. And I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm really new to voice acting stuff, and I don't have much practice. So the fact that people like me doing it and don't find it annoying makes me feel very happy. Because I haven't really ever considered doing it before starting streaming, and I just thought it would be more fun than reading it normally, so I was hoping that maybe I could try to do it a little bit. But yeah, goodbye for now, everyone. Take care and get some nice rest too. If you like Master Duel, you can go ahead and check me out later on today. So let's start the raid. Good nighty.